So when it comes to looking at G2 Shocks, I want to ask if, like, within that team, because obviously now it's a huge organization, but did you still have the ability to get the players you wanted, to get who you wanted to make this lineup?
Yeah, basically back then there was like so much like contracts or big players, and so in the French team we were just like picking like the lower players because we didn't want like to pick an envious or stuff like this. So it was not a big deal back then. I don't think I played under Gamers 2. I think it was G2.
Okay, always G2.
Yeah.
So what was your favorite for you G2 lineup out of all the ones you had?
2016.
2016,
for sure. Because I took the leadership role. We were all friends in the team, so you know when winning trophies is like insane, but winning trophies with friends is actually like really insane. It's something else. Even our manager back then, Yak, was also like a friend. It was also like my first win as a leader. No one really like believed in me back then, so you know I was really proud of myself.
Yeah.
Winning a trophy as a player and as a leader is something totally different. You don't feel like the same emotions, I would say. And also it's the year where I met my wife in 2016. So like for all of the plans, like honestly,
perfect.
Yeah, 2016 was for sure like my best year as individual. You know, it was like really a happy year, I would say.
Yeah. And that's even without winning a major, right? So like all of that on top of it is just beautiful.
No, we didn't have win a major.
That's what I said, without winning a major.
Without,
yeah. You had other, you know, like success, but life success as well without having the major.
Yeah, exactly.
Itself.
Yeah. In 2016, I have a lot of confidence because I can see in my teammates, in my friends, like whatever I say, whatever I tell them, you know, like they understand, they believe in it.
Yeah.
And so when you have the trust of your players, then you can lift mountains, honestly, and it feels really like comfortable. While in 2017, I could feel like every idea I wanted to come up with, I had to have like the best arguments. I have to show them why, and even though like if they didn't agree with it, like they will also like say it, which can be fine in a way, you know. But having to always fight for your ideas as a leader is hard, and 1, 2, 3 times can happen, you know, but when it's like this, like almost every time, then you kind of like just lose your own confidence, you know. And
you lose motivation.
And at the end of the day, you're not sure about what you need to do, you know. Like I just want like to be in peace and with people like I like and with I know I'm gonna enjoy. Yeah. So I want to get back like old people that I know in the past, like
to give you this nice mentality as well, right? It's more,
exactly.
It wasn't so much about the game performance; it was more about the environment.
Yeah, and
find yourself again. I
exactly,
guess.
And somehow like I thought like if it had clicked, you know, like a few years ago, like it can click again. Like I was really like believing it, you know. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake. I actually joined Vitality because G2 wants to go international.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go international. I wanted to stay in France. So they told me like Hunter and Nexa is coming, but I tell them like it's good players, but I want to stay in France. And someone is telling me that NBK is about to be benched. So there might be a spot in Vitality. So I'm like I'm taking that opportunity.
Yeah.
You went on HLTV, I'm just waiting.
No.
He knew the trick again.
That time I just took my phone and called like Xtaz, you know, the coach from Vitality. And we talked together and they were okay. But the thing is, I think I shouldn't have do it at the end of the day. From a perspective, personal part maybe, because again, for the career-wise, the thing is, because of the problem we had in the past, before saying me yes or no, Apex and APK wanted to have me on the phone. So they did a phone call with me and the coach, and they told me like almost like everything like what they didn't like in the past from me. And that they don't want it to happen again, which is fine in a way, but it actually like put me like a lot of pressure because even if if I didn't agree with them, I would not have my spot, you know.
Yeah.
And I wanted to have my spot, so
you had to change yourself to fit them.
Yeah. Kinda. I had to say yes to everything if I wanted to be in Vitality.
What were your thoughts back then just on that chaos that was the 6-man roster that many teams, Astralis, Na'Vi, you guys...
Who is the best opera of all time?
Simple.
Oh, I wanna say simple, but I say Mons.
This is very hard question now. I would say simple.
I'll say Saibu.
Wonderful.
For me, it's Saibu. I think he has been consistent in CSGO, but also proved his worth in CS2. I think that's something other people have lacked. So, yeah, I think he's also with all the achievements he's got now and MVPs, and he has all the records almost. So, I think it's hard to argue that he's not the greatest of all time.
I think just pure AWPing, probably simple, but I guess in the AWP role it's Saibu.
Simple. Simple.
Honestly.
I would say simple because I mean he plays as an AWPer, but he's one of the best with AKs as well. And if you say like only about AWPs, I think it's a different discussion. But I think the AWPer role boats are as simple as Zayu and device, of course.
Zayu?
Simple.
I would say simple.
Saibu is French as well, so it's good.
I don't know. I mean, it probably just has to be simple, right?
Zayu.
It's Zaibu.
Ultimate.
Me.
Simple Prime.
Simple. For sure, Zayu.
Wonderful.
Simple.
Simple, yeah, simple.
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 Oh, I'm just gonna say simple because he was the most annoying playing against.
Simple.
Career of all time, I would say Zayu. I think that's a given at this point with how much MVPs he has and how good he's been playing. Simple.
Who is the best AWPer?
Who is the best AWPer?
I'll say performance.
Who introduced you to Counter-Strike and how old were you?
I think no one. I knew about 1.6, then I started playing alone, then with my colleagues from school, and that's pretty much how I started.
I think my friend introduced me to Counter-Strike. We were in school and he gave me his account and he said like try to play CS. I launched matchmaking, started playing, I enjoyed it, and then I bought CS on my account and that's it, CSGO.
My brother did when I was 3 or 4, I'm not sure which one, but it was CS 1.5, I did the tutorial.
It was my big brother, and I was like 6 years old, I think.
I think the first version was Condition Zero actually, but the one I really played a lot was CS Source. So I think that's the one that takes the crown in that regard.
I would say my brother, when I was like 5 or 6, I just spent my time behind him, watching him playing, so yeah, my brother. Do you still play with him? No, he's not playing anymore. He's like very old now, he has 2 kids, so 3 kids, so...
I'm actually not sure if it was my dad or my cousins, but I was like around 5-6 years old, and I grew up in my childhood with playing CS with my cousins and stuff like that. So yeah, it's always been a natural thing for me to play it because it was always cool to play video games with the older kids.
I think I was very young. It was my uncle, and I just saw how he was playing, and I think I started to play like this as well.
I know this game by myself because I play a lot of FPS games, so I reached a lot of information of Counter-Strike, and I know this game. I played it. Yes.
My brothers introduced me to Counter-Strike, and I was like 5-6 years old, I think. That's when I first started like being able to play on their PCs.
All right, do you still play with them every now and then?
No, I haven't played with them in a very long time, sadly.
Yes, I don't remember how old I was. I was very young, probably 8 years old or something. But it was my cousin, who's much older than me. And that's the first time I ever played. I believe it was 1.6. Yeah, it was 1.6 most likely. But I didn't start playing or didn't want to get the game immediately. A couple years later, I saw someone else play it, and I was like, oh yeah, I already played that game, and that's where it started.
Okay, who introduced you to Counter-Strike and how old were you?
Alright, so my brother introduced me at Counter-Strike. I remember I used to like to do everything that he did before. So and he always had a computer and I didn't have, so we like shared a little bit of a computer. And every new game that he started playing, I always wanted to play with. And I think I was kind of 10 years or less, like kind of 10 years when he first played CS, and I was like crazy to play with him. And I think the first time that I joined CS, like I didn't have any account. I played in his account, but the first time it was like 10 years.
So what is the most expensive skin you have in game?
So it's not the most expensive skin, but it's the most value for me as a person. This is the one. It has won 4 majors. So I think that's worth more than anything. So that's the skin I choose.
I don't even know, to be honest. I'm not really a skin guy, but it's probably one of those.
It's a butterfly knife, Gamma Doppler, this one. It's very expensive, I mean, but it's not one. I bought.
Now I have these gloves, Pandora gloves, that I bought I think 2 weeks ago. That's better scared, but I get a good float, so it's the most expensive. I have 2 knives too, but I think the gloves is more expensive.
Currently don't own this skin, I just use it. Probably this Emerald Karambit from my guy that he lets me borrow. He got me that, he got me these Hedge Mage gloves to use. He also got me this AK to use for the major. Pretty nice. I'll be using it all, so thank you so much for that. But I got some good ones. I got like the Prince Stream. Instead of Dank Kush, I named it Donk Kush, and I put some stickers on it, so it looks pretty sick.
I think my Karambit Ruby. I think this is the best one, around like 10k or something, but before while we did some update, like about the skin, so maybe it's getting a little bit less, but also float very nice overall, like 5-10k. Between, yeah.
Most expensive? Well, I actually don't know the price of the skins. So, which one's the most expensive? Is it the gloves?
Oh, where is it?
This?
Where is it? Where is it?
Hover over it. Minimal wear.
That's definitely your most expensive.
Okay, this is the most expensive, apparently. According to Nick, this is the most expensive. And yeah, I mean, I've had them for a while, so.
Who's the best IGL of all time?
For me, it's Glaive.
I would say maybe Apex.
I would say personally, I would say Glaive, but it's very hard to say when you haven't played with everyone else. But I do think a good contender is Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's always a tough question because I think the best peak for anyone ever would be Glaive and Astralis, and that's definitely my biggest idol.
Ever. History. I think Glaive.
Cadian. One thing that I value high with rate mine is that you succeed with many different rosters. I think Kerrigan has done that, honestly. I think he's succeeded with so many different rosters that I have to give it to him.
Talking about longevity and about quality, I think Apex is one of the best. Like, he's playing for so much time and he's always been able to win titles. I think on its peak, I mean, like Glaive won 4 majors on CSGO, and I mean, Fallen for me is my idol, so he's one of the best as well. So I'll put like these 3 up there, like Apex, Fallen, and Glaive.
I would say Kerrigan.
I would say Fallen.
I think it's Apex because of quantity tournaments he won. Like, it's crazy how many tournaments he won. I think it's Apex because he's always showing like he's playing simple way, and I really enjoy it. Like, he's just using simple strats and crushing his enemies, winning tournaments and doing really deep runs.
Probably still Glaive.
Apex.
Kerrigan, because Kerrigan, he just did it with so many different players. Like, obviously when he first came up playing on like Dignitas and TSM, getting some trophies there, and then going to Mao's later in his career, getting some success there, and then going to FaZe, it's getting some success there. So I think he has a good amount of success in a lot of different eras of Counter-Strike with a lot of different players. So yeah, I'd probably say Kerrigan.
Maybe Glaive or Kerrigan, I don't know.
Let's go Fallen.
It's Kerrigan.
I will go with Kerrigan.
Maybe Glaive, because he won 5 majors, right?
If you will ask me 1 month ago, I will say Kerrigan. Or 2 months ago, actually. But now, Apex?
I would say Apex. I think he's done a lot. And they've obviously been winning a lot for a while. It's either him or Kerrigan, in my opinion.
I'm gonna say Kerrigan.
Hi, Kerrigan.
Apex.
I think it's gonna be Kerrigan.
Who is there? Glaive is a good contender. Kerrigan also been there for a long time. I think Apex, it's hard to say. He is good, but I don't know if I'll put him in the greatest of all time. I think I'll just give it to Glaive because the majors, like, I don't know. I haven't played with him. I didn't play with a lot of in-game leaders. I only played with, like, Hoxie and Device before that, you know, not like the big in-game leaders. So I just go with Glaive.
everybody, and welcome back to the StarLadder Budapest Major. It is the beginning of day 2, which means the dust has settled after the bloodbath of every day 1.
Yeah.
Launders, yet again, here we sit with expectations shattered. Personally, we could spend a lot more time on it, but let's talk about it. It's Team Liquid sitting 0-2 alongside Astralis, 2 of the big names that just come into this stage and don't find their groove instantly. And I feel like right now already this major is starting to get online. When you've got FaZe Clan showing improvements like they have, there's no time to stutter. And both of those rosters did today. So they're in a tough spot alongside FlyQuest, where the hype is gone now, it feels like, after 2 more best-of-1 losses. So I'm worried about those 0-2 games, and I'm worried about Liquid's lifeline. But I gotta ask, what's got you excited about day 2 today?
Yeah, well, okay, I won't get to talk about Liquid because it would only be negative thoughts. We can skip forward because they'll have another chance to survive today, and I think that is one of the big stories. But beyond that, Aurora playing their match, we have to see if Paravision are still going to be good when they play a team that's better than they've played so far. It feels like in any of these guys' careers, coming together under Jame. And after that, FaZe versus NIP. Surviving is very cool to see for FaZe.
Sure.
Thriving is another question. This would be the biggest come up at a major for them since forever. I can't remember it ever being this difficult. They were 1 second away, less than a second away from getting eliminated. Maybe if they win today, there's a real chance that they see playoffs here at this major.
I think that, you know, when you're NIP, you're up against a FaZe Clan that's going to steal the spotlight. Everybody talking about the turnaround. I just want everyone to remember that this is a Ninjas in Pajamas led by Snappy that was so far down in the VRS rankings that they started to miss out on so many tier 1 invites. And yet this major specifically has been one that they can already be proud of. Kaspersky's 8 maps in a row of just domination mean that a team that we said looks good on paper but can't quite find it has actually started to deliver in Budapest. So I don't think that game is free for FaZe whatsoever. They've got to be on their toes. Elimination looming for some today. So stay tuned, sit back, and enjoy the show. It's day 2 of stage 2 here in Budapest.
That is the major continues today, day 2 of stage 2. Like Scrawny said, StarLadder is ready to bring you all of the action, as am I. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host for most of the day, and joining me to bring you all the insight into everything you need to know, Devil Walk and Maui are with me. How your pick'ems looking, boys?
I already messed up stage 1, so
you're
I don't have much more to live for here, but my stage 2 is looking pretty good. I had a couple solid predictions, kind of predicted the best of the worst, I suppose, in the MIBR Imperial matchup, so I have that one going for me, but no diamond on the cards for me, Devil Walk.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a hipster, so I don't do the pick'ems at all. I don't really care about them that much. I think about watching the great Counter-Strike, and that's my enjoyment.
That's exactly what people say when they just fail miserably and get bronze coins. So we understand, Devil Walk, we get it. Before we get into this, I just want to thank our sponsors that are bringing you all of this action: Blacklight, Monster Energy, and xplay.gg, making sure that you don't miss a single frag. Okay, Scrawny and Launders touched on it. We have to bring it up, and I want to quote Pimp, who was here last night, who watched Liquid play Paravision and said it was the worst performance at a major he's ever seen.
I did see FaZe lose to Bad News Eagles in Rio.
Yeah.
That's fair, that's fair.
So I don't know if
maybe
I can
he
say
didn't
that.
watch that game.
Just trolling, of course. I feel like that performance was more or less, I'm not gonna lie, expected. The Liquid leading up into this matchup or into this major, to me, did not inspire me with confidence. I didn't have them on my pick'ems making it through. What I saw at CAC, the way they lost in the semifinals to 3D Max, showed a team that had very little structure to work with, some good individual pieces, but individual pieces that aren't necessarily world beaters. Whereas a FaZe Clan, in contrast, has Frozen and Twist, who are just always going to give you something. I can't really look at Liquid and say that they have 2 guys that are always going to get me across the finish line, regardless of who I play against.
Yeah, I think the only positive you can really take from Liquid's game yesterday is Elise on T-sides, and the rest is just pretty much negative. I think it looked like a mismatch of different philosophies put together. And I'm kind of disappointed at that because I've seen them make incremental kind of improvements throughout tournaments this year, leading up to this major. And now it just feels like a little bit here and there. I don't really know where to put them, what they're trying to achieve on the server, and the individuals making, poor decision making and poor choices. I mean, we saw even the last round yesterday, they essentially lost against a team that was saving.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'll get a chance to see them fight for their lives over on the B stream. That'll be the final game of the day. Basically, the Liquid is one game away from falling out of the major, which is a very scary thought. The other team that maybe we have some question marks around, Astralis, FlyQuest. I mean, there's some disappointments that happened yesterday and that we're going to see today.
I mean, I've been hyping up FlyQuest, and especially after that stage 1, I thought they looked incredible. They did only get one best-of-3 series with them, but it looked really pale for them going into those early games here in stage 2. It looked like they didn't have the confidence to actually do what they needed to do. Vexite was a big talking point after stage 1. Completely disappeared here in stage 2, and that was kind of the facilitator for their early round aggression, for their kind of success, to be able to outcall the opponents, to be able to set themselves up in these good situations, and that never really panned to happen for them in the games yesterday.
FlyQuest was, after their stage 1, an unmitigated disaster. Astralis, on the other hand, just also bombing 0-2 thus far. It's under duress, of course. They are using a player on loan in Magisk, but it's been 3 months of him. So there really aren't the same excuses that would have came about had this been a sudden change where Stound's out, Magisk is in on loan, and now we have to work under that. So I feel like when it comes to Astralis, they're a team right now that they are just coming back to the major, the first time that they've been here since Antwerp, and for them to just immediately dip out 0-3, like they are really just kind of smudging up the whole legacy of that organization.
The thing is, you can kind of give FlyQuest an out, right? They come from this like underrepresented region. They have to travel so far. It's so much more of a struggle. Astralis has 2 major winners. God damn it, they have Device. Like, I don't feel like Astralis has a single excuse for the performance we're seeing.
No, like you're saying, like FlyQuest, they have overperformed to get to this point, and Astralis, they should be able to, especially, I look at someone like Huxi and ruggah, to be able to prep a little bit better for games. They've had a long time knowing the matchups, and they should be able, with that kind of experience and leadership in the tactical knowledge of CS, to be able to put a better performance out right off the gate, and then maybe struggle a little bit later on.
Let's talk about teams that we were impressed with yesterday. Who was your standout, Maui?
I had a few, actually. I feel like some of the favorites took care of business. I'd say if I had to pick one that really kind of jumped up for me, I said it before they actually finished stage 1, or when we were talking when they got through at the end, Tech Girl, but I said FaZe, they're powering up, okay? So I'm glad that they have actually made it to this 2-0 bracket, 3 opportunities in BO3s to get it over the line, because they just have plot armor, okay? Like I said it in that moment, you could not explain with reason or tactics exactly how FaZe is making this happen, but their individuals are always gonna show up when the pressure is on, and I keep reciting this, the great procrastinators. They're always going to get it in at the end. It's just that they take a long time. It's just, a lot of people should probably on FaZe read the book Atomic Habits, because they really have so many problems with just showing up until the pressure is at absolute fever pitch.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's the individuals that kind of kept them in the games, that saved them, but they've played terrible Counter-Strike, except actually this does too against Aurora so far at the major. I thought it was a really good call T side. The individuals showed up and kind of carried them through to close the game out against a really strong Aurora. And it's like you're saying, they're powering up. But for me, I think also Bait is a talking point in impressiveness, They're at the 2-0 stage right now. They're going to be facing Na'Vi later on today in the last game. And I think Kensisor, for me, is just an individual that is exciting. He's aggressive, he's entry fragging, he's putting up big numbers in a role that's really hard to do so, and is, kind of the vocal point for that team. MPL also been great ever since he got let off the hook in terms of in-game leading with Alex666 taking over. And you gotta credit him as well. You know, it's probably the first big tournament he's playing as an in-game leader, and they're doing great. So there's a lot of positives for Bait going forward and facing this Na'Vi tonight.
I have to say for FaZe, we just can't quit you. That's how I feel after yesterday. I'm fully committed again. I'm back in there. I believe in the FaZe magic.
It's like when a toxic boyfriend shows you that sliver of love, and then you're like, I'm back. I'm so back.
Do you know that yesterday I 100% wanted to make that reference? Because I was like, they're the toxic boyfriend that constantly, like, you feel like you have to leave. But then I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. I don't think
exactly.
I don't think it's a good representation of
He'll turn it around. He'll turn it around. I promise, Mom. I promise.
I promise he's not what you think he is. That is literally how I speak about Kerrigan at all times in FaZe. Another team, obviously, that we see in the 2-0 bracket. We're going to see them up against Bait, like you said, Devil Walk. Na'Vi, what did we think of their performance?
They were great. I think the one thing, opening game, it was just an easy. They just walked. Bait was incredible. Wonderful was stepping up in that second game. But they just looked solid, disciplined, and organized, and they didn't really let them back into the game, something that, I've questioned them in the past, where when things get close, it's like they lose all control and they lose discipline, they lose their mood, there's no hype in the team left anymore. They kept their composure yesterday, even against a good playing Imperial on the second match. They looked like they could be in that same stage of trouble where I looked at them 2 months ago. Maybe they would have lost this game, but the body language was great. They kept their cool, thought about ideas, and eventually closed the game out. So I'm impressed by them.
Attitudes seem great. Individuals seem like they're in form. But I also like the level of preparation they brought to some of these matchups. Even against FlyQuest early on, they were playing in advantageous situations in nearly every gunfight, whether that was a FlyQuest player running through counter utility, whether that was two Na'Vi players directing their crosshairs exactly to where FlyQuest were trying to breach. So not only are their players, when pressed to try to get a multi-frag, finding those, it seems like they're getting so many easy kills. Like, they're the team so far at this tournament that has had the most easy kills, so the players can build that confidence, and then they also chime in with a few pop-off moments too.
Okay, before we get into our first game of the day, let's really quickly recap top players that you saw. Some of the frag highlights. I mean, Jacob has to be mentioned. He carried FaZe across that finish line. Any other players that you were like yesterday going, damn, he looks like he's on form?
Wonderful for me. I think he carried them through that Mirage. He made sure that they could keep their heads cool. He had a multiple, multi-kill highlights with Deagles, with AK, with Ops. So, yeah, wonderful for me.
I would have wanted to pick Wonderful, but I'll just pick another Ukrainian Bit as well. In the anchor positions that he found himself in, just pinpoint accuracy versus FlyQuest, the spray transfers that he was finding as the FlyQuest players were trying to attack him. I mean, oftentimes, again, with the assistance of his own utility timings that were so sharp, but his aim, it looked like something that not many players in the world could ever attest to in their playing careers.
Okay, so we've seen and spoken about everything that happened yesterday. Now let's focus in on today. Our first game, it is a best of one. Passion UA up against 3D Max. Neither of these two teams have come to this stage with the sort of positive push forward that I expected from them.
Well, 3D Max were more or less known as the tier 1.5 gatekeepers for the last 9 months, but at this point, the gate's wide open. They're ushering people in, rolling out the red carpet for teams like Inner Circle, for Lin Vision, to just get upset victories because, unfortunately, even though I love the tactical prowess of 3D Max, that teams in the upper echelon are copying their strategies flash for flash, smoke for smoke, they have no floor because they don't have star individuals. There's no one player that I'm going to point to on 3D Max and say, that's the guy that's going to bail them out when the going gets tough. So they really live or die by the sword in terms of their playbook. And if teams know their playbook, then they're really out of luck.
Yeah, I think you could have a conversation about Maka a little bit, that he has that very, very high ceiling of skill, but it's way too fluctuant. It goes from, bottom of the scoreboard to top of the scoreboard to having a world-class performance and then simmering away for a while. And that is the big issue about them. They don't really have, like a normal team. You have 2 star players and a third that will occasionally kind of grind up and save your ass. they're just 5 individuals. They're pretty evenly matched, all of them, and it's difficult to see where they get that extra edge from.
On the other side, you have Passion UA. This is a team that's meant to be the complexity upgrade, right? TC let go from complexity. He goes over to Passion UA. Next thing, their core is coming, their complexity leaves. There's a whole story behind this. They arrive, they look very good at Blast. Everyone gets excited. And then they did this weird Draculand thing a couple of weeks ago, and suddenly we're going, oh dear, what is happening here?
They decided, or you could quote them on why they attended the Draculand. It was just that they said they wanted more officials because they haven't played enough lands. If they had come into the major and not played Draculand, they would have had roughly 40 maps in the past 3 weeks, but Draculand got them up to speed. You see on the graphic there, they got 57 maps, and that's not necessarily blowing me out of the water, but I think the disappointing thing about Passion UA is that they weren't able to parlay the I guess, competitiveness which they brought Falcons to 24 rounds into a Draculand victory. They lost in 3rd place, and even though there's some little signs from some of the individuals, like Grim and Kvem coming up to speed, that's not really how their major first day has went for them, Devilwalk.
No, but I think if you contrast it to 3D Max, they got FlyQuest, they got demolished by Fnatic, and kind of had a breeze and like really easy game against FlyQuest. It was just an eventuality that they were going to win that game. If you look at Passions, I think that they've played a little bit better than 3D Max. I think that they have been a little bit smoother, a little bit trickier and had better opposition, I think. So I'm looking at individuals, especially on these teams. Kvem, I think, Grim and hallzerk, they need to wake up and deliver a bit of a better performance because they've been relying on JT and Nixx to kind of carry them through and bring that impact. And on the other side, it's the same thing. You have bodyy, you have Lucky, who's brought the performances where you need the other individuals to step up. I think both teams are in kind of a similar position. They haven't played great, they haven't played terrible, but we need to see more from them both.
Let's take a look now as we get ready to get into this. Passion UA up against 3D Max. Here's a little taste.
Playing 3D Max, never played them before. I think in my opinion it's going to be an easy game, and yeah, good luck to Passion UA. We never played them, so we'll see how it will happen. But to be honest, I think we're going to smash them.
There's a confidence talk from 3D Max. We're going to smash them. They haven't played before, so what do these two styles look like when you put them together in the server?
I heard Gravity say that to Legacy in their BO5 Grand Finals, exact same words, that he was going to smash them. Look what happened. Look what happened, okay? So, big mouth, but needs to back it up with the results today. That being said, they are the favorites in this matchup. 3D Max have looked like the more solid team throughout the last 9 months. The Gravity change to making him the in-game leader has kind of emboldened them. He does bring a little bit of that bravado in terms of confidence, and on the Passion UA side, I feel like the team, looking at their vlogs, especially from Draculand, they're just slightly coming together now. I feel like there's a little bit of a culture difference between Kvem and the rest of the team. So we're actually ending up on Train, Devilwalk. I kind of thought this might end up on Dust 2 myself, so that's a little bit of a surprise to me that 3D Max decided to take D2 out of the picture.
Yeah, they must have some very, very good set of game plan, because Train is a map that Passion is really, really solid on. It's been kind of a staple map for them throughout the year. So, bit surprising. I think this, for me, looks like a veto that favors Passions.
Is there enough tape on Passion to prep against them on Train, or do you think this is a situation where 3D Max is going, we actually think we're quite strong on this map?
There is, because the complexity lineup in the past, it was their favorite map, or it was one of their favorite maps. They were one of the first adopters when it came into the pool. To me, they look like one of the most thorough teams in terms of just utility priority, making sure that they're mauling off every single choke point as they're breaching a bomb site. Support flashes are really good for them. Honestly, I feel like 3D Max dug themselves into a hole with this veto.
Predictions? I mean, if you
I'm going Passions. I think it was a little bit of a 50-50, but with the map, I'm saying Passions.
I put Passion because I didn't know the veto. I would swap that now. If we could get the graphics to swap it, no, it's too much work, honestly. No, I would actually change my, or no. I'm sorry. No, I am going Passion. What am I saying? I am going Passion. That's on me. That's on me.
Okay, so you're both going I was very confused there. I said 3D Max just because I felt like being
I don't have my
different
glasses
today.
on. Sorry, my bad.
But you're feeling pretty. You're both feeling pretty confident that Passion UA kid.
Confidence is a strong
yeah,
word.
yeah.
It's a
Okay.
very strong word. I think it's a little bit more of like a 45-55% game, and I'm giving the edge to Passions, and that's why I'm predicting it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I feel like this was.
They changed you to 3D Max, Maui. Now you're on the French side. Sorry for you.
Thank you, production. Always as great as ever. Yes, of course.
Okay, well, there we go. I mean, it is one of those situations as well where neither team is really like disappointed, I would say, in day one. They kind of, they both sort of delivered and then had a loss. But off the back of what Devilwalk said to finally wrap this up, I do think Passion UA's opposition was tougher and they went toe-to-toe with them. So maybe that gives them the edge?
Nah, that's cap.
No? Okay.
They played
All right.
MIBR. Beating MIBR is not anything that anybody should be too proud of right now. So, no, I think that 3D Max has shown a little bit better of a face, honestly. I think that Passion UA, though, I am picking them just because, again, the foundation for what they do on train is so much more solid from what I've seen in the past 6 months.
I really tried to set Maui up there, but he did not want that. But I know what you want, the game, so let's get into it.
Woo! 3D Max and Passion UA going down on train. I think this Vito desk said it. It's an absolute plot twist. 3D Max coming into this one with an incredibly low win rate on this map, Mohan. 27.3% of their games. They've got a loss streak currently of 5 maps, including teams versus Fnatic, Legacy, and so forth. So hang on, 3D Max. You've either got something to show us versus Passion, or this CT side gets rip rolling. JT, 1 kill on the outer yard. All that it starts with, body's going to take his time, and Lucky will steal his kill from the back of that site. So, again, excited to see what 3D Max can bring to the table, because they're going to have to justify banning Dust 2 for this. They follow through the outer yard with the push into B instead. Bomb's going to be safely planted. This is a pistol for 3D Max T side. That's exactly what they need to kick this off right.
It's a bold veto and a good pistol to kick off their bold veto. The only thing about something like this is this might be the least expected possible way that Passion would have expected this veto to go. And from that perspective, you know, gonna have the least ante, gonna have like, you know, if you're gonna pick a map to like really not even worry about last night, it's gonna be train probably. There's still more pressure on 3D Max to prove themselves, but this will be a moment where we can really test a team that are pretty industrious, that do come up with new stuff all the time. You know, you don't know where their veto is going to go. So there's probably going to be a part of Passion UA right now that's just tentatively like, all right, but what are we up against? How much better could it be?
No, I like that angle that 3D Max has been cooking and is bringing something to the table. I just think back to, the, you know, Passion UA has been maybe one thing if this is like a fringe map for them as well, but this is such a core map for them. So I think if you are Passion, you just lean back and start this match with the basics, the fundamentals that you've been putting into place all season long, right? They love to play maps when they come into the map pool. Made their bread back on Vertigo years ago. And that philosophy stayed true for Train. They take the outer yard and only lose 1 player. That's Maka down, but very quickly, 3D Max have cut through these first 2 rounds of play.
So this is going to be a game for me where in normal games you'd really favor strategy and then tactics after that to get kills that lead to rounds. But in this map, I'm really thinking about tactics almost exclusively, because if 3D Max are going to come here, it's because they've identified really sore spots. There's only a certain amount of rifle rounds and a half. We only need 1 or 2 gimmicks here and there. There might be something that's really bad that they think is not going to work that they can exploit. And 3D Max are already such a tactics-heavy team. But it's sort of like, you know, your brain's telling you Passion pulled this off, and 3D Max are going to be embarrassed.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that would be the prediction that goes alongside kind of the status quo. If 3D Max really are going to be this team that evolves the game for all the other teams, right? Like Maui referenced it. Other teams have come forth and said, like, yeah, we're stealing stuff from 3D Max.
Yeah, and that stuff's also like, I mean, just tier 2 teams in general are the ones who get robbed because they have the ability to play so many more games. They don't expect to win as many of their matches. They have more time to prep, so you steal from them.
You can experiment.
Yeah, exactly. But 3D Max are probably at the top of that heap.
Well, right now they'll be facing just pistols. 2 of them down inside of Pop Dog, but Gravity's not going to waste any time churning through the money machine. Oh, Glock for the 3rd. Down goes JT. That's a triple kill for Gravity, making quick work of this one. More money to be had. Nyx pounces him just before the reload's finalized. And then again, we get this bomb walkout from Ivy. So 3D Max showing different routes to get into this outer yard. It was a bit nerve-wracking, I think, to watch 3D Max lose to Fnatic out of the gate yesterday in their opening games.
Yes. I think we got to see, though, at least them coming back and improving so much. Obviously, FlyQuest were a punching bag yesterday, but they played the same map. They played Inferno, and then they also just played way better. And I think you could almost see the foreshadowing in the first map that they were playing a little sloppy, but the tactics were still good. And they said, oh, we didn't wake up, we didn't enter the server, all of the classic tropes. But they kind of backed it up with how well they actually performed when they played against FlyQuest right after. So I think, you know, we're going to have a woken up 3D Max. We're going to have a Passion who did have a harder day one, who should be better, who have the map they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, look no further than Ninjas. They lost to NRG in their opening map, and now they sit pretty 2-0 stage 2 without losing anything since. Maybe 3D Max are on that kind of a recovery mission. It'd be very cool to see them push Passion on this map with something new on this attack. For now, it's just Lucky out through the T-Con smokes.
That is actually a crazy big find in a moment like this. CT economy teetering, first kill goes down. Grenades are already going to be low in a round 4, where you lose a pistol and conversions. And this is also bad. They've got this lurk. Well, it's being watched. Oh, but he got a kill for it.
Damn.
Such a good clear for Exorciste, and they've managed to sneak up Ivy, take Inner in the same breath.
But stomping. Nyx gets caught by the player coming down ramp. He heard the other player. He knows there's one on him. Oh, he's going to go for the reload, but he didn't have the room for that. And bodyy finds the headshot onto Grim as he cautiously rotates through Z.
It's not a good look here for Passion. I mean, the amount of map control they gave up, the first kill, like the last round, it was the triple or quad nade into T main because they expected there to be another rush outside. It's the only round 3D Max didn't try it. Then they go back to it to get a kill from that play. No utility damage whatsoever. This is the picturesque start. It's the idyllic start here for 3D Max. My biggest concern, and everyone's biggest concern with Passion and former Complexity, is the mental.
Sure.
It's just like getting rocked by small things, and we see all their games go so close, and we see many situations where they could have won. There's no team that has done that more. I mean, that stat has been floating around in terms of being in clutch rounds, meaning the rounds at the end of the game. Passion UA are consistently the worst team in the world. Let's just put it that way.
Of note, yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably somebody out there at the bottom of the barrel that thinks they have it worse, but the problem is Passion do it on the bigger stages.
Yeah, in tier 1, 2, 3, something like that. And with Kvem coming in, I definitely think, like, here's an upgrade. I mean, here's something that's actually going to improve the lineup. The problem is the soul of the team still the same, and are they addressing those problems specifically? Because they have a lot of the same bones. I mean, we are talking about a roster that is basically identical, right? We even have the same coach. So it's
joining forces again with TC.
Yeah, we've dressed it up a little bit differently, but we're looking to see if they solve some of their main issues.
We just put a little lipstick on Complexity.
It's interesting because you also think about JT and TC and the Complexity lineup as like they were the most innovative team in NA when they played. When they had flashes, JT always had the best flash assist. They have really good set stuff, and that's a nice comparison to 3D Max, who can be credited the same way.
Still limits, obviously. Losing the first gun round comes into this one. 2 MP9s and, 3 into 5-7. This is 3D Max off to the races at the start of this one. We've seen, different avenues to the A site, but really just that one walkout yesterday. Last round into the T-Con exit, sitting inside of the smokes. 3D Max just kind of catching Passion, trying to get into their starting positions. This is a Passion UA that's on notice early. Nyx tries to go for the push alongside JT. Both of them go down instead.
hallzerk's going to have some incentive to try to save, so you might see him linger in Z, see if he can get an opening kill, but if not, I wouldn't expect him to go for a hard play on this round.
Like, did they stall for a second, just wait in case anybody wanted to come through the fire, smoke it out and rush, but that's not it. And Passion UA have had nothing to talk about 5 rounds into this game now. 5 rounds into what's supposed to be a strong start on a map that they rely on in their pool, and 3D Max making them look like chumps.
Yeah, it's it's not looking great so far. I mean, for 3D Max, looking fantastic. And to be fair to them, man, you're brave to make this move.
Sure.
Right? You can believe in the game plan and Gravity's call to say we're going to play Train. And are you crazy? You know, there's somebody on this team that goes, I don't want to play Train. I'm bad at Train. Right? If you're that low on win rate, it's because there's players who are uncomfortable on the map, and yet they believed in it. The game plan is meeting them halfway, and now they're going to build confidence. You know, as this major rolls on a map that no one was scared about facing them on. So, okay, an op picked up at least. Is that a second?
A second for 3D Max?
No, just didn't see who that was. That MP9, was that a...
It was an upgrade over for Passion UA.
For Passion, okay.
I'm 80% sure.
Because hallzerk saved an op too, right?
Nope, just one.
Okay.
hallzerk has an op. And of all things, Grim has an AUG.
Okay. That's the secret weapon of Train. AUGs are excellent.
I feel like I've seen him try to use it. It's just a matter of whether or not he uses it well.
Yeah, you know, but like
you got to get something out of it.
Yeah, you play back on Cloud with an AUG, or you play Icon/Ivy. You've got really good fights. There's definitely a lot of value in that gun. It's a map that I feel like sometimes an op and an AUG is better than two ops.
It's more versatile.
Yeah.
I think it depends on who's using the second op.
Yeah,
some teams just have that ability, man. You put Fallen back on a second op, I'm taking the double ops over AUGs.
Yeah.
But Grim is no stranger to the scoped rifle, so we'll see what he can do with it when we come back into this one. But 3D Max, 5-0 start here on Train. Challenge Passion certainly would not have seen coming. I like that you characterize it as that immediately out of the gate, because you're right. It's not just like this is a map that sometimes 3D Max floats around. This is a map that they have one of their lowest win rates, 5 loss streak, and losses versus teams that you would expect to find at a stage 1, stage 2 of this major. So yeah, this is them being very brave. And for that, we give them respect. Whether they pull it off, we'll see, because 5 rounds in, but time for Passion to adapt to it. And they're going to go straight towards T-Con. No. Gravity dropping the bomb, trying to fly out, loses half his health. JT.
No, he didn't clear it.
Oh, it's a second.
Come on, you've got to look.
Gravity with 50 health finds 2 players trying to fight T-Con again. It is yet once more an aggressive T-Con move. We had seen Lucky throw himself out there for an opening frag. This time it's Gravity, not 1 but 2. And so Passion UA, oh, this is a bloodbath. We are halfway through these first 12 rounds, and it has been nothing but 3D Max success, and it's not even them getting pushed.
No, that one's a joke, right? Because they actually do get the nades off in T-Con. They slow him down on the exact. They come in to clear everything. The first player is blind, and he just doesn't check this properly. He doesn't look at this correctly. JT, if he cleared this, both his teammates stay alive. The CTs don't have to make aggressive pushes. There is no lurk that can get under their radar.
Man, Passion are going to be feeling 2 inches tall.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good visual. That's just that one's just, it feels like one too many, man. Oh man, to start off a CT side this way as well.
Yeah.
That's not even something you can talk about, because that was just JT's responsibility to clear that properly. It's not like a tactical issue. Tactic was actually great. Tactic gets them a kill, team main control, and a 5v4.
Right. And a best of 1, no less, to send you down into the 1-2 pool. In a week that's already been rough.
They're going to be 3D Max are going to be glowing after this. After their flub in the first match, they probably thought we're going to have a bad day yesterday. No, they turned it around big time, and now they could potentially start up 2-1 after that. After their Bucharest to China to Bucharest or whatever it was, or the opposite, all that travel, all the losses, all of their win rates going down off of that, low confidence coming into the major.
We talk about peaking at the right time, and I think the evidence there is like Passion UA going over to Draculand to just get in more LAN officials coming into the major. You know, you want the war machine rolling especially when you come in through stage 2. You want to just break down the front doors here in Budapest.
Yeah.
And neither of these teams have successfully done that. There's a slight recovery, but I think the nature of this one is now going to be 3D Max reminding themselves to what they come here to do, which is stage 3 minimum and a potential playoffs berth. In a year where playoffs have eluded them more than they would like.
Yeah, you pointed out they could have had a trophy potentially this year. I mean,
Poka.
it's a bit of a push to say that they would have won all the way through playoffs, but we saw how good they were at that moment.
Yes, sir. And they've remained in the top tier of Counter-Strike throughout 2025. We all just wondered how they would end this year. And right now, dominating Passion is a great place to be in. Missed op shot from hallzerk. It's him and 2 MP9s. Tries to reposition. And that threat up through Pop Dog could be a problem for 3D Max. We'll see if the pistols can thrive. I mean, Passion are going to be starting to feel like they are a caged animal, so they're going to start running with risks, and these risks could pay off. That's the bomb drop. Everybody else turns. That was 5 players here for 3D Max. They recover it into the 2 versus 2, but you know hallzerk's op is still out here.
Yeah, but he did miss that first shot. Now look at the position they'd be in if he had hit it. He's looking for his first kill of the map. There'll be a bit of wandering now. Lots of time left over. There was good spacing on that push to make it hard to kill everybody quickly, but I think 3D Max will be happy to come out with 3 after that. Oh, no.
Timing on this one.
Oh, he didn't see that.
Kvem's got the wide
He's
angle
aiming
now.
a little
He's ready.
low.
Oh, he was thinking about the player coming down the stairs maybe. Lucky steps ahead of it. hallzerk gets a chance to recover, but the fire is going to be lethal, so he has to make sure to dodge it. Just slides in at 20 seconds and hits the critical shot onto bodyy up top. Lucky's going to force that bomb. Ever closer's got the cover of the train. Not a ton of time. hallzerk feels the squeeze, and Lucky just walks this one over. 7-0 straight on this attack. And this one, sure, made possible with those pistols, but 3D Max caught off guard in the box hall, still recovered in the face of that SMG push.
It was a nice way to use their half-buy situation, the recycled op that they had left on the floor. But Kvem obviously picked that angle right there, and Lucky ended up denying this 1-on-2 for hallzerk. That would have made up for the first missed op shot. And I'm only zoning in on this because Passion UA need anything right now. These small mistakes do matter because they need all round. They need 2 rounds.
There's a clutch attempt that could have been. Kill up ramp that could have been. Really the first round that could have been, because that's the closest of all of them, really, that Passion have had. Which is maybe a good sign in the sense that there's a lifeline, there's some kind of pulse here for Passion UA. It's just scary that they're sitting 0-7 down on a CT side of train.
That's one thing to look at this scoreline, but then to think like, to look at these rounds and to know that Passion have a playbook on train and then to still not see the ability to win these rounds, it's like, how could that? It's beyond reproach at that point. And I mean, I don't think you have the right stars necessarily firing off. Like even in their game versus MIBR, that was JT who was at the top, and he has pop-off games every once in a while, but you know, their consistent core hasn't been.
I think that result just also kind of has very little value to it, right? Desk was critical, like IBR. They do just sort of feel like they are the punching bag of the town right now. At least that's what everybody's expectations are. Happy to see them pull out of it, but alas, that's how it stands. So Passion earned a bit more runway by beating MIBR, and you can only beat the opposition that's put in front of you. But then you go up a level versus 3D Max in another best of 1. And
who knew you had to pray for harder opponents?
Yeah, you don't even have another round yet, so we get another wild one off of a pause as it's a 1-kill trade out from T-Con. hallzerk's going to try to stick on that. Thought about it anyways. Oh, they expose him. And good on JT to trade that back. body's going to take bomb and cross around. All the while, outer sight has held. There is still a threat on the other end of it in Maka.
They saw him, right?
You'd think?
It seems
he's making noise. They know he's here. He's hunting, but he's just missed timing. He thinks maybe the player's still behind these boxes, when in reality, it's a left side peek. And he hit that shot, but Kvem survived it. bodyy is given a chance to shine now. 1 versus 3 inside of a B site with quite a bit of space to play.
bodyy has a great opportunity to even just make this painful. Is really rough for Passion.
Deep push on that smoke. Whoa, Hail Mary shot comes through it. He starts firing, he reads He reads JT's walk. I love that he elicits that move and then gives himself cover. Could have turned around as they tried to push through smoke to trade, but JT keeps this simple. Not only trades out hallzerk over towards Ivy, but puts this round on the scoreboard clean and with majority still alive.
The way that 3D Max are happy to take one death as they get more ground in each of these rounds has been kind of terrifying to see. Mac 10 out of teammate, they get a kill, they lose one. Here they blow up and open a smoke into 3 targets, get a kill, get by, get this bomb down. It ends up only getting the bomb planted.
Right.
And it's actually great for Passion that they don't lose any more players, because they very easily could in a situation like that. Open sight for a certain amount of time. Lucky could have played it from anywhere. And even though he smelled the bait, still couldn't hold on.
And forward grenades to suspend that setup for Passion that's cost them at times, but nobody from 3D Max comes flying out through that smoke immediately. Doesn't mean they won't in a second. Lucky tucked in, falls back, leaves a teammate in XRCs to the corner, and
Wow.
Grim doesn't like that damage. He too will reposition here.
Cannot line up a grenade better than that. They're denying the teammate control that Passion maybe would have wanted to take right now. This is very smart here to make progress carefully.
Multiple bodies, both teams. Still more utility to slow it down, though.
They have a molly for Olaf. You got to be careful if you're Grim. Obviously, he backed off a bit because you do want to have to fight this.
But he came back, Montlanders. It's called the Void. Can't help but stick around this critical juncture.
This is the longest that anything has happened without a kill in rounds like this. Maybe this is good for Passion.
Yeah, finally a round to slow down, catch your breath.
Can he see him?
Maybe win 2 in a row. We get XRCs killing Grim first, so that grenade damage is not in vain. JT still towards E-Box as Lucky charges out through T-Con, and JT finds his. hallzerk able to come out from Ivy, collects, and JT's gonna go big.
Nice.
Not only closing out that last round with majority alive, but a triple kill for him this time. As the T-Con push was starting to go well and kill the A defenders, you had hallzerk come join in from Ivy to close out, and JT off of E-Box with a triple.
And again, it's a lot of opening tactics that got 3D Max a lot of rounds. Fast kills on train is nice. You get into a 3v3 or 4v4, you can really play down late into the clock, and it's scarier for the CT side. But here, Passion stay alive, 5 players until 45 seconds, and that's where I think they feel the strongest. They know that it's time pressure on the Ts. They know that they, with their full structure in, they know how to play a really strong setup, and they got good trades. Again, 2 rounds in a row.
But unfortunately for Passion, only 3 rounds left. 5 CT rounds, best case scenario. Good on hallzerk. I think that's right when JT's serving up this distraction. hallzerk decides to hit.
And you want to see moments like that where a team that has more reps, that wins more, knows where they can take more risks and make it look safe, right? That's how you have won so much on a map in the first place. So late but good here for Passion UA.
Oh, but what if they just charge down this B site? Because there is nobody home for Passion UA. Oh, excuse me. Nick X up on the halls.
Uh-oh, they're going to let him out. He's got to be careful if he lets him out of the choke point. They see the smoke as well. They're going to be watching this. No, they've let him cross.
Yep, and they're deep already. They could even get into Z. As
he doesn't know what's happening.
He's running over.
Oh.
Nix is going to double back and die. JT has no warning that they are that deep on the bomb site already. And Lucky, this is such a critical spot. Cuts off one of the 2 flanks.
I'm not sure if you can explain this one, man, because Nix has that deep smoke. They're walking by and not seeing anything.
Right.
Nix has to know with that ramp open, no sound on the map, like they could have pushed. I mean, it's not a super likely play to walk down the ramp, don't get me wrong. But outside, if everyone had been communicating properly, 3D Max have been really aggressive.
Yeah, making far more noise usually. So with that noise kind of vacant, yeah, maybe they are still setting up in T-Con. Maybe they are still over towards Ivy, but not even a look from Nix, and that lets them go deep. Good individual moment here for Grim to at least fight for his gun and keep 2 players up. But I think at this point, we're beyond that. This is going to be about winning rounds desperately to then have a godlike T-side yourself. 8-2 the advantage here for 3D Max.
Yeah, they don't really care about money anymore.
Yeah, like Nix coming back to hold that. Looks like he's just kind of holding bottom ramp, thinking maybe now they'll walk down.
If he was
Little
scared
does he
of it
realize,
then. Yeah.
right side peek comes flying at him. Insta headshot out of 3D Max as well. The odds just forever confirming that 3D Max have hit the ground running in this 1-1 game. Maka insta-op kills Kvem, so man advantage here for 3D Max as well, as if Passion already didn't have a rough enough time of this.
Yeah. Kvem also looks really uncomfortable in many of these outside setups. And it is these fast tactics. It is the opening kills early that are winning rounds for 3D Max. This is a statement on Train. Two kills this early, and it's really on Passion to come up with some way to put pressure and a little bait behind a hallzerk to see if they'll walk into this, and they will.
That's one back at least. He gives him a smoke.
It's actually great, the fact that he can just stand here too.
Well done,
Nice.
hallzerk. Confirming bomb in the process. Oh, what?
No scope through the smoke, walking back, and a lurk.
I mean, Maka's just been pulling bullshit out of the hat so far this major. The jumping up shot on
what a
Inferno.
shot. Yeah.
And now this one as well, just no scope around the corner through the smoke. Felt like he was just serving up a distraction so that the player on the gap could peek.
Come
you
on.
see that he believes in it. Goes for it again, gives a free kill back over to Nyx. This 1 versus 3's a little bit more doable, but met by utility.
It's the last round, gotta go for it.
It's gonna cut off critical time.
There's one more.
Could decide to go for the save. Won't even get a chance to see that bomb site as Lucky guns him down. Maka, what the hell is going on
Dude,
in that brain?
Cost you nothing to quick scope, by the way, but he has been consistently hitting these no scopes, so I guess why not try? I mean, getting the refrag on hallzerk, I feel terrible for him because I'm pretty sure Maka can't see anything.
Nothing.
Oh, he's standing in the smoke. He doesn't even have a point of reference. Now, this is a nice shot.
Also, he started this round with that opening kill on Kvem, so
Yeah.
ultimately excellent round out of Maka. He goes 3 kills deep. A little bit of French flair on that one as well. And now here we sit, final round of the half. They've already surpassed Grim. He's gonna pop up with a kill and Kvem off the back of sight with a double. So finally a more comfortable moment here for Kvem. Maka inside a smoke, which apparently is risky, but he's gonna find himself alone 1 versus 4. Knows that there's a player up close. Oh, jumping is Grim. Yeah, give him a taste of his own medicine. That's gonna be 3 rounds Passion UA on a CT side of a map that we don't think they were expecting to play today. 3D Max exceeding all expectations with this challenge so far. 1 and 11 in opening kills were Passion versus 3D Max, and I think that stat really is a testament to the difficulties of holding back T-Con. That one successful opening kill was off this man, Grim, catching a kill up close on T-Con, but barring that, it was 3D Max just steamrolling Passion UA today.
We saw a stomp because it was the perfect amount of really good rounds, some luck involved, and a great idea in pretty much every single situation. I think like they put so much pressure on Passion and then they fully crumbled. So it'll have to be a T-side response. And again, considering the odds, they have a T-side.
Good flash. Blinds 2.
And shot.
Body capitalizes. Oh, has to forego the ramp hold.
No.
That's fine. He'll kill the player up in the halls, and now Passion are just going to be looking for a plant.
No
plant. Maka comes through, denies it, and they'll get nothing.
Wow, Body. Tip of your hat, man. That is so ridiculous.
Also,
those three frags.
Great read, too, right? The flash that goes deep into it that makes that first kill even easier. Felt like everybody was prepared. Maka playing really far back so that he can just deal with somebody trying to plant, assuming that Halls is held. Oh, gross shots from Body. Executes 3. The fact he goes back to ramp and clips 1, right? Like, he could have just let ramp go, let Maka try to deal with that on site, just hold your position. But no, he helps out on both sides of that site.
Gave him a second helping. And now it's kind of chill for 3. They were just hoping to come out of the break and just win the pistol so they don't have to think too much about, they don't want to give Passion any hope here. And that's, I think, the only way that a comeback is going to take place.
I mean, a fun thing about this, just bigger picture too, is we're not expecting to see 3D Max on train. So as much of your CT side that you can hide, fantastic. This is going to cause question marks rippling through stage 2. Gravity and Maka, Exorcist the third, already making mincemeat of Passion on this outer yard. That's bomb down, no plant, nothing.
I just love the flavor of it, how aggressive it is here for 3D Max, how confident it is, and you know, I think the reason their T-side works is because they don't wait for 5v5 late round situations where Passion are strongest. That was the only time we saw Passion actually have a good sort of round where they crushed on all of the trades. Overall, 3D Max relied on tactics. They relied on fast plays to even the odds in a matchup that really isn't, if you look at the numbers, and it worked. And they're keeping that same energy here on CT side.
Passion feeling so desperate. We get this solo hallzerk by. And yeah, you're looking for a savior. It's JT dead. The Body who just sprays through it, sensing that Passion are in here. Because 3D Max have already come up through Pop Dog as well. They're welcoming this challenge. Again, if a pistol can set up the AK to pop off, then maybe, right? This is kind of a setup where 3D Max can start to get a little overconfident with just how close they are to this potential rifle threat. But it goes down. Lucky doesn't give a damn. And unfortunately, there's no other sets of Kevlar either, so made all the more uncomfortable here for Passion. They're going to try to chase 3D Max as they continue to sign up for these fights.
I love how he doesn't have to leave. Like, he just keeps fighting, and they're not scared about dying in these spots.
Can hear that AK coming. That's the rifle and the bomb just given over to him. So fine by them. Sitting up in the halls and ready to end this as quickly as possible.
They can't even scare him, let alone kill him.
This is a thrashing.
This is fantastic from 3D Max.
Deciding not to move a muscle. Knew they were coming. Knew Lucky would come bail him out if he had to, so Body holds his ground. And Gravity's right back into the kill feed here. Final attempt of Passion to get something going. Grim's gonna fight his way outwards. It's a 4v5, but at least he survives on 1 health with that 2K. But they're back. Passion into T-Con. They are gone as quickly as they came.
Okay, they'll give this up, and they respect the utility. They couldn't find any more targets right away. Grim has got them a lifeline. 1 health for Grim. And they're actually moving quite quickly to clear out B, but the way they're holding back with Maka, they're not going to really be quick to come back outside. If they want to, they can gamble. And they seem to are trying to not to overthink this, man. 2 CTs are coming in the right direction, Connor.
Oh, not like this, 3D Max. Passion starting to feel...
How are you going to be ready for 2?
I don't think you are, unless you go back into the A site, and then that's fine. Then Body's position won't be finding much, but worried about the right things. Maka keeps his head between the 2 sides of the bomb site.
No, not the Deagle!
Maka! Okay. Feeling it at all times. Doesn't matter what's in his hands.
That's ludicrous.
Style points at an all-time high for Maka so far in Budapest, and now you've got hallzerk again feeling like a shell of himself, feeling squeezed at the moment. And Bodyy, who has delivered and has been the total contrast, happy to hold his line, confident in his moves, right? Bodyy has had no second guessing, he's had no hesitation, he has had a clear plan, but now he turns the wrong direction. hallzerk has to go for the plant inside of the A site. Didn't get a chance to gun down Bodyy, who's gonna chuck that frag out, but it misses. hallzerk with a chance, Bodyy toying with the corner, and then hallzerk quietly off-site into Icon instead. Now it's gonna cause a big wrap back around, and well, Bodyy is working with that kit, sure.
It's a great reposition, though.
Still thinking about backside. Bodyy steps back.
No!
hallzerk's missed shots cost him. Not just this round, but any chance at a comeback in this second half. Total domination out of 3D Max in this 1-1 game that clearly sets them on a path to recovery from that opening loss versus Fnatic.
That was bad to worse, and it was shades of Liquid with that ending. A moment they could have actually finally taken, but 3D Max did not let off the gas pedal. They proved from the bottom of their veto that they can beat a team that's comfortable in this position. A huge risk for them that pays off, and that must be lauded.
Just the confidence to say we are of a different caliber and we have prepared coming into this event. I think that preparation, that confidence, man. Confidence and 3D Max are 2 words right now that go hand in hand. And we'll throw this one down to James Banks because we've got to get a word from 3D Max after such a quick opening to day 2.
A dominant performance coming out from 3D Max here on Train, and I want to start with this. This is T-side that you guys were able to put up and what you were able to show. You came straight out the gate, absolute dominance. Was it just a read of what they were doing position-wise? Was this you guys just playing off flow, playing better than them? Explain it to me.
I guess it's all the work we put inside when we prepare for the major. That's what was shaky for us before. We didn't have time to prepare enough, but I guess now we fix it, and we were able to show what we work on, so I guess that's what popped off the most.
And I want to ask then, because obviously you guys had a string of events, right? You were doing back-to-back events, a lot of grind coming into it. Obviously CAC was a high point. Afterwards, where you dropped off a bit, were you noticing that maybe the energy was low, you were using too much of the same old stuff?
Yeah, like when we finish our first run, yeah, we're like, okay, we're dead. We need like a 5 days break. Just let's go chill a bit. And then after we came back stronger and we put everything we had to finish this season. So yeah.
Extra, I want to ask you about specifically this T side because it's been showing that this is kind of like a staple 3D Max style that you're playing. You're kind of, one guy is aggressive trying to look for a frag and then you're thriving in these 4v4 situations eventually. Is this something that you have prepared specifically for best of 1? Because that's so much pressure because you can pop out everywhere and you can be annoying at every part of the map. Can 3D Max show this kind of resilience and this playstyle in depth of best of 3s as well, which you're now going to play?
Yeah, I mean, this is not like a very specific preparation for BO1, so yeah, obviously it's just 3D Max game style, I would say. That's what we lost, kind of our identity in the last games, in the last tournament. But yeah, just 3D Max identity, so yeah, for BO3 we're gonna be the same.
This is actually where you thrive, right? So you refine that kind of playstyle when you talk about aggressiveness, but you have to fall back a little bit on the passive side at some point as well. Are you ready to do that later on?
We will see later.
have to mix it up every now and again. But for how things started for you yesterday, right, on that opening game, it was a bit of a surprise loss to many of the community. You were favored in that one. What was the conversation like just coming into the day to make sure you didn't get off to a bad foot moving into another best of one? What changed internally within the team?
We just accept that we kinda didn't show our best game in the first one. We get surprised by the map. We also get surprised by their skills. But to be fair, we just get destroyed. So we just came back at the hotel, just chill a bit, rest, and then full focus on ourselves.
I love that, man. Thank you very much for all the insight. Big congratulations to you. I appreciate it. Guys, make some noise for Exercise at 3D Max!
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
The coach of NIP, and today I'm gonna do pick'ems for stage 2. I think the first team I'm gonna put on 3-0 is Aurora. I believe in the Turkish squad. Santares, great form lately. Let's put 3D Max also 3-0. They've been looking pretty sharp lately. I'm gonna put Imperial 0-3. Sorry, Brazil. Even though that they showed pretty good, decent form in stage 1, I'll put M80. Advancing, I'll put ourselves, of course, NIP. Then I will put our Danish brothers in Australis. We're gonna play each other the first game. I think both teams will make it through eventually. Let's put FaZe Clan. They looked bad in stage 1, but it's FaZe Clan. Everyone knows them. They get better and better throughout the tournament, so I'm gonna gamble on FaZe Clan. I'm really unsure about Navi's form lately, but they should make it, right? Yeah, let's put Liquid as well. Let's just put Fnatic. Pretty decent in prac, so, and they've been pretty good lately as well. So yeah, I think I have my teams.
For the 3-0 teams, I'm gonna go with Aurora as one of them. I think they feel they have a little bit of a head start to some of the other teams in the firepower department. I think they will have a good chance of making 3-0. And then for the other 3-0 team, I'm gonna pick Navi. Matching up against the other teams, I think they have a pretty good shot at going 3-0. I'm gonna go with the MIBR as one of the 0-3 teams. Looking at the field, they're probably among the weaker ones, I would say. I'm gonna be a little bit controversial and put Passion UA. Maybe they start off a little bit cold. That's at least my assumption here for the 0-3. For the teams advancing, I'm gonna put us there. Like, we're still trying to develop our game and map pool a little day by day. It's still a little fresh with Magisk, so I'm gonna pick us to advance. FaZe as a safe pick instead of the 3-0, as again, if you look at the first stage, they had their problems as well, but they're still a really good team, so I expect them to go through as well. And then I'm gonna pick Liquid. They have really good individuals, which should be enough to carry them through here. And for the other picks, I'm gonna go to 3D Max. They have this unique play style that will catch a lot of teams off guard, including some of the big names, maybe in the next stage as well. So I expect them to go through M80. It's a matter of style, like with 3D Max, and I think they have a good shot, maybe not as one of the favorites, but to climb through maybe in a 2-2 game or something, to get their spot in the next stage. Paravision, because you should not underestimate a team with Jame on it, especially in majors. So I think a lot of teams have done that in the past, so I'm gonna lock in my Jame hope here.
I will start 3-0 Fnatic. I will go with Aurora. Have a good feeling about them this tournament.
and they won Bucharest. Had some time off now, and I just think they're a very strong team. And now 2 teams eliminated 0-3. I will say MIBR. It's very hard for me to see what's the winning condition in that team. I mean, Fury is showing completely the opposite, right? But I will go with MIBR there. Probably a big hot take, but I will put 3D Max 0-3. They've had some rough period recently. I know big chance it was because of the fatigue, and they've been traveling a lot. They had like 3 tournaments in China. Maybe something is wrong in the team. It's not only about the fatigue. 3-2, 3-1 teams did advance. I will put Navi there. I will put Astralis there. Both very quality teams. I will continue with FaZe. If there's gonna be a way how they make it, it's probably gonna be again through 3-1 or 3-2. I don't expect them to go flawless 3-0. Bad division. I just love the story about them. I just hope this story can continue. I will put Tyloo advancing. I feel like Tyloo's playstyle can be very effective in BO1s. They are explosive and a team who likes to play in an unexpected way. I will go with Passion UA. I'm not necessarily a fan of them, but considering my teammates had a history there, I hope they are doing good. These are my pick'ems.
J'ai la sortie BO. BO. Il peut sortir de mollo.
Derrière d'un mollo.
Il va BB, fais gaffe. Je suis QBP. Oh, terre, HP.
J'ai pas une gros de ma gueule.
Bien joué. Blanc. 4 HB.
BBA.
53 BBA.
3-3.
Joker.
Un BP. Un closet.
Closet last.
Let's go!
Alex, non.
Merci Alex, en tard.
T'as fait -3 ma gueule.
Nice!
Okay, so at the start of this game, we heard from 3D Max, and they said we're gonna smash them, and then they smashed them. That was difficult to watch.
No, I think there was really only one team on this server. You know, you look at some of the stats, even entry stats. Passions only managed to pick up 1 entry in this entire game of 16 rounds. 1 versus 15 of 3D Max, and they showed with their aggressive, you know, they put their players at risk as well. They put their players, you know, aggressively taking early space, and they still won every single duel, except 1.
I was shocked by the amount of moments in this game where Passion UA walk away from the round with egg on their face. There were moments where Grim and JT were trying to fight towards T main, in which case someone from 3D Max beats them on a timing to blindside them. There were times where Nyx was posted up towards upper, and then they walk out towards lower, just under his nose. It felt like 3D Max had all of the timings, all of the misdirection, everything that could have possibly made this look like a tactical breakdown where 3D Max comes out on top. They satisfied that. That was their win condition, and they absolutely met it.
There's nothing, I mean, Devilwalk said it, there was 1 team in the server. How do you analyze what happened here?
I mean, it's hard to kind of put everything into words. I think there was a mismatch in, like, you know, Passions, they wanted to do alley aggression. All of a sudden, 3D Max pop out T main, they got a double entry. I'm surprised they didn't cancel that, but it's almost like they tunnel visioned a little bit and didn't actually adapt to what 3D Max was doing, and just constantly get caught off guard. You know, at some point you need to take a pause, you need to take a break, reevaluate. Okay, our game plan didn't work. They have us on the back foot and kind of try to do something differently. It just felt like they got surprised in every avenue of the game. Early entries, even when the second rotation comes in, he was surprised about far along they've pushed that or scaled those bomb sites, and yeah, they were 1 or 2 seconds too late with everything.
Usually there's just a moment for Passion UA where somebody like Grim or hallzerk gets a much needed multi-frag, but when 3D Max had so many starters that caught off Passion UA off guard, well then even the star players can't do anything, because if they're getting shot by a guy that they didn't even know was possibly there, well, it's never even a fair fight to begin with.
This is the problem for Passion UA now, because they're obviously going to drop down into this bracket where they're fighting for their lives, and coming off the back of that loss, they're not going to be feeling very confident. We'll get a chance to speak more about them tomorrow when we see them. Now we're moving into our next matchup. It is another best of one for you. Fnatic up against Imperial. Time to get going, and I am hyped for this one.
Yeah, here we go again. I don't know how to read that one out, but...
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
On one side, we have Fnatic, who have kind of become the bad boys of Tier 1.5 CS with the latest exclusion of Cypher from the major. But I want to even actually maybe take a look at Imperial here, who I feel like have kind of subtly done a great job at keeping themselves in the conversation, keeping themselves relevant. Because, just a reminder, about 4 years ago, this team was brought together to be that last dance. Well, the only guy that's still dancing is Vinny, and he's qualified for multiple consecutive majors ever since Copenhagen. He had that one misstep back actually at Paris, but ever since then, they've qualified for every single major. They're always finding a couple little victories here and there that make you have to pay attention to them for a second, and he's doing it with pieces that are more or less kind of just the scraps of the Brazilian scene. He doesn't have the elite talent of a Furia or an MIBR, so for him to actually consistently call as well as he does and get everybody on the page as quickly as he does so that they're getting to these majors in such successive fashion, I already have tipped my hat to Imperial, but I think the stage 2 berth is kind of where the road ends for them.
Maui, what is wrong? You said nice things about Imperial. What has happened?
You know, I've said so many bad things about Cello and Skulls, I had to change eventually.
I don't know.
That's just all it is, really.
I don't know how to cope with this drastic change for Maui, Devilwalk.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think we have to have a conversation in the talent room later.
A few too many hateful replies on my Twitter, and then eventually you're going to break, okay?
You can break him. That's what we're learning.
is.
On the side of Fnatic, can we just touch on the Cypher conversation? Because I haven't actually had a chance to say this. We don't really know what was going on in the team. We don't know why they made that change. We don't know why they felt that this was the right move, but here they are in stage 2 of the major. They're looking really good. We got to give them some credit. Something's working there. Maybe it's time to let go of the British brethren.
I mean, I think Fnatic is an interesting team because they approach their T-sides very differently to a lot of the teams. A lot of the teams, they kind of go for that 4-1, and Fnatic, they like to play the CSGO way. You spread out, you work the map, and you consistently take map control in a slow basis, and then kind of group up. The problem with that is aggression. When you leave these like solo players on the edges of the map, they are very, very vulnerable, especially in this CS2 era. So a lot of the things that Fnatic need to do well in this matchup is actually eliminating the aggression from Imperial, making sure they keep their manpower alive, and slowly take the map control after that. So they just need to be ready. They kind of need to play what FaZe did yesterday on Dust 2. Just spread out, hold your positions, always have a backup plan to withdraw from an engagement and deal with it with team play.
Okay, so we heard earlier on 3D Max with the fighting talk against Passion UA. Let's find out if Imperial or Fnatic had some choice words for one another.
Last time they got us on train, we're not repeating the same mistake. Let's see on this show now.
You can say.
It's gonna be a different game.
Wow, Fear, that was very insightful. Very insightful. It's going to be a different game, Maui.
Why would Fear want it to be a different game? If I get a 13-3 in my first matchup with the team, I want the exact same game. Just run it back.
It's a different game. You want a 13-1.
Maybe he wants to play more Counter-Strike.
More stage time, I suppose. All right, we've got the veto rolling in here. It ends up on Dust 2. I thought it was actually a fairly probable Mirage, but Fnatic decided to take that out, probably off the back of Imperial looking pretty competitive at this major against a handful of teams on that map. So
especially Na'Vi.
Exactly, that was a very close matchup for them yesterday. So don't want to actually mess with that Devilwalk, so we end up on Dust 2.
Yeah, I think it's probably a good map for both teams. You know, I think the Try is going to get a lot of space on this map. You know, he's been the star, player for this team alongside with No Way. But, yeah, so it's an off battle for me. It's going to be very, very determined. And it also leaves you with a lot of gaps where Imperial can push, they can take space, they can make pressure in the dark area, the long areas, and that middle avenues. So it leaves for a lot of option for aggression.
We're all saying Fnatic in our predictions to win this. I know why I'm saying Fnatic. I think Astralis did blame F dirty. I want to see him do better. I love Crims. I'm always going to be old school like that. Why are you saying Fnatic?
I'm saying Fnatic, but I find it to be a lot closer than people might expect. Coming into the major, I don't think many people had their eyes on Imperial, but as Devilwalk already mentioned, Try is such a phenom. The way that he dismantled MIBR yesterday was exceptional. The way that they set him up with just every single boost possible, every single nade combo to break a smoke so that he gets an unfair fight, a surprise fight against his opponents. There's all these setups that they do, even for Cello too, to get him up cat, make sure that he's the entry going up there. They have a lot of their plans very much so determined before this game even starts. So Fnatic have to be on their game in not only quelling that sort of aggression that can come out from the individuals, but I think the protocols are better than people may think for Imperial here.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Let's get into it. It's time, Scrawny and Launders are ready. Fnatic up against Imperial.
Oh, baby, I'm so happy Maui Snake had to call that out. Why wouldn't you want the exact same result, Launders? It's a 13-3 and today will be different? I don't know if Fnatic and
when you lose enough, I guess, you start.
Got the memo. I mean, I guess it's different because we are on a different map, right? That blowout of a 13-3 did occur over on Train. We're going to change up the playing field ever so slightly, take it over to Dust 2, and see whether Fnatic can win that convincingly again.
Yeah, I don't know. That's, I think, a tough sell. I think we've all seen Imperial get better. When Stage 1 took place, Imperial were worse. They were a team that have definitely taken to the practice of these live matches in front of the crowd and are gearing up for maybe a deeper run. It could very well be their last stage. The same could be said for Fnatic. They are slightly favored in this matchup, though, obviously.
I think you always have to remember, though, is that when the favorites end up losing in day one, then people are going to slip into the next stage that maybe you wouldn't expect be there. Are multiple of those teams going to be able to make it through? Maybe. But you've already got Ninjas and Bait playing in their 2-0 games. So it feels like the door is closing, and you want to make sure you can still slip in. Don't go down to the 1-2 pool, which is where the loser of this one heads. Fear under pressure from both sides of the A site. 3 players pushing strong out long. Jack Asmo's got himself a second. That is one half of this attack cut down. It's numbers even, 3v3, but as he jumps around in the smoke, Vinny's going to get the better of him. Man advantage goes the way of Imperial, and no way will capitalize on that one. Crim's clutch cut down to an unlikely state with that push to 24 health. So long players find their groove, slide into that bomb site, plant, and no contest from there on out.
Yeah, they fought, they worked for that one, and they go up around here on Dust 2. Maybe it will be a different day, Connor. Maybe it will, if Fear can help it. I'm kind of ready for everything because when we saw Fnatic play against 3D Max, I think we saw Fnatic look really strong, but also 3D Max looked really weak, and I think that was a result. If you caught 3D Max with a couple games behind them, it might have looked different.
Eagle shot missed by Jack Asmo. Still, lower tunnel control could bode well. Fnatic also have the exit path if they want to head up into upper, but Vinny makes sure to check beneath the floorboards.
That's a careful clear.
He'll find Krams. Oh, shotgun though reveals itself. And do you really want to push tunnels versus the Mag 7? Firebomb to push him back. Feels like a better idea, but Try is still signing up for this.
It's like they want the kills, but the bomb gets thrown forward. Yeah. Would you have that be the entry man to get the trade?
You knew the shotgun was down here.
You know it only takes one click, right?
They don't actually know about Blame F either, so it's not just a solo shotgun. But Blame stops watching the upper push.
The Mag 7.
A third kill. That is money made by the Mag 7, which they knew was there the whole time. Jack Asmo throws caution to the wind by that dive over top of the ledge. And so it's going to be the open run for the bomb towards B. Can Jambo grab something better than a USP? Surely. There's plenty of weapons down in the lower tunnel.
He's trying to be careful. Oh, never mind. I thought he was trying to be careful not to make noise.
He thinks maybe somebody has stuck around. That is the case. Vinny on the other side of the doors. Jambo, no kit. It's a long road towards that B site for the defuse. So let's see what he takes a look at this. It's great damage, has to be said. Well done, Fear. I feel like we've been watching a lot of Mag 7 buys, and most of them coming up empty-handed. He finds 3 kills, the bomb carrier included. I mean, that's just one of those sketchy moments from Imperial.
And it's going to be a sketchy game. It just is. Two teams, even if they get better, are making some of the most mistakes so far at the major, where teams are getting better around them, so they stand out a little bit more. You could say it's a great Mag 7 play, but also that's not a great containment situation. And they're even lucky that a second Fnatic player jumps off of Cat to offer them up a chance to guarantee the 2v1 and a safe plan inside the B site. But after this first kill, don't send this bomb forward,
right?
You know. And then how do they forget after Skulls gets a kill that there was still a Mag 7 on the staircase?
Jambo's op though. Interesting. Deagle spam inside of the B site. Imperial just tried to charge in. Headstrong. Jambo missed chances with that AWP. That's a lot of firepower.
Mollying right on the bomb. Or right on the op, excuse me, but they'll still snag it.
Would have loved to have made that work, but instead, Fear scoops it up, and you need to save that if you're Fnatic, so Fear's gonna run for the hills, and Imperial off to the races. 3-0 the start for this T side.
It's a quick tactic.
Really impressive, I think, yesterday was, we say like these are still two teams that are making some mistakes. And when we look at that second game for Fnatic yesterday, 13-11 versus Bait, we could have been looking at a Fnatic in the 2-0 pool if 2 rounds go differently. Meanwhile, Imperial had to go up against what is one of the most predicted 3-0 teams in this pool in Na'Vi. And it was nice to see Imperial get a chance to fight versus a better team of a new caliber that we haven't really had so far at the event.
They got 10 rounds.
And show promise. You know, I thought to myself, like, okay, Imperial will beat MIBR like everybody else expected. You know, one of those teams had to win, was kind of like the tone set in the morning. And then to push Na'Vi as they did, that felt to me like a near breakthrough moment for Imperial. And even though they didn't break through, it's still of a different caliber.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a scare. Yeah, definitely was the, maybe it's not the best performance they had since they didn't win, but one of the most impressive for different reasons. And I think, you know, iron sharpens iron. That's something that they can take with them as they move forward as well. A round or two away, man, that was Bait's whole run. There's been a lot of games that have rested on very minor moments, and that's just how it's going to go. And credit to Bait, actually, because all their games have been close, and they've won almost every single one.
What is it, 5 games that go, or 5 maps that go 13-11 or overtime, and they picked up 4 of those 5 as victories?
We're back in Rio.
That's what it feels like. Try boosted up. Trying to hold back the lower push. Doesn't come out of Fnatic's camp this round.
And I want to just, you know, they mentioned Try. He's like star player, phenom, all this, but he was good versus MIBR, but that's it.
Right.
I mean, we only saw that outstanding, like a 2.29 map versus MIBR, but we just said also MIBR were the punching bag of the stage, so
it's like a playground bully moment.
This is a more of a test.
Fnatic also, you know, we mentioned Bait just because it was relevant from last night.
Ooh,
but Fnatic also playing close matches.
They trusted that Molly. There's often a gap. They don't think Skulls is on this side. He's going to peek first, surely. He has to shoulder that. Yeah, that's just a mistake out of Fnatic, and now they might pay.
Galil down beneath the card player means Crimson with nothing. Jambo recovers on the second shot, but it is yet again a B-bomb site taken over by Imperial with quite a pace.
How many times do we see that? Molly on the right side of tunnels.
Always a gap.
Always a gap. The smaller Mollies now, and you know, Skulls isn't even worried about it. He doesn't even think about, I need to jump out of here, I need to smoke this. He just chills. So that's small tactic in this moment. And again, it's a small mistake. It's a small mistake that leads to a round win. It sets up Jambo for failure. It's an easy punish for Imperial. They immediately crowd around the idea of taking B again. And it's a flying start for the team that's the underdog in this game.
You know, Maui Snake was highlighting the consistency of Imperial being able to string these majors together, right? Vinny calling for this organization that we really didn't know what it would look like after Fallen departed. How long they would stick around, etc. Like, it was meant to be the last dance, and now it's continued. Right, there's still a beat going on, and
it's
that
the
heartbeat,
after party.
right? We have to remember that it was back at Copenhagen where Vinny himself and this Imperial organization pushed the door open for more Brazilian teams to start attending the major cycle. They earned new slots for South America. Top 16 is mere games away now for Imperial.
It definitely felt like they'd have a hard time attracting talent once you know they lose Fallen, but no, they have created a new team.
We get Cello down in lower tunnels, getting closer to Jambo, who now spots him, chucks a grenade his way. That has to take 40 damage on the fallback.
Yeah, the opportunity for the kill was in lower.
They'll group up behind this long door. Smoke soon to fade at a minute 15. Fear plays close contact. Jambo's coming over as well now to come help him. So layered defense up on the line. Will find Vinny.
Good kill.
Gets out of there. Remember, he took all that damage on the fallback, but he's good not to die on that peak. Now Try sitting on the angle. They don't expect Fear on the barrel. And so Try doesn't even get a chance to shoot back at anything. Just goes for the blind shot, and if he re-peaks, now Jambo's on it.
That was bad,
That's going to be his second one for Jambo. Imperial being very hard-headed about coming out long, and Cello even tagged by that wall bang.
Oh, no, that's up here on Cat somehow.
Oh, that makes more sense.
It was at the same moment, but...
Meanwhile, we get this Fnatic pushing off of the B site, so taking control and very confident in their repositions this round. This is a strong look in round 5.
And again, another small mistake's going to be a through line for this game. This time it's on Imperial. Try takes that shot, then throws up his Sky Flash that isn't very good at all, and then goes for the re-peek right into the Yappa Jambo. Jambo, good punish on the first kill. On the desk, they brought up that Fnatic can get too spread out. They Devil Walk said play it like CSGO sometimes, and we have seen that, like on Inferno, where they leave a man out. They don't have a full advantage yet. They can actually lose the round if that player dies, and then they do. Well, here's a moment where Fear is well protected. He doesn't sit at the barrels and then go to peek long. He waits for Jambo to come and help him. So it's super good on the setup here from the CT side. And of course, you're not going to be thinking that there's someone up close to the barrels after that op shot comes in.
That's the version of Fnatic I want to see, as Imperial tests the limits early with that 4-round streak.
One thing I loved about the Perry match interview is they said they focus on all the small details more than anything else because they know they have good players, and they have someone learning grenades for them.
Easy.
Nice tactic here to get Jambo another frag. Keep him active. Oh.
Well. Still blocks some of the doorway, but...
Keep Jambo moving.
Okay.
And he really, really does well going aggressive, and he's an opera that can think for himself. Some operas need to have their hand held through every single aggressive maneuver.
Kind of push.
And Jambo can just continuously go. Just keep him supported. All right. I don't know.
It's a tight trigger. No way getting wound up. Just that ominous one-shot top middle. Who's the tap destined for next? Well, they would bank on Cello getting space up catwalk.
Missing all these little pieces of utility, though, just slightly.
Fear just looked into long doors and then decides to pull away from that one. Didn't see anything, so didn't go all the way through either, but surely feeling like he can start to cheat back to the site. We're going to go CT smoke and Try lurks out middle, but this is clearly Imperial coming up the catwalk into this waiting hands of Jambo.
Man, they're fine. 3 in B.
Yeah,
I mean,
nobody on B is taking a look at middle either, so they're just kind of letting that threat go, but also pushing pressure onto Jambo,
nice.
who won't miss that follow-up. Looking for another!
Oh.
That's a headshot!
Nasty.
No way gets splattered on the cat approach. Bomb carrier is going to start to peel away, and this is Jambo from start to finish. Boosted up for the first one, repositions onto the corner, and just lets Imperial come to him. 3 clean op shots.
I'm going to be a negative Ned this game. More small mistakes. So was Jambo ever blind?
No.
They threw a scaling flash, didn't hit it. They went to clear the cat corner, missed that flash too. And Jambo, for sure, if you're going to go this loose on lower and not flash cat before you peek, even if someone's boosted up, I try to make it positive. I said nice tactic, nice boost, but it's also counterable. he can't have open lines as an opper versus that cat cross. He should get one good shot in at max, and he should have to work hard for it. You didn't see that.
Think of the confidence that gives him, though. So he'll be happy to take up an open line, and now already starting to push into tunnels. He is not missing these shots. This is the form that you want out of your op the moment the gun rounds begin.
It's one of the best oppers to just keep going aggressive all the time.
He's not the only op on the field right now, but his counterpart in Try, who we tried to sing the praise of after that MIBR best of 1, is 1-3 so far here for Imperial. Currently, the scales of the op presence tilt Fnatic fully. We get this clumping of Imperial in middle and a pistol to just test the waters out through door. BlameF will give you a little room, but as you climb up towards the catwalk, Jambo is not a part of this just yet. His responsibility is still long.
I wonder if they're even worried about a smoke on a round like this. They're trying to cheat a timing here. They don't have great guns, so.
It's going to bank on Skulls and Try using the 2 rifles they do have.
Going through it.
Incendiary ahead of the pack. That'll cost them some health. Oh, they kind of stall as these flashes find their mark.
Try got his.
BlameF's gone down.
Nice shot.
Jambo's still alive, but he's lost both players within this site.
To Try.
It's Imperial taking position as Opper versus Opper. They go back and forth. He hit that shot. Try misses in the head-to-head. That gives Jambo a little more room, but finally he whiffs one. Jack Asmo into the clutch quickly. Bottom of the ramp tested already. Try's got cover, but not enough. And his Skull sits now behind that box. He is going to feel pinned into this corner. Fnatic on top of him already. He will fight his way out of it. And as that second player climbs, Crims comes in clutch. Adds one to the scoreboard early.
Nice closeout. Man, lots of chances there for both sides. Good start to the round out of Jambo. Nice call to go through the smoke here for Imperial, and they made their space. They had lots of good flashes on the ramp. You saw that. They didn't get the kill right away. They got the info and Try 2 frags. We didn't get to witness them, but look how good they were. But Try misses opportunity to trade out long, and then he got stuck by his own volition behind these barrels. Lacked vision and got killed. There was more impact to be had.
Timeout taken by Zach. Just kind of collects himself there for a second. Certainly feels like a momentum shift in the server, in the room even.
And the pressure on both these teams to win right now.
Oh, this 1-1 is
They know they're so lucky to get this matchup for a best of 1, just to have a much better chance, more chances in the best of 3. But yeah, Jambo, he's, well, Fnatic have 3 rounds, but in them, he's been the best.
See if he can keep it going. It is an Imperial that comes back at this one with full guns. Limited in that last round and still got it close. The 2 rifles they did bring to the table found their marks. This is one of the lighter ace starts that we've had out of Fnatic. Gonna tuck Jack Asmo into the mid doors. This is Jambo back B plat. Again, just so mobile, right? Constantly changing it up. It's going to cause Imperial to just tiptoe their way around this map, constantly under threat that op is around any of these corners. You just never really know when Jambo's in the groove like this.
Jack Asmo wants to peek, you know he does. But he's just gathering so many audio cues. Bomb getting dropped, scopes close by him, player walking up cat with a fast step. He's an inside man here for Fnatic.
He's freed up from that B site, and this is wild. That bomb still kind of floats in between both sides of mid doors.
They're going to run into this.
He wants this kill before he heads back to the site. At what point does Crims say, I need you? Jack Asmo flustered by the fire. Jambo sticking around. They're all grouping up inside of that B site, and it's actually Jambo killed, so now Crims is going to have to come up massive on his own. When does he pull the trigger? Slides out, finds 2, tries fast reaction, and it feels like now ops on both sides of this game are starting to come online. Vinny changes glances through middle, and that's going to free up Fear to try to come bolster this window push where Skulls cuts one down, but Fear gets his double, and BlameF holds off on the mid lurk. It may not have been Jambo this time, but the support system slides into B at the perfect moment.
I mean, I just took a look at the utility. I'm like, they're not winning a retake. That had to be Fear making that move at that moment when they were going to plant. Called it out perfectly, right out of the window. Krim's got his on the B site hit. And even though there was a nice trade out of try, at the end of the day, I think, at first with the exact, they were more surprised to see how many players were defending that doorway. Made it really hard to actually put forward the B split. Now this game is tied up.
And Imperial in one of the worst states we've seen so far. Looks like Try's on the brink of getting answers to the Jambo presence, but having to kneel out of this round, you'd assume. Still plenty of utilities here for Imperial, so I'm curious to see where they end up, what they pressure first, whether they can somehow manage a kill. Maybe all that presence in middle, right? Jack Asmo and Jambo sticking around for those fights. We'll see if they try to pounce on something here, but it is Blame F, which is going to give you a different setup, surely. He'll set the door on fire, just pull back into his spawn. That's free space for Imperial at least, right? With the left-right smokes out mid, now a body behind it. They're going to start charging down this B site. This is going to have to hold strong between Jack Asmo and Krims, and the pistol's just flying through as the tunnel push also emerges. So far, so good. Krims' gun goes empty. Skulls gets a double off the P250, and that's going to be the bomb plant not denied.
Yeah.
A weapon picked up for Skulls as well.
An upgrade comes through. Is there another gun to grab?
There should be Krims' back plat.
Yeah.
That's a second M4 nabbed. Flashes come over top, and they're going to try their luck on the doorway. Jumbling up on top of one another. They do still emerge. Clean kill out of Skulls, and he gets that vision onto the fourth as it's Try to find his from the platform. Huge quad kill coming out of Skulls.
Yeah, that's nasty. A P250 double entry.
Between two players in very different positions. It's not like he gets up close and they line up.
The worst shape that they've been in.
What does this look like?
That's 2v5.
Wow.
2v5 with nothing. Did he even have armor? Yeah, he did with his pistol.
Taps him out of it. I said it was the worst state we'd seen Imperial come into the round with, and yet they walk away with a victory, putting an end to that 4-round streak of Fnatic. And that's my favorite thing about Try. It just feels like he has found more X Factor in this roster than back when we had him in his international endeavors. Skulls. Just more X Factor. You know, those Mirage clips at the start of the year. And that's the cool thing about Imperial, right? We talk about a team that they've had runs elsewhere. Cello going with Fallen originally on the departure. Try having to leave behind his countrymen, playing for Legacy at one point with coldzera. That didn't work.
Oh, he's gonna walk. Krim's gonna walk right into it. Oh, right into his death, man. Skull's watching this. It's more impact from him. It's yeah, unanswerable trade, and they've been looking for a reason to go mid-B every single round this game.
Oh, Jambo eating flashes, comes out with a back turn.
This is big though. He can come and help B, and now his teammates can rotate through as well. They have to cancel this idea.
Yes, they do. That gives Imperial cold feet.
And that's the X Factor Jambo brings.
They send Try back towards mid instead. They still stick around a bit. Try finding Fear is starting to pull players off, but it's okay. You put Jambo on the B site. He loses his support, but still finds Vinny. And he goes for the reload under pressure. No way he's going to peel him off with a tall box, and it's still Imperial to come through. Try going back, the only player to actually leave the tunnels, and it has massive impact for Imperial's split.
Oh man, they just demanded so much of Jambo right there. He had to reload his op. He was having so much efficacy with this gun, finding so many openers, couldn't afford to miss a single shot. I don't even know when he took the extra one. In a rare moment where that op nerf actually affects the outcome. I feel like this should have been a done deal when Jambo got his op kill in middle, and then they really lost control of the situation once again, and that's the thing with Fnatic, it's going to be messy. Up numbers doesn't mean much with them. And conversely, low numbers doesn't mean much for Imperial. They keep believing.
We said we know both teams want this one really badly. I feel like we feel that within the rounds. Willing to go that extra mile to try to make things click in the face of the adversity that was Jambo's rotation. Getting stuffed on the first attempt to exit. Imperial, you know, they didn't fully bail on the idea. Felt like they had an emergency protocol, and it felt like Tri just pulled it off. Had to be him. Now we get this one M4 for Fear, taking a glance towards top middle. What do you think they get in
It doesn't
front of
matter
this
now.
commitment?
So, yeah, they're just gonna go. They're gonna go rotate here, but I don't think Imperial care if they know they're 5 long.
Okay, they'll stand up, try to test them with just pistols, and BlameF finds Jello at least. Trying to cross over, smoke will not get popped open. No tools for the job as far as Fnatic are concerned. Barring this, M4 from Fear makes contact. Now Imperial worried about it. They boost up that rifle, and now we've got a bomb dropped in the middle of the site. At least there's still plenty of time to recover. But making the most of that smoke was Fnatic. Just coming at the attack from different angles, forcing Imperial to kind of halt for a second. Bomb gets picked back up. We'll see if Crims gets crazy.
Yeah, there's no boost in place, and they'll
Nothing
fake to make sure that no one's jumping up, and they won't be.
Crims will try to start, but again, just the USP. Worst case, Skulls eats the first dink, and it doesn't ever connect. Now all that's left is the BlameF 5-7 that started this round. He will find another one. That Skulls cracked. Try waiting, just holding off ramp, but Crims comes in with one. Finding a Desert Eagle on the retake. Bomb is planted for Tri, but he's gonna have 2 pistols pushing at him at the same time, and he misses a critical shot. That's one chance missed, no kit. Fnatic gotta get on top of this bomb. You've got Tri into the corner on 9 health, and they pull that off!
Oh man, a lot of regret here for Imperial. The eco victory on this 5v5 long take, and they just went too fast. They tried to get to the site. Once they crossed outside of long, you can sit on the ramp for a while. You don't have to go plant while the long cross smoke is still up. You can watch for boosts. They didn't molly elbow. They didn't smoke off cat. They didn't wait for their long cross smoke to come up. They didn't do the punishes that actually Fnatic have no way to counter. If they're given that space, they're going to take it. So good on Fnatic for finding every answer, but it's another eco one in this game, this time not by Imperial.
Fun head-to-head there. We get Tri and Jambo locking horns instantly in the final round of the half. Felt like that fight had been brewing, but without them going head-to-head until now, and Tri comes out on top with 12 HP. Vinny's gonna slide into the space that had created, but he does it alone, hopes to go unnoticed, and instead gives man advantage right back. So we go even 4v4.
He wants to try to double down on this lurk and get out into middle. There's actually only Crims here on B. He's got to be careful with his life right now if he dies.
Can't jump. He'll go back in off his nade. And he softened them up quite well.
They have the B site right now.
No way, sitting here as multiple players coming at him. Oh, he goes unchecked. BlameF, nice reaction. Slams it into No Way's head. Tri coming down late. Remember, tagged by Jambo at the very start of this round.
He just wants to go into B site.
But he
Skulls
doesn't
to delay.
want to announce that he's rotating, so he's taking his sweet time. Skulls trying to play the thin side of this smoke. Retake in full effect. Skulls, element of surprise, catching them off. Now all the health is even. And that's both bodies spotted by BlameF. He'll get it! A clutch for the road for Benjamin. And a tied half at the end of it. This is 2 teams fighting for everything because they know there's a world of difference between 2 chances to qualify and facing elimination twice. match here, Imperial and Fnatic, and we had some sloppy moments, maybe not the highest quality of Counter-Strike launders, but electric, that much undeniable.
And also what you expect from both of these teams, and a fairly, well, a close game, obviously, when it all shakes out. And I think no matter what, no matter how rounds go, when you see Fear, you see a guy who's just excited to win.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't feel like he's getting down on himself when rounds don't go according to plan. Or the ecos, they went back and forth, right? He's only thinking about the positives. This is actually a totally open A site. Good idea here, Fnatic, to just rush this long play.
Feels like that's actually such a great, such a great element of having a leader that just kind of doesn't see the negative.
Yeah.
Right? Or at least doesn't feel it, it seems.
Or at least doesn't share it in the live game.
Right. Yeah. Go nitpick afterwards. For now, just fight round after round. That's what Fnatic and Imperial both did. It felt like Jambo was going to be the king of that first half. Tri found his groove as time went on. This also felt free because the A site was completely vacant until Imperial just come steamrolling down long. They pick up 3 kills in the process. No answer back until they find this fight inside of the site. Good cat lurk coming out. Jack Asmo gets popped by No Way. The only other player not to go long comes in with those critical 2 closing kills.
They also were smart. You see some teams playing retake without a smoke. They actually brought one, or sorry, Kit, they brought one to this 5v5 retake, so really well done off the long control. That's where Fnatic were going to game plan towards too. So if this is a cat retake, it could come down to a long plat USP versus a sight Glock looking down, getting really uncomfortable. Actually, the reverse would be true. They'd have long, so anyways, they don't risk it. They go right for the throat. Fnatic were probably feeling pretty good for a second. They still got a plant, though.
Sure, but you had a plant and a 5v5. I'm sure you can't help but think you've won the pistol.
Yeah. Last half ends with a Blame F clutch.
Cheeky 1v2 through the window.
One thing I definitely like is when we talk about this, like Fnatic and Blame F, it's not so much about, hey, hurry your lurk up. You know,
Right.
He definitely has really improved on that a ton.
I think also sometimes we've seen him start entering, like when he's got a good spawn or when it feels like there needs to be that kind of an adjustment.
And he's like sacrifice just,
Yeah.
you know, getting eco kills and stuff like that, or just laying back for exits. And so the score lines aren't as outstanding as they used to be, but the team is definitely more functional. I actually think it's the rest of the team that needs to have a bit more structure. I'm really liking what we see out of Jambo, the consistency from Blame F overall, Crimson stage 1 as well. Still a work in progress.
And Bomb Plant nets them quite a solid buy here. We go 3 Galils, Tech-9 and a Deagle. After watching that first half, we know that you can win with less. So Fnatic come into this one with expectations. Tunnels there for the taking, no immediate aggression out of Imperial. Just Skull starting to tiptoe down towards middle now. Smokes it himself and then recommits over to Carr on B.
Yeah,
So
they're welcoming an A hit. They have a Goose player, so they want it to be a cat play.
leaning back and hoping Fnatic just commit with this space offered over to them, but does it feel too free? Given all the space in the world to commit out Catwalk right now. Smoke grenades elicit a reaction. We get the incendiaries and frags coming out of Imperial as we hit 40 seconds. Fnatic starting to group behind the smokes after those frags pop, and it is Jambo with an opening kill. Galil be damned. Flashes, though, look good. Cello only the one. It's no way from the corner of Long to decide he wants to just give them over a little bit of space. Fnatic have earned this post plant.
I mean, the entry is actually incredible. They pulled that off. Try took the aggressive line, playing off of Goose. Now it's a tough spot for Imperial.
Vinny and Skulls trying to get out from spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the CT fights, they're not favored, but they're not impossible.
There's a frag grenade here if they want to announce it. Skulls chucks that out. Fear taking his time on the flank. Smoke's going to cover Vinny, though, so that he can join up with No Way. Pressure on the bomb site, and then it's going to be pressure on Fear. If the player's site had died, Fear would have been scrambling to get back at this, but instead Fnatic secure it. That free catwalk execute comes with a 7th round win.
And it's interesting because Fnatic avoided the nades, they avoided the small bits of counterplay that we saw from Imperial, but we also saw Imperial just start to doubt that the 3-player A setup was correct, and they were sort of, between they're of two minds when it came to walking down into CT, playing more dedicated toward the site. Maybe Tri doesn't have that aggressive line and stays tucked if he's super confident that they aren't going to jump down into the CT smoke and then go for a mid B play or something like that. It's a really well played idea from Fnatic, considering the amount of money they put into it.
Move for No Way, 1 M4, and it gets a double. May not have had much room to work last round when his teammates faltered on their side of the retake, but he will not waste a moment here in round 15.
I instantly love how they not only get that push to top mid, but make good use of the rest of the players on the map. Now, that gun's going to be hard to grab at the top of mid, but they still have a player up. They just cleared out tunnels, which buys them some time before it would actually be a B idea if it's Fnatic, and they're still actively watching it too. I really like the lay of the map right now for Imperial despite the guns. They're watching to see if someone's going to go and try to grab this M4 back. But Imperial, they feel, I think, happy about how they've already got tunnels vision. Now we'll see where their smokes land. Tri is up here on Cat. I think he's going to be the key guy if he hits the shots or not.
Also just took a look towards middle and doesn't want to stick around. So
smoke on the A side, that is annoying for Fnatic.
Yep, one pistol takes a position inside of it. The other pistol starts to fire off, and Tri will clip Jambo's crossover. Again, you've heard the rumblings of it. Nade opens it from the side of Fnatic. Now Tri missing shots, falls victim to BlameF. But did they lose track of the second pistol?
It looks like they may have.
Yeah, it was a 5-7 to shoot first and then a CZ, but they didn't pick up on that small detail. And so BlameF's not given a chance to leave. Skulls comes through, and Imperial's pistols pay off.
The amount of ecos this game is actually ludicrous, and that's a low buy last round. Fnatic pulled that back into Imperial with even less. And, well, they do it nicely with the use of all their guns. Like, first kills, set, push the top mid with the M4, 2K spray down. That kind of just ruins things right away. They get the instant trade back, but tunnels control taken at the same time. More ideas. A smoke that late on the A site with the buy that they had. They really MacGyvered that situation.
Faster move from Fnatic on Cat challenge. Jack Asmo goes down. And as Tri stuck around for a second, there was more than even just that lower challenge coming at him. Pressure continues here for Cello. He'll just evacuate and lean back on the Goose player. So that's 2 defenders still confirmed for Fnatic, just by Jambo willing to take this early look. It's gonna die to No Way, who is showing his value now so far in these last couple rounds. That charge out to top middle last round into this hold on side of A. No Way's value skyrocketing as this game goes on and Imperial take their lead.
It's Vinny on the other side of the map with his little weird gun that he's going to try to hold down with one rifle. But over on A, they've kind of got the appropriate amount of attention to it. It's going to require another great entry here from Fnatic.
Oh, dink.
Wow, instantly.
No Way forced to tuck back, but
they wish they had an HE to finish him off.
Still trying to, offer up a distraction for Cello to try to capitalize on. Cello is not getting enough output whatsoever. This is huge from Crims.
Yeah, man.
I mean, his job made all the more difficult because it's Galil, not AK, but it's dinks across the board. And he single-handedly pushes his team into this post plant.
There's enough time to wait this out, so it's a little interesting for Fnatic. They don't have control of anything just yet.
Problem for Cello, though,
they're floating a bit.
Still sitting in pit with only 4 HP. If he dies and they're able to just solidify that side of things, it'll be easy for Fnatic to hold on. Cello ends up killing Fear from that long presence. BlameF starting to clean house. Down to 20 health, stuck inside the site. Skulls is still gone unnoticed, but BlameF comes up with with another bit of late round impact. 3 kills to his name. Spins around in that bomb site and just denies it for Imperial.
It's genuinely one of those games where one team could have won already with the amount of mistakes the other has made. So again, the closer we get to the finish line, the more they're both going to realize how much this was in their grasp.
Dude, that Crim's entry.
Yeah, he gets the dink on both players. And this is also, this is a 3-on-5, right? Is he coming up? No, it's 3-on-4 as they're coming up cat. It's an unlikely situation for Fnatic, but you know they're just comfortable in these spots. They're already used to it.
Because this is what this entire game has been. Nail-biter in the 1-1 matchups. Making up for some of the blowouts that we had yesterday in our opening rounds.
And surely this is the round where someone gets 2 in a row. 4 rounds. It's no sequence.
Sure about that, Launders?
So this is the weakest of the CT buys so far. There's not even the M4 to make a huge difference here on a push. Fnatic, they can't blow this situation now.
Damn, Vinny takes up a lot of responsibility this round as the solo B piece. No mid-hold. Both teams drop a mid-door smoke, and JackAsmo doesn't waste time going for that first contact.
They're going to be very suspicious of long control, so it's in their best incentive idea to just wait a little bit, I think, if you're on T side.
They got 2 on boxes.
Or maybe don't wait and just fight the CTs that are here.
These 2 pistols, basically the same position. No Way finds a D kill onto Crims. This was 3 pistols inside of the A site. 2 of them come up with a kill. Unfortunately for Skulls, he's not able to add to his teammates' efforts. And so it's going to be the Tri-Vinny 2v3. Oh, he pops JackAsmo trying to crawl back onto the cat side, planting inside of the smoke. Vinny arrives. He's grabbed the gun. Fear's got the kill back to try in the meantime. And it's going to be Vinny into the cover. It's low health both. And it's a quiet crawl to the edge of the smoke as Fear's allowed to lock in on Goose.
Yeah, so he's either on default or up here, and Vinny has his guard down.
Starting to walk up, Vinny looking towards the side, but it's an adjustment!
He just peeked it. He didn't go through with any conviction. Vinny's screen. He had him. And they win with nothing.
Snaps that crosshair over 45 degrees, and the streak still goes.
It's like Christmas lights right now.
Back and forth. This rodeo bucks Fnatic off of an advantageous position again.
Like, it seemed clear. It seemed clear that Fnatic, coming up cat, had just heard so many footsteps from players who are clearly going for a long stack and then changed their mind about it, and yet they still wanted to go forward into this setup. And then they actually mollied them to keep them towards the A site, and those players got kills, headshots over top of the railings. Another situation where Fnatic, they just try to rush it. They have so much map control so early, so many advantages, and they just try to go too fast. And it's not like Imperial haven't done that either. Although you don't see these non-sequential rounds happening over and over again. But my goodness, if that's not pressure, I don't know what is. 6 entries for Jambo. This is the round where someone wins 2 in a row.
If memory serves, you said the same thing last round, Mohan.
That's why I'm going to pick a round where it's actually even more unlikely.
At least we're back to a mostly buy for Fnatic. 2 pistols and a scout. Oh, but they get the first kill. And Try taking a look at the trades, not able to find it. Smoke falls down on top of him as he throws his out through that doorway, and Fnatic have a clear direction. But no way, we have not seen big challenges come through the long doors.
Counter smoke helps out a lot though, because he can now like actually go back across mid safely. All right, this P250 kill, this could be
sticking around, aiming high. No way comes out, gets the clip.
They kind of know it's B now, surely, but Try's still in the door. It's just Vinny by himself,
and he's got one. Nice
what
answer.
A shot!
JackAsmo with the deagle of all things. You know, he actually gave his AK over to Krims to try to make the most of it instead, and Krims will do exactly that. Gives cover through the window peak. And with that cover and door smoked, oh my god, Krims is getting aggressive.
You're going for the push?
He's going to lurk behind boxes. We've got Cello and No Way, and both unsuspecting. They're trading utility, neither one considering this. This is a huge move for Krims. He'll reveal himself, comes out with one, but Cello's got the answer. And now he's going to flash himself in. Jack Asmo with the killer Deeg shot to the AK upgrade waits, and he'll find it. Krims' push, not in vain. Fnatic keep this back and forth going.
We still keep going. Not a round in this second half. Has been followed by another by either of these teams.
And Jack Asmo taking that deagle, taking that responsibility, giving Krims the AK, risking the rifle through the mid push. Yet again, low buy, CT stack on long.
No, this has got to be the round, right?
More and more, they just keep coming. Cello's CZ with a double. When's the last time you saw a CZ double kill, Launders?
Where's Twist?
You said Fnatic just kind of keep rushing things.
Don't rush it.
Oh, Deagle up close. Oh, yeah, baby. Try puts him on ice.
Mighty try. What the fuck?
Now this is Counter-Strike. For all the wrong reasons. All those missed shots, 2 bullets, 2 kills after the spam comes out.
You know, foreshadowing this game is messy. That might have been an understatement. Every unlikely team beating the odds no matter what, no matter how many advantages that you have. A try 3K Deagle on mid doors.
It's a pistol round and 6 force buy wins in a row.
And if they could be a spectator to their own match, they'd be laughing too, but there's so much riding on the line now. And they know, both these teams know, now without a shadow of a doubt, this game would be finished. Barring a couple of small errors.
Small, costly errors in this 1-1 game. And you can see just, you know, the number of survivors.
Has an entire half gone.
It's actually the most convincing of any of the force buy wins as well.
Yeah.
I mean, try just 2 Desert Eagle shots left in that magazine. How easy it would usually be to push through him.
2 CZ kills and 3 Deagle shots.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So how are Fnatic going to pull this off? It has to end sometime. It has to.
It literally doesn't. We could go all map long. Charge out. Oh, this is how it ends, huh?
Uh-oh.
Finally, the 2 rounds back and forth, unless Jack Asmo 1v5. Drive-by kill on Skulls. Second player confirmed, but reinforcements quick to the scene as Vinny just keeps himself tucked in. Oh my god. More than he should have ever found, but that is 4 players falling flat, and after all of that effort out of Fnatic, it is Imperial to win 2 in a row.
That's brutal.
Oh, we can all collectively.
So at this point, no one building up any loss bonuses. 2 CT wins in a row. This close to the finish line already. They might have put a stick in the spokes here.
You know, in a way,
look at this, right at 11 now off of this, and you don't have money.
Did feel like we were building to a point where whoever wins 2 rounds in a row is the team that wins this best of 1. That would be Imperial. Sitting in pole. Leading by 2.
Dude, this is not a buy. BlameF has a Glock. They're just saving for overtime now. There's no more force downs. And it's not going to be pretty next round either. They really still want to try to find an idea, and they have to think back on all these situations they have won and see if they can find a new way to do it. Somehow, more ingenuity.
You'd love to pass that Galil off to somebody with more health, but Jambo's the only guy with Kevlar. So Incendiary means he has to stop, doesn't even have a choice to lose more health. It's a big redirection from Fnatic. You know, we say they rush things often, but at least leaving blame on the cat control and then trying to go take the other half of this A split. We'll see if that comes back to haunt Imperial, but I think they're just so confident that they finally have a real edge.
Try doesn't have a flash here for No Way, So if he peeks and he sees anything, he'll have to fall off right away. Okay, clean flip off, little pre-fire action.
Yeah. Finishes the player with Kevlar as well, so that's the one small risk dealt with. Cello's gonna force his way onto BlameF in the catwalk smoke, and Krims comes out without Kevlar, but finds that Galil headshot. His Galil entries have been nasty, but it's too much of an ask, and Imperial take one step more closer to the finish line.
It's like we don't even get to really see this half, and Imperial, because they just win this one key round after this dance of death that they've both been playing in the second half, now can just get a free win. You can see the smile. And again, some money has been spent on this round. It, you know, it was BlameF on a Glock, but let's see what the buy looks like now. It's smelling like Galil's though. Okay, they got a scout on Jambo. Tech 9 on Fear, some grenades. It's serviceable.
Jack Asmo gets out to blue box. There's a duel here to be had, and felt like he really wanted a piece of that, but
that was smart molly from No Way. It's actually far enough to stop that wide piece.
Big pressure here for Krims. Oh, he'll get skulls at least. Vinny the second attempt, and the trade goes back the way of Imperial.
There's still another in tunnels, and when they see this long control, Vinny might actually think about coming forward. BlameF looking to get this kill.
Ooh,
and big punish.
Interesting. Try taking a step around that corner, ends up finding more than he can chew on.
This is a BlameF lurk, that should work.
No Way burning slightly, takes up position in the smoke.
They just need to slow down long.
BlameF's making his move, executes Vinny swiftly. No Way sitting inside of it, it's going for a knife. I mean, ambitious.
Wait, they stopped the play.
Cello finds it.
It's 2-on-4.
Somebody else is gonna come and scramble and try to grab this, but if his knife attempts were heard.
No Way, it's in the name, there's no way out.
Jack Asmo sits on Goose, waiting for the smoke to fade. No Way understands he is right ahead, but he gets popped as it begins to fade. It was Cello to stop the first plant, now he's gotta win this 1v3, no chance. Fnatic survive the first of 3 match points.
Yeah, they get a rifle round victory, that's nice. 2 to bring this to overtime. It feels like you actually need one to see who's the true victor of this game. Let's see if Imperial drop this massive opportunity to close now.
It's not Imperial in the dumps, at least. Every round they've lost this half was met by a force buy of sorts. So to be able to come in with guns consecutive, they have earned a real chance at closing this game by being the team that broke the streak of back and forth. For a lot of this map, you've had Jambo kind of limited in his hardware, now playing with that AWP. It's what kicked off Fnatic's success at the beginning of this match. Right now, he sits top mid with it. They're taking a bit of a setup inside of the tunnels.
The Vinny MP7.
Yes, sir. He says the MP9 is overrated post-nerf.
He always been the king of weird guns.
They're gonna try to come through. He stuffs the bomb. Can't manage the spray for the second, and Skulls also no multi-frag found. Opper tries to give chase out through the tunnels.
Oh, they're only gonna hear one inside the B site. Are they reading this correctly? They're watching their flanks.
There's a very long lurk in place. No Way still towards that T-spawn. Jambo just faking it once to try to elicit a reaction.
Yeah, no teammate here. He could get dived, right? There's 3 players who are waiting for someone to be busy, and the long flank seems to be the correct idea. It's on Fear.
Cello doesn't want to do it. Tries op, holds the walkout. This op should be fine, but the timing! Oh, Fear strikes at the perfect moment. Jambo.
Wait, they're trading places in the smoke. There's no time to get it down on the B side unless they get this kill now.
Sees the shadow. No Way holds off to the tunnels. Jambo's gonna have to go back in. It's a quick scope and it's cover. Just enough. Bomb to be planted. Off comes up. No Way's already exited. And as Jambo jumps, he'll be slain. Imperial progress. Fnatic flail. And it's them to move forward. Best of 3s earned by Imperial as they power up throughout this stage.
By nature of ecos, the most ridiculous single map so far.
Unreal.
Major.
Back and forth we went, every step of the way, and you saw Zach crack a smile when they were the first to break 2 in a row. That's what made all the difference. No one able to stack loss bonus, no one able to prove they were able to make less mistakes than the other until Imperial. They gave themselves a chance to win.
Gave themselves a chance to win this and gave themselves 2 chances to progress forward to top 16 at a major. Wow, tapping into some wild Counter-Strike, that double cello CZ into triple tri-deagle mid-door hold. It took him 5 bullets to get the first frag and then one shot. That is where this map seemingly ended. Excellent effort from Fnatic again. Another close game, but not one like Bait that went down to the final rounds, just one that was honestly served up on a knife's edge. Whoever won 2 in a row walked away with this match.
Imperial coming up huge in such a game full of back and forths. I want to just check on you, mate. Are you okay? Is your mental okay after all of that?
I need health insurance from Imperial. I cannot keep on this job without health insurance. It's impossible.
Just talk to me what was going through your mind in so many of these situations. Obviously, it was mistakes on both sides. It was a bit of craziness. You probably could see the misplays at times. Like, what were you just going through thinking, how can I do this in enough timeouts? It's probably not enough, right?
There's never enough. I miss the times that I could speak all the time, but I think that the important part was when we switched sides, the team was very stressed because we know that we lost a lot of rounds that we should have won. And I think that the important part is that we keep the mental calm, even though we know that we kind of sucked on our terms. We keep the mental calm and keep going.
I wanted to ask specifically on those rounds that, well, you are saying that you should have won, but you lost. But it went both ways. It went the other way around. You pretty much came back during 3 rounds that just comes to the top of my head that you should be no business winning. So is this something you specifically prepared, or what are your thoughts on it when you are watching it from the back as a coach?
Well, I guess these rounds are a little bit of magic. There's nothing you can prepare of. I think it's just the mentality of never giving up, even though the rounds never should be coming in your way. I think the hardest part is to overcome the rounds that you should have won. And yeah, that's it.
How do you overcome it? I mean, specifically from the coach's POV, during the timeouts, you obviously talk to the team. So how do you calm them down knowing that, damn, this is already 3rd round, we should have won, but we lost it in a pretty bad way? What do you even say to the guys?
It depends. On this game, I was a bit rough with them because I think they know for sure that we were doing many. How can I say this without saying a curse word?
You can say.
We're doing a lot of shit all the time. The last round, 2v1, force buys all the time. Since yesterday, Navi won because we lost 4 force buys. So yeah, I just said, guys, please focus. We train every day, we practice every day. Come on, and that's it. Easy.
Now you say easy, but you are in a better spot this stage around, right? It's looking good for you guys right now. What is it like, and maybe the difference between what you saw from the team in the first stage coming into this stage?
Well, when we got here, we were coming from a lot of losses on Brazil, and our confidence was almost 0. Yeah, so when we got here and lost the first game, which game we lost? I don't remember. I don't remember too. I know that when we lost the first game, the confidence went even down, but we start to watch our matches on the bootcamp that we did before, and the bootcamp was pretty good. We're playing very good, great, beautiful Counter-Strike. And when we saw those games, I think the confidence came back and we start to bounce back a little bit.
well, you certainly have bounced back in style. Congratulations on the win here today, my friend. And guys, everyone in Budapest, make some noise for Zach and Imperial!
What a nail biter. What an absolute nail biter. What did you think of that, boys?
I think it was a coach's nightmare. And that's not even, from one side, it was both sides. Fnatic lost tons of situations they could have taken advantage of. Everyone on the server actually looked tense, stressed, and made some poor decisions. So it kind of went both ways all the time until that very, very end of the game when Imperial started to take a little bit more confidence peaks, peaking together, shutting down Fnatic. But yeah, it was a scrappy, chaotic, and at times mind-blowingly crazy game.
There was a lot of X factor in this one. Individuals like Skulls popping off in one round, then giving it back in the next round. I'm sure that there was a lot of regret after each of these rounds, so for Imperial to be able to reset after some ridiculous mistakes by their individuals, to hold their composure over a Fnatic team that I would have thought coming into it would have looked like the more experienced lineup. I have to give a lot of credit to Vinny at the top end in terms of being a captain, making sure that they're able to just tighten things up enough. I don't think anybody's going to walk away from this game saying we played super strict, great Counter-Strike, but in terms of who's just creating the less losing condition errors for their team, Imperial can walk away saying we did better.
A win is a win. They did do better. What could Fnatic have done to change this result?
They could have, calmed down in the anti-ecos and actually played them out, right? Because it felt
all
like,
over the place.
Yeah, it felt like, even one round, they're pushing out long in an anti-eco. And the first thing you do in an anti-eco situation, getting long, is usually you take blue, you wait for the counter flashes and that very common stack against that wall. And they just kept pushing, trying to catch the timing on them. And they got flashed 2 entry kills for Imperial, and essentially from there they had no map control. Imperial could take all the space they wanted to in that round, and they just had to gamble at that point.
And that's where the experience from Vinny, in my eyes, probably rang true here, because Fear getting thrust into this project from the old Passion UA lineup, yes, he showed some promise on that kind of lineup, but Vinny now, as an in-game leader, pretty sure this is his 3rd major, so he's been through a lot in terms of just making sure things are steady, they're settled down, and for his teammates to be able to just catch themselves in some of these moments. Yes, they made some mistakes on the Imperial side. Yes, there were some over peaks here and there, but when it was up to Fnatic to try to make the next point of contact, they were the ones that were flinging themselves into it haphazardly, and Imperial just welcomed that. They said, okay, sure, you want to try to run through mid-double doors, you want to try to swing towards long? I mean, those are the fights that we're ready for, and so I think Fear probably in this one probably wanted to cool his nerves just a little bit more, and I'm sure that's something that'll come with time and experience for him.
Do you think it was a matter of nerves then for Fnatic? Is that what I'm getting from both of you?
100%. The decision-making that we saw on the server, just to me, showcases that they made a stressed decision. They made a gamble decision in a lot of these rounds, and it didn't pay off. And that's usually, because, a lot of people probably have different views in these rounds, and they're disorganized, they're not thinking about the spacing, they're not clearing enough. You saw that Deagle highlight on the mid doors from Try. That's a round where, yes, he should pick up 1 maybe from a position like that, but there should be a trade instantly in that occasion.
Unfortunately, I think that's also something that comes as characteristic of Fear. I mean, the most memorable Fear calling game for me was at the Shanghai RMR, Passion UA, over Spirit, and it was a lot of incredibly quick calls, quick pivots. If he recognizes that he's blocked on one side, he would instantly go to the second idea in his flowchart of ideas, and I think that's what kind of cost him this time, because it's one of those live by the sword, die by the sword. You might beat a timing that an opposing team thinks that you're never going to do something so ridiculous, but just because Imperial were spread out, they were ready to catch those plays, they welcomed those opportunities.
Maui hated on Imperial for a lot of stage 1 of the major. He had some choice words for them. Today, he changed what he had to say, and look at that, they have a victory. Maybe Maui is their lucky charm. Probably not, but anyway. We're taking a quick break. When we return, it is a best of 3. NIP versus FaZe. One of those teams is making it through to stage 3. We'll see you in a bit.
do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Right now look like a completely different team from what we saw in stage one here at the Budapest Major. I've got Twist with me, and the first thing I need to just ask you to describe the difference you're seeing between stage one and stage two. Like, how does it work like this?
I think it's a combination of things. Finally, things we implemented in practice being done fully correct. People playing more together and less nerves.
Less nerves is definitely a good thing, especially as we get further on throughout this stage. For Brokey right now, we heard that he's sick. Does that change anything in the way you're asking him to play or the way you're setting things up at all, or does it still just pan out as you wanted?
I think it pans out. I don't think he's doing anything irregular. I think he had a good game against Passion, and then I would say CT side, he didn't have many opportunities. But I feel like his op presence was still there. So yeah, I wouldn't think much of it. You know, Jacob and myself in Frozen were having a great game. Yeah, so less work for Brokey to do.
I want to talk about Jacob because obviously Dust 2 was phenomenal. He did say like he plays his old position, this is where he's very comfortable. Is this where you guys maybe see more potential than what the community say about him? And do you think they have an unfair perspective of his current level he's showing in phase compared to what you see?
I mean, I think it's always going to be that way. A lot of players play really good in practice. it's normal for rookies to experience nerves and pressure. I think some recent rookies have been exceptions, but I think this is a real thing. Players take time to grow and develop, and safe to say that the team is happy with how he's progressing.
And obviously hyping him up throughout the games as well. You think that's important for his development, like especially when he's having great moments like we saw in the previous game?
Yeah, of course, you want to capture those amazing moments, and I mean, it was valid. You know, it was 10-10. Either team's economy could be broken. He won 1-on-2. So, you know, a great moment like that deserves a valid celebration.
For real, definitely. Thank you very much for explaining it to us. Now, lastly, NIP last time when you played them on Overpass, it was just the best of one, but they were kind of abusing the B site again and again. Wrinkle mentioned in the interview to us that like they saw great calling from Snappy in this one. Is this something where if Overpass does get played again, you'll make some adjustments or change anything to the way you try handle that?
Yeah, I don't think the same thing would happen again. I think this is kind of a one-time gimmick. They lost energy the previous time. They probably thought about how do we prevent this from happening again, and we were just the victims of the next game plan that was made. But yeah, I think they know as well it's not going to happen again.
I like these words, man. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
That was a much better clap.
Some people woke up this morning and went, oh, it's stage 2, day 2. I woke up this morning and went, FaZe is playing NIP, and one of them is going through to stage 3. This is your monster matchup. Damn, this is a good one, man. I cannot wait. Maui, Devil Walk. No one expected FaZe to be here. I think a lot of people lost hope after the stage 1 performances. And NIP, a lot of people probably lost hope in the middle of the year. And before we get into this conversation, I do believe StopGG has actually got a bunch of stats for us. So surprise, we're going to throw them up on the screen right now, boys, for you to have a look at.
Okay, all right.
Waiting.
Yeah, curious as what they are. I'm surprised by here. I'm surprised by these stats.
Oh, look what I did. Let's talk about the game, right? Okay, so we're getting straight into this now. Like I said, so NIP fans probably a bit of disappointment. Halfway through the year, didn't pan out the way they wanted, but look where they are now, fighting for stage 3.
Yeah, I think they're looking great. Their individuals are looking sharp. You know, we've had periods of time where...
Okay, wait.
Okay, let's go for the stats.
We have to acknowledge this one stat.
Better late than never.
That Brokey has flashed himself for nearly a minute, Devil Walk. Wait, what is this like? What is this shade that he's throwing to himself?
I hope that he's the one flashing long, where you actually just continuously flash 4 flashes.
Yeah, that's generally the setup, right? It looks ridiculous, but it's actually a little bit more contained.
Some positions you're just gonna flash yourself more than
this
position.
though is quite surprising, and I am glad that it is being shown right now, because a lot of people called Frozen a baiter for such a long time, but in reality he has been one of the most versatile players in FaZe's arsenal, Mao's arsenal prior to that. I mean, back in 2021 when this guy was a teenager, he was the entry fragger for Mao's at the major, posting up incredible numbers. So I think that it's kind of become a weak narrative for a lot of people to say that all Frozen does is bait.
Fair enough. Obviously, Jacob as well. He had the game of his life yesterday to get FaZe into this position, Devil Walk.
Yeah, he played, you know, lights out. He was amazing. He kept them in the game. He kept doing multi-kills in situations where he was left on an island alone. And, you know, it's great to see he also saved them a couple of T rounds. That 4K on Dust 2 is what's kind of popping into my head. No, he had a great game, and I think you have to credit also like Carrigan and the rest of the team, because he looked comfortable in that game. I feel like every time I've looked at his body language in the past, he has actually looked stiff and nervous and wasn't really comfortable or ready to go into this. So it's nice to see him one game where he's a bit more relaxed and you know, gets that confidence from the rest of the players.
Can we just talk about the bigger picture here with these two teams? Let's set this up for everyone watching at home, because like I said, NIP expectations non-existent coming into this. FaZe, the change that we've seen. Maui, I was with you on the last day of stage 1 and you said, I'm not sure one day is enough. It turns out one day was enough for them to figure out what the hell was going on and kind of kick into the next gear for stage 2.
It's not one day of prep that got Kerrigan and FaZe to a 2-0 start in this stage. It's 5 days of playing matches, or 4 days of playing matches that warmed them up for these kinds of games, that got them battle-tested, battle-ready. And for the NIP side, you bring up the lack of expectation. That's more or less due to adverse circumstances. The way that Snappy and Exist, both with being new fathers, had to depart the team, come in and out. So the end of their season looked a little whack. But now, full force, coming in with all their strategies in tow. They look like one of the most polished teams of this stage. They look like they have one of the deepest playbooks, and the individuals are really shooting harder than many would have expected, because there were rumblings of Kaspersky, but I don't think many people pinned him to be a top 5 player of this group and the previous one all at once.
I mean, he looks ready for the next stage already. He looks absolutely, you know, dominant on the server. Every single time I see him, he pops off and gives them free rounds, essentially, to NIP. But I also think they have a good balance, a lot of avenues where they can pick up these frags. You have Shush, who I think is exceptional, a specialist at his role and one of the best at it. And him being the closer for this young, versatile kind of squad of high-impact fraggers is perfect for them, because they can rely on him on closing out the rounds, especially when they get into these situations like 3v1s where a young, you know, prodigy kind of gets a little bit overexcited once they end the round instantly. He's the one that cleans that up and makes sure they win the round.
The veto's coming up. I'm a little bit scared for FaZe in a best of 3 just because of who is on the other side. Snappy Exists. That experience is definitely going to come into play here.
Well, I think we see a little bit of familiarity with their opponents in the veto. FaZe going for the Inferno pick. If I remember correctly, that was actually one of the perma bans of some Snappy-led lineups in the past. I think ENCE actually would always veto that one out. So the nuke pick, though, from NIP, I mean, Devilhawk, I think that that's a little bit of a trap. Yes, NIP are excellent at nuke, but FaZe have gotten to play it so many times in close matches so far throughout the major to warm up to this moment.
Yeah, but they do have a lot of versatility. I mean, if you look at all the new games that they actually played, they are really good at kind of utilizing that yard control and tricking the other players and forcing them into rotations. But, you know, this is a matchup where I feel like NIP is the ones that are going to win if I think logically, but my soul is almost rooting for FaZe in a weird way.
That's everyone feels that way. And this is the thing, right? I mean, I went hard yesterday on Carrigan and some of the comments he had made about how he said, like, they made it through and everyone was still talking about how badly they played. And I was like, of course, because we want FaZe to win majors. This is what we love about you. You have consistently lifted us up. You took us down to the bottom of the floor in stage 1. Some of us started to almost cry watching that game, and now you've lifted us up again. That's always going to be the expectation of FaZe. Your heart is always going to tell you that they're going to win, right, Maui?
FaZe just turn non-believers into believers every single day. They're actually better at converting people than most religions nowadays. They've gotten more people on board with their run than I feel like almost any team, where we're losing faith in orgs like Astralis and Liquid, but FaZe we just keep coming back to it.
They should offer their fans health insurance, honestly. Like, it's so up and down their games, and it feels like when they're out, they're just coming back into it. Feels like when it's over, that's when they really come alive. We've seen a different side of FaZe in the start of this stage, though. I think that everything has just kind of clicked for them. They've understood that this is kind of the emotions we need to bring out, the hype that we need to bring out, and the gameplay that they need to play. Because stage 1 was atrocious. Like, it was really, really bad. The spacing was off. Everything just seemed, you know, nowhere near the FaZe we expect, and it's slowly gotten better every game.
They're getting ready. There's a chance that FaZe makes it to stage 3 after this game. Let's hear from them and NIP and find out how they're feeling coming into this.
The Passion game, I think it could have been a lot more clean. We threw some rounds. The game was kind of falling apart, and then in FaZe fashion, we were very back. Got a little scary for a moment, but we had it under control.
Our first game against Astralis was good. I think we dominated them, even though we lost 2 pistols. We didn't have a good start, but it felt really controlled, the game.
I think we acknowledged that there was a lot of mistakes, and we still won, but against a better team, we cannot afford to make those mistakes. And I think everyone understood that. I get this feeling in the team that people are just excited to be better, to do better.
Our second game, I didn't really feel good at the start. I think it just scared me. It's always nice to go 2-0 on the first day. We have a lot of tries to go to stage 3.
Kerrigan and I were able to balance things out in terms of being vocal and our voices. On the CT side, we ended up having some great adjustments in the end. Jacob, very, very key rounds, important rounds. I think the whole team is happy to see him have his moment. He stayed very calm, so happy to see.
Planted, he knows he has a 1v1. There's the spot, missed shot costs you. And now Jacob, clutch. The gift that keeps on giving.
I don't really look at opponents, I just care how we play, and I think it's everyone's mindset basically in the team. The most important thing is just how you play, it's not really to focus on the opponent.
Cannot be relieved until we're in the next stage, and then we go again. So no game is going to be easy, focus on ourselves, and yeah, stay on top, stay on point.
And so the stage is set for either FaZe Clan or Ninjas in Pajamas to progress as clean as possible. Well, there's two teams that I don't think we would have expected to be sitting so pretty in the 2-0 pool, but excellent first days of stage 2. And just the FaZe Clan, I would say the whole world wants to watch.
They always wait until there's a certain amount of people that say disband and retire on social media before they start playing well. They've done it every single time we got hoodwinked once again. Here are FaZe in stage 2. In the most powerful position you could be. It's like we've rolled back the clock here. FaZe and Nip, 2-0 at a major, and, well, for some reason it's unexpected. Let's see what happens in this veto. I'm glad that overpass was avoided at the last turn from FaZe. I think that presents the best possible match now.
Map pick of Inferno for FaZe Clan, hence why they're on the attack. And we get NIP positioning themselves pretty close to this first foray from FaZe. One tap for Shush. Single bullet, all he needs to put Jacob down. And Jacob, who, like in that Twist interview, had his moment last night.
Yeah.
That Dust 2 game, world class. Winning over more of the FaZe family every step of the way. hallzerk's gonna feel a bit of a pressure here towards the B site while that smoke still remains up. He was on his own for a second as they really wanted to emphasize that apartments hold, which netted them the opening kill. So no shame on that, NIP. But this is Ninjas in Pajamas not operating with a defuse kit. Oh, Wrinkle finds it.
Oh, it was an open line. Wait, that smoke came up.
A boost. It must have been a boost over on Coffin side. Something. I guess okay, on the CT side, yep. And then he kind of collects another one. So just weird. The head must have been, he was planting on the pillar of the site. We get the recovery underway here. Oh, you want to see nice shots? Frozen gives us one.
It's actually a chance to win. There's enough time to fake.
No, sir.
Snappy says, let's end this early.
Damn, so he gets the shot from CT, but the bomb was being planted behind the pillar.
I know.
To cover that.
It looked like he was good.
It must have been a sliver of his head sticking out. Oh, so confusing, but I mean, hey, NIP.
We say, but hey, but I think that's the round right there. That's kind of crazy. Love to know exactly. No, he was just on that side.
Excuse me, my bad. Worried about Coffin instead. We were watching him plant. I thought it was in the back of the site. That makes way more sense.
Well, Brokey's going to be a conversation today for sure. It's not like he's had only bad maps this major, but his overall performance lately, it's at bottoms. It's been a struggle session for him. But I feel like there's got to be a fire underneath you after, I mean, at this point being in a 2-0 position. I don't know if FaZe have ever 3-0'd a stage. So I'm just going to leave that out there.
Yo!
Oh, what a
last
spray.
couple bullets. Wrinkle gonna find number 2 and 3. And that's Kevlar pistols for FaZe Clan, right? Coming into this one with the force buy. Oof, man, finding nothing for their efforts. Londus, would you like to tell the world why Shush is so great?
Shush is just, I think in terms of watching demos as a CT side anchor, I've never seen someone with better protocols for like every moment. He's kind of like, he's like the foundation. There's like, you know, Plato's ideal World of Forms, he's like the staple for the blueprint for how to play an anchor on any site. You know, when it came to like, even when Vertigo was in the pool, him playing B, I think he kind of innovated so much that everyone was just copying him at some point. And you know, him joining up with Nip at in the hundreds of the rankings of VRS, it felt like we weren't going to really see from him again. But the entire time after Heroic, I think he should have been someone you keep as consideration to put into a star anchor role in one of the big teams out there. But they've climbed back together, so we do get to see some of that brilliance again. He has impressed really, like, in a lot of moments at this major so far. And yeah, I think when he makes decisions as a CT anchor, you can see exactly why he made them. He makes them, and he makes it look so easy as well as the thing. He's built for the role. The creativity for him comes before the match starts. You know, he's always so prepared for what to do in every situation. You almost never see him flustered and have to make up a solution.
A real workhorse in that regard. He's a professional, no doubt. We saw him have his moments as well so far in stage 2. But right now, again, Glocks, for the most part, on FaZe Clan, not really getting anything going. It's a FaZe Clan that was 0.4 seconds away from being eliminated from this entire event in stage 1.
And then one kill away in the next OT, and then 1 kill away in the next OT as well.
Kerrigan said in an HLTV interview, you know, we're less than a second away from having a month off. Not where they want to be. He's like, but now here we are, still fighting for it, so it's time to lock back in. MP9s go tearing through the Archhold, and Jacob ends up coming up with a kill. Not bad, Glock considered. If he can find Snappy with this M4 now, that'd be something, but instead he's actually going to clear out the pit. Jacob is here on 10 HP, low health Snappy. They're going to charge him down. He's got cover. Oh! He gets himself a 3rd kill in that one. Racking up the cost effectively is Jacob. That'll be tough for Snip to stomach. No clutch found. Still a 3-0 start for NIP, but that cost him a lot of money.
How are you making that one close? That's pretty crazy. And the fact that they were 1 second away from a 1-month break, and we wouldn't have seen Jacob come into his comfort zone finally. How big of a shame would that have been?
I mean, there was just a bit of an odd tone in that interview as well, because Kerrigan was saying how he's like, I think it's now obvious that with Jacob, our goals are setting things towards 2026, right? Like, he wants to have no expectations, game by game. As this major goes on, there's less pressure each stage.
Something you say out loud to make yourself believe it, but for Kerrigan, it's not true.
Right, because
like, you don't know how many years he has.
Yeah.
So a major is just such a big change.
Exactly. This is somebody who everybody else puts on, you know, put him on the shelf as a contender. He just wanted to be realistic. And then he found that 2-0 start. It's definitely, I think, like, you know, now you can't help yourself but think of more than just 2026. There's no other events. This is where the road ends this year.
I'm liking everything from the CT side so far. The nades are in utility, sort of really threatening all the positions here for FaZe. Bit of damage dealt, though, both ways. As everything shakes out, it's not a bad spot for FaZe. They've actually held on to a lot of utility, too.
Ooh, dodging the flash, Jacob.
Yeah.
Pressures back the Auber.
He peeked early. Very smart.
That's Wrinkle low. That's Ujirk's low. And Snappy's got a dent in him. Meanwhile, we get them on the brink of this B-side utility, just trickling down over top. 4 players strong for FaZe Clan in Banana. Snappy just lets that magazine drop, and Ujirk's sitting up there on a silver platter. The first to fall in the B defense, just kind of stunned on top of those coffins. Certainly not ideal. Snappy tries to get the bomb planter dead, but he's not able to find that spam per se. And so again, you have to consider the low health of Wrinkle, the low health of Snappy. That's a first.
That's new. I like that.
Staying on the scope as Snappy takes a look into the sight. FaZe Clan just leaning back, allow Snappy to step forward. Kaspersky trying to find a trade here before things get too late, but Jacob hits that headshot, and it feels like Jacob, you know, taking up a lot of responsibility this round. Take a quick look at the health though, folks. FaZe Clan very much wounded in this round win. Survived with 4 players up, which is great. First round found, 4 rounds into play. Just Jacob doing his thing over towards brackets, enough to keep that B site isolated.
I'm still resting on this moment where hallzerk is standing on the top of Coffin's strafing.
Yeah. This one here?
Can't see a damn thing. Just up there doing the flashbang dance.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, man. Looking like Jordan Gilbert.
That was an interesting choice.
Thought maybe
One thing I'm
Snappy
noticing
was-
here for NIP, so I've always been trying to push this propaganda that there's ammo is the last sort of piece of utility. Ooh, nice shot out of Wrinkle. Can't see a thing either. But ammo is the last sort of resource that is unexplored as a piece of utility. And I'm seeing NIP spam like I've never seen team spam before.
Right.
I'm really liking that so far.
Just pressure by way of lead.
The ammo's free.
Yes, sir. Wrinkle going back. He'll find Frozen in the background. Not a wide enough angle by the player up close.
Nice nade 2, 80 damage off that, 90 even.
Exposes them as they're going to try to wrap around Archside. Smoke off Library. Snappy getting further down that banana push.
He's hoping it doesn't come back to B because there's still enough time on the clock that it's a little uncomfortable to die early, even if you're this far down. But now he can sense that maybe they will, so he'll smartly start to
peel
receive.
away.
Yeah.
Gets back around the half wall as then that flashbang
Oh,
confirms
he's
they're coming at
chilling.
him. They're going to try to charge upwards. Snappy pops up, kills Twist. Perfect. Goes back for a third one. Kerrigan's going to end him, but with 10 health and 3 opponents and one already here on top of that Molotov.
Snappy.
Easy by Ninjas in Pajamas. Snappy puts himself in the great position and then also leaves, man. That sixth sense was just tingling. He gets out of that cover.
It's
then
almost as
still
if,
fights.
with the amount of running, he knew they would think he could just fall back easily, so why would he try to fight? And that's when he came through with the double punish. Excellent round and moment here for Snappy to show what he can do as an IGL and fragger.
Just on top of that, double kill for Wrinkle this round, right? Op finding its marks down middle. And that's something that when these two teams clashed on Overpass particularly, Wrinkle was having a field day picking FaZe players off the map.
Yeah, Wrinkle. I mean, I just want to wipe that Overpass game from my memory because that just wasn't FaZe either. Like that was a really weak performance and a risk in their veto, but with no ideas coming into it, they made that too easy for NIP. But that doesn't mean Wrinkle still hasn't been good outside of that. He's been great actually. So, and he's also somebody who's taken a pretty big risk in his career. He's a young popper with so much potential that could have got a big contract on a number of different orgs and decided to try to run it all the way up the VRS rankings with NIP. Said so many good things about NIP, haven't even got to Kaspersky yet, Connor.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll talk about him when he gets a couple kills. How about that? 2 frags deep at the moment. It's been Wrinkle's show so far, and Snappy's impact on the other half of the map.
See if they expand into CT. Sometimes you got to kill time. Uh-oh.
Good job, Kerrigan. Insta-kill on Snappy, but CT spawn almost recovered entirely. Jacob gets the trade frag back. Twist position's gonna go unexpected. That's Kaspersky down, and they're gonna size up the B side. No, they double back. This is Frozen coming in on short side. Alongside Brokey, who's carrying the bomb, but shush! 1v4 denied. Twist catches his. Very convincing round from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, super good. I think the 2 CTs left over thought they were just going to be avoided for sure. They actually could have tucked and maybe pulled that off, but instead, I mean, it's good conviction here from FaZe. I like that lurk from Twist. And again, when you get counter smoke there, or not even get counter smoke, they threw a smoke just to get arch control. They threatened that, expanded to CT, and then you had Kerrigan with a 3-2-1 swing with his teammate to make sure to get that kill. FaZe fighting back.
And Frozen operating ahead of the utility here. Doesn't take a tick of damage.
This is a big opportunity for FaZe.
You've got low guns on NIP.
Yeah, Nipper making this feel like a full buy, but they don't have that much.
Frozen finally whittled down somewhat. Good swing there by Ujurks. He's gonna find Frozen on his own. Closest support was Brokey with the bomb on the other side of that deep CT smoke.
Kind of made some magic happen. Look at the guns they have.
Yeah.
That felt like a full buy with the amount of utility that they made sure to buy to take over B control, and they got the kill they needed to make this round scary. Still a recoverable situation for FaZe, but it has to be called perfectly.
Kerrigan operating on his own here on the
They're
arch
down to
side.
one flash, by the way.
So low health Ujurks, easy pickup for Kerrigan. Finds that one with barely any damage back, but again, just the only arch player, not expecting Wrinkle to come out with that full gun. There's limitations, sure, for NIP, but not for Wrinkle. Kaspersky up top, loses his pit player, strikes while the distraction was live. We go 30 seconds to the clock here. Twist has got to find a way to get back over,
They have no moto smoke.
Right? Just trying to get that bomb out. Twist gets back with 2. Wrinkle, he knows where he's at, and he's got the health advantage over Twist. Wide swing, finds it.
He tried to make it a movie. Nice try.
Ballsy swing for that frag.
That was a great effort out of Twist.
Almost does it on his own.
But the wide swing is the correct choice when he's holding that tight.
Yes,
so
sir.
Put a lot of pressure on him. Close call, but the fact that NIP win, again, we go back to the beginning of this round, and it's all utility that gets Frozen separated with a molly behind him, the swing from the CZ, running up to the half wall. This is a well-called round for NIP. So a lot of teams would try to squeeze every dollar to get the best guns they can, and you clearly saw that they favored utility and justified it. But actually, with those kills from Twist, look at the buy from NIP. 3 MP9s.
Definitely keep the pressure on still.
Again, there's logic here that they're just utility on Inferno.
It's Wrinkle stepping it up tonight for NIP. Both clutch wins so far this map as well belong to the Ninjas in Pajamas. Yeah, second time out, 5-2, that's true. FaZe in damage control, but again, advantage in this round if you just look at the guns. It's everything NIP can afford. FaZe may be panicking, but Nipper on the brink of a save. So here comes that quick charge down through into the B site.
It's a big entry out of Kerrigan.
Good on Ujurks to get one from beyond the grave with that frag.
No
Snappy
smoke.
just slides out, slams Kerrigan down, goes wide for more, but then he puts himself on display to 3 FaZe players. Kaspersky through smoke, recovers it back, and that man advantage could bode well for this NIP retake.
Yeah, it's more of the spam damage. Here's that smoke they needed on Coffins to safely cross.
It's a deep one.
It'll be fine.
Brokey playing back sight, lets Twists play close, tries to help out, but Brokey gets popped. It's another moment here for Twist. Another chance for Twist. And
Constantly
another
expensive.
heartbreak for Twist as the third player he goes up against bests him.
I mean, they would have loved to have an extra man up so that they could make sure it doesn't need to be that clutch. It could have just been a 1-on-2 for Twist, but they're losing paces along the way. The spam's coming in again. We have that Kaspersky from CT spawn, punishing him right after the plant went down. It was such a great entry for Kerrigan, but it wasn't before the utility got a kill for NIP.
Right.
And they've, again, even with the MP9s, they've been favoring the utility. It's kind of paying off.
Could see it in his face, man. Kerrigan, edge of his seat.
I mean,
he knows momentum shifts with that one.
Yeah, and now they're influenced to buy because Twist made it so expensive. They know that NIP's economy is teetering.
It's teetering, but it's also given a chance to grow again. This is more main rifles than what they had in the last, and less to work with for FaZe Clan. We had 5 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive round wins. NIP solved that problem by securing their 6th.
Winning the round is one thing, but they absolutely must make it expensive. Otherwise, it's a heavy investment for nothing.
It's utility to take over brackets, and they're not going to find any resistance until Kaspersky eats the flash. And that's more space given, but he'll keep that pressure
These
on.
smoke spams.
Perfectly placed. Crosshair finds 2 frags on the attempt out of FaZe Clan to again test at least one side of this A site. Snappy's had this affinity for the push down Banana, but he doesn't go all the way through.
Let's see if
And
they
that's a
clear
good
right.
call. Frozen runs in, looks the wrong direction. It's easy executions for Snappy, and Ujurk's finding Kerrigan off into the CT spawn. A 7-2 CT lead secured by the Ninjas.
Twist has got all these kills in these late round situations, and they tried to make this buy behind it kind of just grant a lot of leverage, but they kind of over-leveraged in this spot. They didn't get any kills on this round. They get no bomb plan as well, so it ends up just being expensive. I think it was worth a risk to go for the buy, but like, look how well it's handled by Nip, man. Also, just surprised to see how much that FaZe are going for these arch wraps and arch plays, but Nip are getting better at handling it.
I love Snappy's body language there. It's like he looks up and down the line like, guys, are we really doing this? Is this game happening this easy, right? 7-2 lead. The calls are feeling good. Kaspersky's pulling kills out of smokes.
Yeah.
You know, Snappy hasn't had to really kind of fine-tune anything just yet.
Utility looks great.
Hasn't had to criticize any of his pieces.
Oh, wow. That is crazy. That might be it.
Love that they keep this boost mantled.
That was so perfect.
Oh, but the shots are missed. Luckily, Shush will help.
And they got so much damage.
Twists pulled forward through that door, wanted to help out, but yeah, you're right, damage. Look at Jacob and Frozen. Ujurks from the corner of Banana.
Another
easy
bait.
kill on Kerrigan, as once again, you're gonna find FaZe players looking the wrong direction.
They just fell for 2 mollies. That was theirs, right? No, Snappy still has his. I don't know if he threw that behind him or if that was a Hobbit molly from the T side. They tried to come through, but then why didn't they clear it?
There's a chance Snappy had 2 on site.
Yeah. If that's the case, 2 molly baits, both sides of the map in the same round, both getting kills. 10 out of 10 utility here for Nip.
It's another pressure out of Jacob towards the A site. But NIP are not letting you get into Banana for free. Constantly keeping them on this test, and so FaZe Clan having to tuck tail and try to save these AK-47s. This is NIP 10 rounds into a CT side, leading 8-2 over FaZe Clan.
Full control as well. I mean, 10 players alive these last 2 rounds. So much confidence. We have the call out from Exist on the tack pause that FaZe are burning through their timeouts. This level shows us how Nip got into a 2-0 situation. Now FaZe need to show us how they got here. There has to be a point where they crest that final wave and really start to take off after getting tested over and over again. Nip were another team, no telling how they were going to do coming into this major.
It's wild to me that this is the same team that lost to NRG with their coach in the server
KG is good too.
at the start of the major, but have truly powered up. Day by day, we're starting to see why. Another convincing and confident move out of Snappy, right? Look at the impact he's been able to find down Banana.
I mean, they're so confident on that timing to go for the push with the HEs that just landed too, that he's got soft targets to go after.
What's wild as well is Snappy as an individual was one of the guys that fell off more than anybody else at the start of CS2. Did not like this game, was very vocal about it. Statistically, kind of dropped into his worst period of his entire career.
So what is this, Portland?
That's crazy. It's the good stuff. And now we're talking about a Snappy who's happy to just come down Banana at a FaZe Clan that keep trying to test the waters, and he steps up to it every time. So good on Snappy being a driving force in this convincing first map pick of FaZe Clan again, just to reiterate. Twist will burn Wrinkle out of the backside as Jacob once more takes a look at A.
Excuse me?
Oh, Kaspersky goes back to it.
Oh, he's just styling on him, it looks like.
Second burst will finish the job, chased now by the bomb carrier at 15 seconds. And Kaspersky just perched up in the corner, blindsides it. That's Brokey with nothing. Twist's too late to the party to really take a try at this, and Ninjas in Pajamas sitting pretty on the brink of double digits in the first half of play.
It's one of those games where everything's working so well, and even when they make a small mistake, they don't really get punished off of it. Kaspersky worried about a flank that's not there, still gets his kill. When he jumps up into cold, they don't even read that he could be there. Nipper happy, and you know, it's really justified, man. They're not winning lucky rounds. They're winning off of, first, a great foundation of utility, the banana control, their low buys, them favoring utility over better guns. Something is just like so remarkable to see. They trusted it. They're just on board with this game plan, and it's looking very nice. Can't remember the last time we'd be able to really talk about Nip, you know, full-throated and appreciating all these different parts of their game.
Ujurk's ready to receive. They're ahead of the smoke. Oh, he finds that lineup in the back, though. Good on Ujurks to at least kill Twist. Still, two players push beyond. Snappy sticks around maybe a bit too long.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
Right?
No rotation here. That kill means they take the site. This is the chance for Nip, at least.
Kaspersky missed on the jump over. Tries to interrupt the bomb plant, but Brokey will punch in the numbers over towards Oranges instead. And then get deeper into his cover. With utility flying over top of the coffin smoke as well. This is good control for FaZe Clan of the bomb site. It's a forced hand for Ninjas in Pajamas. Going to have to come at this with a man disadvantage. Nothing to lose. 10th round to gain. Shush to the top of coffins, popped by Kerrigan, who collects a second and will spam down further, but Wrinkle's still trying. The final one to fall. It's a third round at the tail end of this T-side. FaZe Clan forced to fight every step of the way. What a tone set in this game by Ninjas in Pajamas. Three successful opening duels for all of FaZe Clan that half, and all three of them belong to Kerrigan. Safe to say that the other pieces weren't able to step up to the likes of what was Wrinkle's op starting over on A, and Snappy having a solid half on an individual mechanical level. And so many different looks, right, with his banana aggression that just had FaZe Clan guessing.
Yeah, and the calling perspective, I mean, it's just one of the best halves I've seen from NIP in recent memory. Just really strong overall. It's full strength here. FaZe are going to have to work hard if they want to pull this back. They're definitely going to need everybody to contribute. You know, don't want this to be one more map that bodyy was just absent, that the core of this team couldn't show up at the same time. And it's a FaZe map pick as well that they've got to try to defend here. Yeah, how's NIP's game plan looks so good on FaZe's map pick? Oh, this might be a good idea for NIP. Even though there's 4 here, there's Pit that's totally open right now. Kerrigan's about to get smoked out and flashed.
Shush already hits the ground. bodyy and no, it's Jacob with the double kill.
Nice.
Then Beretta stuffed the bracket side, and Twist will get poked.
Okay.
Jacob's got his trades. Jacob steps up. Individual level there in the middle of both sides of the attack. FaZe Clan's pistol, at least in the second half, will be convincing.
That was pretty huge. You know, if it's going to be a Halls pop, you're probably not going to set up like that, but they still 2 on lane. They can see people jumping out. They're ready to hit their shot. It's a little scary when this happens, but they delivered on it. And when I say they, I mean Jacob, both there to shut this down. 3rd kill inside of Boiler.
Maybe not anticipating so much inside of short, but it just feel like there wasn't enough pressure through middle or through Boiler to unravel those 2 short setups. Twist had it covered, so he let him know, you guys just focus in on the apartments attack. Cut him down to size. Wouldn't be the first comeback that FaZe have given us in Budapest. bodyy to the corner, it goes unchecked, and him and Twist. Oh, gonna cut down 2. Pit players got a double. All's good for FaZe Clan. 5 players strong. Again, just a pistol, just a conversion. But the nature of it is what's already got that FaZe core believing.
Economy was such a huge problem in the first half, and here's a moment where FaZe get to collect off an eco, not lose a single guy, and maybe get another one to build that stack of paper up even higher.
Flash, beautiful flash, in fact.
Dead to the Glock here.
Frozen full white to that one. You know, we talked about utility and NIP for most of that half, and so here's an instance of it. Very little to work with, and they get their bang for their buck on that $200 flashbang.
That is no joke.
It's going to allow NIP to group up.
Inferno's this map that has that what feels like the longest rotations with having to go down Speedway. So a very difficult decision to make. They're going to leave Kerrigan alone at B site.
It's an MP9 stolen over as well. It changes hands over to Ujurks.
This is the right adjustments, the right read on the attack that NIP are bringing.
bodyy starts to step forward, getting very close to now that SMG on the other side. Ooh, clean frag though.
In and out.
Gun will hit the ground. He's gonna sense that there's more there, and he's absolutely right about that one. Peeks down into it, peels a second and a 3rd player off of the setup. Another flashbang, but I think that was a CT side. Alas, it's still getting cleaned up. Kill by kill, coming out for FaZe Clan. 3 players stand strong for FaZe. And so they'll cut that lead down to just 3 rounds, but Ninjas have been waiting for this next one. Guns in hand for the attack.
bodyy with the multi-kill here. Let's get back into the game. Whoa. They leaking the script?
Yeah, just a little bit. We pull back the curtain.
Let's see if that happens on this rifle.
Good luck. Feels like it's been hard to get that close to the Ninjas' pajamas.
They make up some lost ground with that last round, getting a couple of kills where they didn't have much of an investment, but overall it's still a very good start to the second half for FaZe. They've got plenty left over. And the bodyy op. Null impact on T side is excusable. It's Inferno. You're not going to really get that many op opportunities here. Here it will be a little bit different.
We saw what Wrinkle could do on the defense. That was the status he set for bodyy to try to step up to. And And similarly to Wrinkle, expect him to be floating around the middle side.
Really looking for this. With the utility we saw on T side, or CT side, I'm really looking for this CT side response from FaZe.
Utility pressure, well placed. Fire on both. Kerrigan tries to charge down. Frozen kills Ujurks as he was trying to come out at what would have been a very blind-looking Kerrigan.
Oh, he made a noise.
But check this out. We've got Snappy and Kerrigan inside of the smokes together.
Just 2 Danes in a corner.
It's another smoke that goes beyond it.
Oh,
Snappy.
That kind of worked against him.
Uh-huh. Is that what you wanted? Because here we are. Snappy gets the kill inside of it.
Oh, I wonder if that's going to be a round changer.
And Twists with Frozen flashing him in. It's going to try to take a look at this, but...
Second flash,
NIP,
cracked.
all 3 players just ate that flashbang. Here comes the second. Kaspersky plays counter flash that time. If the first flash had been jumped on, it could have been deaths on the side of NIP. And Frozen's throwing those utilities with only 8 health. 1 bullet from any gun, and it's a headshot from Snappy, who doubles back towards that mid-check, and Brokey's gonna cut him down. Scoops up a kit in the process. Now both players for FaZe playing with one.
Did they know there was both there? I don't know if they both got spotted or heard in that moment,
I don't
but it
think
looks
so.
like they're watching the same angle.
Now Kaspersky posted up, goes down to Jacob. Shush, waiting for their arrival. Falls back off of Orange, gives himself a chance to swing, but instead decides to just go back further. Takes the fight on his terms as the CTs come to him.
Oh, what a close out of Shush. He was low on HP, played the front side of quad, full confidence. That would have been an easy steal for Brokey.
And that's what Shush is here for.
Yep. And this actually does matter.
Snappy stuffing Kerrigan, finding that additional headshot, and then into this flashbang. Just so fluid was Shush in that, right? You could feel like he had his plan
Yeah, he knew
from
what
the
he
first
wanted.
frag.
That's what I'm saying with him. It's like he has all the protocols. It's preordained. He knows he's on the spice. He knows exactly what's going to happen next. He's definitely prescient when the pressure's on.
4-round lead, NIP. FaZe on the back foot. What a battle we had down Banana last round with all the utility in that close corner between Snappy and Kerrigan.
To be fair, was looking really good for Nip.
Sure.
Molly's on both sides, the HE damage, the control. We had Frozen take out a player as Kerrigan was blind running up. Couldn't ask for a lot more.
This time, though, no challenge into brackets, so NIP are just going to slot into all this open space.
Nice spray down.
Nice. Twist getting a double, missed shot from Brokey, but it's all good. You've got Jacob on cleanup from the pit. Twist comes back in, Wrinkle hits a headshot, and managed to do it all. Would have had to be the 1v5. That's a big one for Van Dulken.
It's really nice to see Twist's impact coming in at this point of the round because they can actually win behind it. He was clearly having some big moments brewing, but they weren't getting enough frags to make sure that his kills won the round. Here's one of those.
Off of Jacob's flashbang. Collects the first 2. And this bomb site control that NIP thought that they were just inches from ends up being a stellar defense. Now we're talking about an attack that's just relegated back to pistols, no Kevlar.
We see those 2 anti-ecos now result, and Nip have that little extra money to get through this last round, earn themselves another eco for Nip.
Oh, but
popped in right between the shoulder peak, grabbed the gun and snuck away. Shush, again, was he planning on jumping out halls? No, but he just wanted to get that gun before any more protocols came. He knew exactly what he was getting into. This is a bit of a scare here for FaZe.
No Kevlar to make the most of that M4, but an M4 is still an M4. Kaspersky almost killed by the frag grenade as another smoke goes down in front of this pack.
Okay, no missteps here. You got to make sure you keep your guns out.
No flashbang to get through the smoke either. This is raw for NIP. They'll just throw a player over. And then from the corner comes Frozen.
Crushed.
Clean triple mow down on the Kevlar-less NIP approach. Oh, 91 damage off of the frag grenade as well. So excellent 1D out of Shush. Keeps FaZe Clan on their toes, but they can bank on Frozen, drawing that line in the sand over towards Banana. It's a 2-round game now.
Can you just throw out your laser on B? Like, go fucking
And Now it really feels like we've got an even game, like in the couple of small moments here where it's been rifle versus rifle. FaZe have shown a lot of strength.
Boy, Wrinkle forced back.
They try to go for the
lot of
Zywoo
damage,
pick.
right? A lot of damage just to take a look. Ooh, Jacob, big responsibility in the apartments alongside Brokey.
You said missed shot from Brokey last round. Just don't want to hear that again.
I know, it's a phrase that's becoming too often. He lands that one, Shush survives, clip through the edge.
Who's better off? I feel like they're happy to not die in that spot.
Everybody just kind of scatters from that, right?
Oh, a
Another
well-played
bit of nade damage,
Yeah.
dude. This damage on NIP is tough to stomach. You've got majority of the team sub 50.
Little bit unconfirmed right now, but there's actually still 2 HEs left over. One of those in the B site, Molly as well. That can make a difference.
They'll take over Banana though, and this time there's no Frozen in the back corner to spray them down for free.
More utility. Oh, and Kaspersky down.
Yep, he just took a peek out through the boiler, catches Twists over towards that A site.
Snappy's the only one with over 50 health, and they have 5 alive.
Kerrigan starts getting pulled back somewhat away from B. Leaves Frozen on his own momentarily.
I'm telling
but
you, this HE, man, this could be golden for him, but he doesn't know it.
He's going to have to time it to perfection, and then you have to wonder, does he try to throw it to stop a bomb plant, or does he try to throw it as they're going to try to hit this bomb site?
Waiting for the info to get corroborated here from Frozen, who's getting up close. That
They're all
HE
grouped.
Oh, he's blowing the smoke open.
That's all he gets for it. Oh, Frozen peeks within it, and there he will slay. Easy frags, full house between Frozen and Kerrigan. It is murder on the doorsteps of the B site.
It's interesting because it has an impact, but it's not about killing them. It's about drawing their attention.
It's just a little classier. Opens up the door for Frozen to peek and to Kerrigan to slide out.
That's the CS2 difference. They get worried.
Oh, they also turn as if there's like a flash or something.
Yeah, maybe they expected a second play because they heard the smoke get blown open. They thought someone was going to fast push through CT, but it was really just a Coffin's peek the whole time. Caught them all playing anti-flash, and now it's a one-round game.
It's a one-round game, and only Kaspersky's got a gun to play with in round 20. Already down to 50 health as well. Tech9 set ablaze. Trade's good. Frozen's out of this one. Op comes over for Brokey. Lands it. Finishes off Kaspersky. But that is still 2 guns over towards Banana to be picked up by the Ninjas in Pajamas.
They're running quite far from this, actually. It's kind of, I feel like, a little bit of a desperate nip. I'd be a bit concerned about them trying to pop this, but they don't have an HE to disrespect this smoke right now. And right now, Brokey's just trying to trade places with Twist. He'll be here in time. And now they're coming.
Flash has announced the intention. Ooh.
Wow, nice spray.
Yeah, crosses before smoke pops. That's the end of Shush. Flash finds the pit player. Kerrigan tucks in, deals with the pistol. Bomb carrier in the middle of 4, pressure's on, and Twist and Kerrigan combine this time. It's either Twist and Kerrigan, Frozen and Kerrigan, regardless of who it is. This B site is standing the test of NIP.
10-10 is crazy after that first half. Amazing comeback now for FaZe after a series of solid rounds. Losing 1 this half so far.
This is 8 rounds of play in the second half, 1 round win for the Ninjas in Pajamas, and not a single bomb plant in the 7 rounds FaZe wins.
They're shut down at the doormats.
We've seen mowdowns on the front of the B site, on brackets over on A.
Nothing necessarily bad about the approach here from NIP, but just good rotations, good utility from their CT side. And shots getting hit. And Twist getting his flowers after getting so close to so many big rounds in the first half. Now his kills are converted into rounds. He's really starting to light up the server.
Probably felt too good to be true for the Ninjas.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's a 10-10, you know what I mean? It's a comeback, but it's 10-10. That's a big punish on the upper.
Kaspersky's last 6 maps of this major have been phenomenal. Playing beyond all expectations. Flash eaten by Frozen. He's going to go down with nothing. In round 21, Ninjas in Pajamas will look to finally put that bomb down on B. As Kerrigan tries to run over and pressure this smoke, he'll set the default plant ablaze, throws down another smoke, and just keeps on trying to press in, but Snappy knows Kerrigan's games.
Also, no flash, nothing. I mean, maybe he was just going to try to lurk over to CT and then set up a retake from the B side. I don't know, but now this round is over.
Just when it felt like FaZe Clan had their hands on the game, huh?
I mean, it feels like a minor error, but, you know, Brokey dying to... They need the smoke open, right? Kaspersky's waited for it. You can see his head. It's not technically the easiest shot for the op, and he wished he had more vision, but the fact that a rifle kills an op in this moment, that's all Nip needed.
Missed shot by Twists. Just to keep it fair. Trying to save this, man. They're coming.
He's a Terminator right now.
He fights on, but that'll be 2 alive for NIP as they secure 11, and a FaZe Clan's economy that gets bottomed out at the end of the round.
All right, I want this to go to 24 rounds now, just because I think we deserve the most exciting finish.
FaZe Clan still with ample money. They've even still got another op for Brokey, all the grenades in the world. This is a critical turning point for FaZe. Tie us up at 11 all. Put the pressure right back onto the Ninjas. Or do NIP finally win 2 rounds in a row in this half?
The one benefit of a comeback is, as you start to lose rounds, it's a lot of time to think about the other team's half. You know, the CT side, they go deep into the ideas, they go into the patterns, and this is where Snappy could potentially use that against them. Not that that's going to be easy to do versus Kerrigan. Let's see if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. But yeah, even though they're on 11, it's only 2 rounds this half so far for Nip.
Again, man, it's just a huge exchange of utility on Banana. Feels like Ujerks has been on half a health bar this whole half.
He's dead. Oh, nice shot, Brokey.
That's what we need. Brokey's op collects 1. But what's this? 2 players up inside of the apartments met by a smoke. Already NIP taking over bracket control, not wasting time here whatsoever. Frag grenade's gonna chip away a few. Jacob instant headshot, plays out in the open. Shush has got his number and a double. It's gonna fall on Kerrigan. Into the corner, he'll hold. Executes Kaspersky, missed off shot, but he knows Shush is out here. Kerrigan delivers!
It was supposed to be in B.
A double from the corner. Stands the test of NIP, who cranked the dial on that A site, and we do get tied at 11.
They didn't even entertain the thought that Kerrigan would be on this side of the map. They got hoodwinked after that 2K out of Shush. Should have kept your guard up. That's 1 back for FaZe after this shot from Brokey.
Just catching an elbow. Jacob with the instant headshot. Kerrigan is allowed to live. And Twist comes in to make sure they seal the deal. Now NIP fight for 12 with a force buy. Triple MAC-10 comes out of this. Do not want to waste a 9-3 TSD side.
Oh, they invested. They invested fully.
But here we are.
No timeout either. Right into it. What's the plan? How efficient were those comms?
Again, they're going to try to pop.
The flash is good.
Move. MAC-10 just barrels through, and this time there's not a third piece. It's on Twist to at least hold off one side of the A site. FaZe could try to bank on a retake.
They have to, actually. Otherwise, it's going to be map point.
And this is not something that we've seen out of FaZe so far on Inferno. All the rounds they win this half have just been straight-up kills.
Ujerks in window room. How are they going to clear this out?
Play this long con. Flashes up short side already. We've got 3 kits on the play, so as long as Kerrigan's not defusing, should still be good for time. Ujerks looks to strike. Shush gets his. No!
What?
It gets turned on! Frozen gets the better of it on the short side. Kaspersky from inside, pick kill 2! Shoots through smoke, exposes both, and clutches out. As FaZe Clan were on a tear, it is him and the player up in apartments to live on.
That should have not even been possible. Frozen turnaround kill on Ujerks. That was absolutely insane. But Kaspersky answering back with 3 frags from Pit.
He's not alone, but such a clutch moment because the pressure's on with that smoke and the defuse coming through. They didn't want to show their hand. Man, oh man.
So fucking...
They stole that. 3 MAC-10 by hallzerk.
Wow.
Another shush entry.
Such a snappy moment. Just charges them down with MAC-10, Snappy's favorite gun.
We know why he likes Glaive. The rush call, round 23.
Well, he'll fall with one in hand this time around. Frag to the corner.
This shouldn't matter at all, but Wrinkle's got a Zeus.
Just have to mention that. You just have to bring that up, huh? I mean, I appreciate you calling it early.
Calling from the grave here, Snappy.
Really not given a chance to live this time around.
Round 24, it was written.
FaZe Clan. Bodies over towards this site. I mean, Frozen.
Twist is in a support spot, but he doesn't have actual utility to flash through or anything like that.
Frozen's been rock solid on
Frozen doesn't have utility either.
Oh, he's just so fixated on the smoke. Staring up into the sky, Qikert takes his head off.
He jumped up, tried to catch the Grand Slam, and goes down.
They open their smoke to jump over. Kerrigan trying to test this. Lineup's there. Misses his chance to stop bomb. Retakes on here for FaZe. Or NIP finish this off with back-to-back rounds in regulation. At the final hurdle, NIP may have just cleared FaZe. We'll see. This is a retake with no kit featured. Frag grenade chucked out by Brokey. Op's gonna have to be a part of this. Twist trying to get his. Brokey over the shoulder collects, and as they start to push this in, it's now gonna be Shush. 1v3 point blank. Jumping MP9. Onto the bomb they'll go. 10 seconds, no problem. Overtime required to separate the two.
Yes, sir. They move just fast enough. Post haste here into the site. Deflating moment here for Nip as FaZe steal one in the end. Frozen getting caught with his silencer sticking up over the coffins. I think that was a wallbang headshot entry. And they pull this back. Oh, he's going to be happy about getting a second chance.
Oh, yeah.
They came in early. They tried to get him the body block.
Sure. Send him the bait. Hook, line, and sinker.
This has been a symmetrical half in terms of how impressive the CT side performances have been, and now FaZe will get to continue. We'll see if the dominance also does. Oh, that nade gets clipped.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. Just bounces off the pipe.
They don't come away with a kill on this round. They also narrowly avoid a lot of ammo coming back in their direction.
Good flash, interrupts majority. They're still trying to charge through. Love that. Snappy just barreling through utility, coming out of FaZe, was fully white for a second, still emerges in that moment for the 5v4.
Kind of crazy, this default. They still got legs over on the A site. There's still a moment here where they're trying to get FaZe to make one more bad decision before they make theirs. There is no push coming out from the CT side. They're thinking about A, but the retake now is coming into mid. Jacob could get info or steal one back.
Catches the pop-up. That's great damage on Shush.
Oh, that nade is perfect. The lineup is beautiful.
Dunks it onto Shush, gets back the 4v4. Smoke grenade's gonna deny Frozen. His angle doesn't matter. Ujert's peeled off it. CT's open it up, try to keep the pressure on. Bomb carrier found. That is both of the B defenders coming up with a kill. Wrinkle, what do you want? Trying to catch bomb, looking to swap off Op. He gets the AK in hand and they pounce. They do not give space over.
Wow.
FaZe Clan jumping on the opportunity to take this lead.
Taking that HE from Jacob. How clean was that with his damage? Took no risk, right over the lip of the ledge. Got the info on the B play. Rotation comes out perfectly. Oh. Crawl away from that.
Can't hide from the artillery.
And they get the spam damage through the smokes as well.
It's really awkward there for Wrinkle for a second, right? Getting bombed, switching to the AK. Like if that was a time spent planting, I don't know, maybe FaZe still jumped through. They just had so many bodies to throw at it. The moment FaZe get 2 kills through smoke, they just know that round is theirs. Look at Twists go, 25 frags, top of the board, exceeding 100 ADR, even as we are in overtime. It's a 1-round lead, but after that 9-3 start, did you ever think FaZe would be leading in this map?
No, I thought this game was done because NIP were playing well enough, but FaZe absolutely mirrored what they pulled off on CT.
FaZe
with
Clan,
a comeback, no less.
The Ninja's CT side utility was fantastic.
Even this last round, they got Snappy to slip through to the top of B, get that kill.
No, you're right.
They had a 5v4.
It's still there, but if they're going to bank back into it, they got to get something done on the attack.
Brokey, he's now hitting.
Yes, sir. Finds another one with a free fallback, supported by Jacob on short. No threat for Brokey at any point. He's actually going to go for the wider angle. Jacob set up with the crossfire. Smoke pops in front of it. That's all good. He'll barrel stuff. Shush. Nice snap over by Kaspersky. Not able to find a multi-frag. Twist has got his number. Clearly best player in the server at the moment. Frozen lets one go by and is here to stop them. FaZe Clan on a quick road in overtime for this flawless CT hack.
Yeah, it's all planned for them. Every move after the first kill looked so easy. Brokey just setting up nicely to get these positional kills. Quick punish inside of the halls. I even like how Jacob knows what his next move is. As soon as he hears that flash inside of middle, he's not blind. He comes in to try to get some damage in. And as good as Kaspersky is, he's not as good as Twist right now. It's just a gimme at this point.
Gonna try to slam against Banana by the looks of it. Oh, FaZe are signing up for the fight. This is a spam battle that could go either way. Oh, and Frozen's not going to be allowed to escape. Luckily, Twist trades one with the flames, collects the frag over to Shush, and keeps that pressure on. All of the while, Kerrigan sits in front of it, and Ujerks is going to give that trajectory of the utility to Kerrigan, so he stays locked in. He'll finish him off, and find Wrinkle. Flawless CT side queued up.
Unreal. 3 straight. I think Kaspersky, I think he might have just got spotted right there.
Yeah, the way the knife comes out in Library. Oh! Okay. Hello, FaZe Clan.
Okay.
And perhaps goodbye NIP's hopes of winning this first map of the series. This is FaZe's pick, and they are fighting for it.
They were defending their honor with the map pick, right? You know, this veto could go on. They could definitely steal a map pick from NIP, but the fact that NIP were about to show them up so heavily, and they responded in this way is incredible. Kerrigan wants to play aggressive too.
Counter-terrorists win.
At least NIP's CT side was rock solid, that much we learned. But a lot has changed since they were last here.
Yeah, you showed your whole playbook. It's been some time now.
And the confidence on FaZe Clan is boiling over.
Let's see if they make any of the same mistakes. You jerk down to 41 health.
I just feel like his entire game has been played at half health.
Oh, this could be free for Wrinkle. He goes right underneath the crosshair. Jacob, the young gun.
Nasty shot. Good recovery back from Shush, but that means he has to forfeit deep control of apartments, and look who's going to take up that free space. Kerrigan begins tiptoeing his way through the building, looking to take a challenge over towards Pit. Oh! And then Twist hits the instant headshot, but luckily here for NIP, you've still got Kaspersky.
They want to move on this. They'll space out.
He gets his one, repositions close up behind the truck, bomb inbound, and Twist goes deeper yet again, all supported by Frozen, and all on the shoulders of Snappy. What a beautiful setup out of the gate here for the Ninjas in Pajamas, taking it to FaZe Clan, showing us that it looked like they were going to keep this streak of map wins rolling. NIP have not lost a map since being defeated by NRG, but FaZe Clan are going to change that.
Hats off.
And another real test by FaZe Clan. This isn't FaZe flailing around in the face of red cannons, or damn near being eliminated by Fluxo. This is one of the hottest prospects of Stage 1 in NIP, taking a real swing in the first 12 rounds and still being forced to give up that lead.
Didn't see that coming. They looked absolutely fantastic in this game on this comeback, and it's NIP who have to go back to the locker room to think about what they've done. The chance disappears, and the chance for a 3-0 is still alive here for FaZe.
powering up each and every step of the way. Just the fact that it's across the board. We get good moments out of FaZe Clan, but lights out from Russell Van Dalken, star of the show on Inferno. Will FaZe be able to solve some of their problems they've had on the outer yard of Nuke ahead of this second map of the series? It is critical here at the Major.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is infinitive. Top of the throne it is me. How you moving slow when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
I'm standing here with Sis from NIP, and this is a dream start. 3 chances to go through to the stage 3. Is this the best NIP we have seen, maybe even this year?
I mean, certainly we have some individuals who are stepping up right now, but I think last StarLadder we actually played better as a team, I think. We're still learning for sure, yeah.
I think you played them in the stage 1 on Overpass, and after that game you actually mentioned, or one of your players mentioned, that Snappy called kind of a masterclass T side when you were attacking Jacob and Twist on B side. Obviously that was just the best of 1, but can we expect this kind of depth and anti-stratting coming into the best of 3s as well from NIP?
For sure. I mean, we have prepared for basically all the maps that's possible now. So yeah. But honestly, I'm also expecting a much better phase than stage 1. I think the deeper phase goes in the tournament, the better they will be, right? And I'm also expecting the same from my players and from us. That the deeper we go, the better we play. So yeah.
Speaking of your players, I have to ask about Kaspersky. What are you feeding the kid, besides the opponents, obviously? I think he's been in a great form. I think he's one of the highest rated players in the tournament. He has yet to have an off day or an off game, whatever you want to call it. Is this something that translates into the mid rounds as well? Because he's kind of like reserved, it feels like. Is he helping with the mid round calls? If he's feeling the game so well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we are playing our best, I think he's very involved. He's very vocal with the mid-rounds especially, but also in freeze time. If he wants to go for a play, we most likely will let him go for that play, right? But yeah, he's been the X factor for us this tournament. Sometimes he will just get 3 guys, you know, with a pistol or with the duels, or yeah, he's been playing really good.
It's also out of nowhere. One last question before you go. Last time you were playing, you actually lifted the trophy with FaZe that you're playing against. Is this a little bit of a personal matchup as well for you?
I mean, I always respect FaZe. I think they're an incredible team, and they have a great leader, great coaching staff as well. So, I mean, I wish the best for FaZe, but today we got to beat them.
Let's do it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Your monster matchup is delivering. It has unleashed the beast that is FaZe. We'll get into the matchup as we saw it, but I just want to touch on overtime. The moment FaZe was able to equalize and push it to those extra rounds, holy hell, it was the beast that came out, and they just looked like a completely different team.
They absolutely flipped into another gear there. The way that FaZe were able to take over this game once it hit OT, the fact that NIP were probably still trying to lick their wounds, recognize what went wrong, and FaZe, they just kept the pedal to the metal. No one was slowing down. The fact that Twist bought enough time for everybody else to get on board. We saw moments from Jacob, from Frozen, even Brokey getting into the mix too, and whereas NIP, couple guys that chimed in early on to get this game going for them, but when it came to crunch time, no one was to be found.
Yeah, and this is a game that NIP had full control over. I was essentially just waiting for the round for them to close it out. They got that round. Round 24, they essentially had full control over B, everyone over peaking, left choosing a 1v3 in that pool area. It was insanity. They could have literally done nothing and closed this round out.
It looked like in that final round that they just panicked. Every single member of NIP panicked. That was what it felt like. Do you think that maybe it got to them a little bit? They were so close to closing it out, realized FaZe was coming in and could equalize, and then it was like they just fell apart.
Yes. Sometimes it's difficult to remember the fact that even though the quality of play we've seen from NIP from stage 1 and even this stage has looked so exceptional, they're working with 2 rookies. Kaspersky, Wrinkle, in those moments, definitely going for some swings that they are going to regret, ones that are going to be burned in the back of their head. They've got to forget about those, but if you ask me for a name change for NIP, I'd say Falcons in Pajamas. That's my first one right there.
But I actually hope that they remember these peaks forever. I think it's going to be ingrained in a positive, traumatic way for the future of their careers. So it's a learning step that all players need to go through, either if it's a Ninja Diffuse or they not, remembering to close that round out. It's a good progress, it's something you want as a player, but yeah, I'd be very, very upset if I was NIP throwing this game.
Tevahawk, I've never heard of a positive traumatic experience,
positive.
But I'll let
positive.
you have that. Let's go all the way back to the start, because in that first half, it looked like NIP had this in the bag.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, their CT side was excellent. They really only had Twist to kind of try to bring it back. He had a couple of clutch situations, but they shut them down. And yeah, I mean, they won on the entry frag department, they won on the clutch department, and everything was going really well for NIP. but then they kind of slowed down. It looked a little bit, you know, I don't know. FaZe, they got a grip of it. They got some excellent reads when they were in 4v5 situation on the CT side. Carrigan pretty much gambling that they would hit B after he lost entry on short side. And there was a lot of these moments where you could see that this is the experience of a leader like Carrigan, who has, you know, the courage to make these very, very risky calls in a very dire situation for FaZe that brought them back into this game and being able to bring it to overtime in the end.
I was really shocked at NIP's lack of willingness to move over towards the A bomb side. It really felt like on their T side, it was a one-track mind in terms of getting the banana control, which they did fantastically, by the way, but they would just bleed the clock out. FaZe would suss out what's going on towards bracket, and there were multiple times in this where NIP had the moment to strike on that B bomb site, but because FaZe are not going to just sit on their heels, they're not going to just wait, they were able to gather information towards that bracket space and recognize, oh, this has to be a B hit now, and then they were able to send the reinforcements in time.
How absolutely insane was it, though? How many times Carrigan took a gamble and got it right in that second half? A little bit of luck almost to just call it every time.
I mean, I wouldn't call it luck. I think it's something that comes with experience. You kind of read players and you kind of have a feeling of how the opponent IGL is comfortable with how they want to call. And you know, B is a very secure side to hit. I mean, even if there is 3 CTs, if you have enough utility, if you have enough manpower, it's still a favorable side to hit. But FaZe, I mean, Frozen was excellent playing from that coils positions. Got them caught off guard in multiple occasions as they entered that B area. So I think it's a mix of individuals, brilliance to be able to stop NIP in these situations, plus, you know, the reinforcements and Carrigan's calls to make sure that they had the support to close it out.
I also like that Brokey was getting a bit more active with the AWP. I mean, lately, it's been almost kind of the famous stat regarding him is that he's just had the lowest entry attempts of the team. But in this Inferno game, multiple instances might not even have shown up on the entry scoreboard, but he was tagging people early on. He was imposing the AWP. It imposed fear into the offensive side of the Ninjas just because he was choosing different positions. He was banana, he was apartments, peeking down top mid. Every single time NIP wanted space, he was there ready to meet him.
You've mentioned a lot of players, but if you had to choose one standout from this particular map, who would it be?
100% Twist.
Easily Twist, yeah.
100%.
Unanimous decision.
Yes.
Everybody in the whole audience would definitely agree that it's Twist. He was just fantastic. He was, at some points, almost winning these 1v3s. I think twice in a row, he almost won a 1v3, but it kept the money so low that it really kind of just made it so that in the latter portions of that half, NIP missing a key piece of utility here or there allowed them to eke out those couple rounds that they needed in order to just have some semblance of a buffer so that they could move into the second half and then start to run with it.
Can we have a little bit of fun, boys? How much more do we prefer Twists on FaZe than what we saw with him on Liquid?
I like that he's not making roster decisions on this team as far as I'm aware. I think that was like the one aspect, but in terms of how he's playing as an individual, I think that he's definitely been unleashed. I mean, he's kept a lot of the same fire. I'm not going to even downplay how good he looked at the tail end of what he was doing with Liquid. It's just that it wasn't leading to successful CS, so yeah. I'm liking him in this jersey once again.
I think he's the most consistent player of FaZe. I think you get a little bit of ups and downs from Frozen and Jacob, especially in this tournament. But Twist is like the constant nominator, always brings a good performance for FaZe and always kind of brings them back into games, but almost in a silent way, so to speak, compared to like Frozen had that fantastic Nuke game. Twist was still there.
We're moving on to Nuke. This is NIP's pick. I feel like it could be a little bit of a dangerous pick at this point.
I was saying at the beginning of the veto that this could be a little bit of a trap just because FaZe have warmed up on it, but no, this is where NIP should, if they continue the form that they've had, run with the series, even it up 1-1, because their T-side playbook is so deep. I mean, it's not your just typical snappy T side, which is just all about set pieces, running into the A bomb side repeatedly, which they do have, but they also have so many variations of cross smokes where U-Jerks is able to slink on through, Snappy himself is able to get down lower, then he's able to mid-round from there, and I'm really worried about FaZe in this situation because, reminder, it's Carrigan playing the outside yard, and so he's going to be having to figure out a way to maintain some information so that they're not just blindsided in the late round.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, Brokey needs to have a fantastic game. He needs to dominate that yard area because that is the key area. If you want to shut down NIP on Nuke, you have to compete for that T-Red. You have to make sure that you get the information behind the smokes because they're excellent at using it to kind of force you in rotations.
Let's find out if NIP is able to equalize this series and take it to a third map. We're getting into it. Scrawny and Lunders are ready.
Just in pajamas, got to stand up, dust themselves off. It is going to be a gut-wrenching feeling in the locker room after letting FaZe back into that game. Well, maybe not even so much letting them in, but just watching FaZe as they take it. And that's what FaZe have been doing so far here in Stage 2, taking this major on their terms. Watch as Ninjas will go charging out into the upper hit. Twist is going to find one. Jacob from the back of sight, only also able to get a single kill. This is Shush in with a critical multi-frag. 3 frags in the pistol to his name. Frozen from up above, stops the plant. Oh, he stops the plant. That makes this interesting. And as he pushes down into Shush now, he can give him space if he chooses to.
Playing a headshot angle might not be the right idea, but Shush can't get this one back. Had the chance, had to be that bullet. And instead, it's the clutch for Frozen.
Man, Snappy looking left and right like he can't believe it. Hell of an effort from Shush in the pistol. Surely this pace out of NIP catches FaZe Clan off guard. And Shush, wow, beautiful snap up into the heavens.
Yeah, what an effort.
Stopping the bomb is one thing, but then taking that fight before Shush ever gets a chance to put it down himself. There's Frozen's impact already. Cheeky 1v2 clutch in the first round of the second map.
It's been a streak of nuke wins, but they know that this one won't be free necessarily versus FaZe. One thing we're looking at this game, Kaspersky was great on Inferno, for sure. I mean, a lot of players were. That wasn't a total failure. That was just a comeback that took place the same way the lead started. But Kaspersky is a god on this map. Top fragged every single map of this major they played on Nuke.
Says thank you, I'll take that. Off the dead hands of his Wrinkle. Climbs over the red box. Kaspersky taking some kind of a vision, but nobody else to really pressure here. Just Brokey peppering smoke with Famas. And he'll catch a bit of chip damage as they go majority downstairs here, NIP. Not to mention a little lobby presence shown.
Yeah, they got one tag. Kerrigan starts to walk away slightly. Actually out of vision as well. Won't be able to get this early notice. So the thing is, there's no ramp take. So it's going to be an easier rotate for Frozen. Shush is on door duty.
Kaspersky not able to get the kill. They'll smoke out for the bomb to try to push out and plant. That could be money made. Oh, AK hits the ground with nothing. It's 2 players for NIP that have had it and tried,
Hey,
but
no one told them they closed the door.
neither one gets the frag. So clean house downstairs for FaZe. Sure, you give a little money over to the Ninjas, but so be it. It's a 2-0 CT side start.
It's pretty okay considering they didn't actually rotate 2 down to start, and there was no ramp pressure once again. So first outside kill is easy. And I feel like Kerrigan kind of just like finding that equilibrium between like he was having a really good map where no one else was. Now he's contributing, definitely, but like the rest of the team's also succeeding at the same time. I think if NIP loses this map, it's going to be mental. After their Inferno loss, they almost had that one. It's probably going to be Tilt that affects it.
Close outside as Snappy comes in full invested again. There's been a lot of willingness for that throughout the series. Ninjas coming in with a 1 rifle buy. Will it be worth anything at all is the question. Brokey could get caught off guard. Good slide up by Snappy, making the most of that and keeping himself still comfortable with 72 health, climbing upwards, covered by Ujurks. Twist starts to rattle off, and Kaspersky catches one with his deagle. Good on Twist to put the gun down. That's the Galil drop. Still that looming threat of pistols, but it's a cleanup from FaZe Clan again. Still an answer. Shush finds his.
We got 2 players that could die to 1 bullet each from this deagle.
They're going to boost over blue. Great way to keep eyes on that bomb.
Yeah, that's nice.
And they'll go layered.
This is literally impossible.
You'd think, unless he looks the wrong direction. Ugh. Shush. Nice attempt. He's had a great map back on Inferno. Tries to get it going here, but no chance.
How did Jacob even know he could slide out for that second kill? He's just getting more and more comfortable every round. Nice shot.
You know, I'm sure that's a part of the FaZe Clan formula coming to this event, is telling Jacob, like, listen, just try to play your best, but the pressure's not on you. It's on the rest of us to kind of prop you up and integrate you well.
I think that's what makes Qikert stand out as an IGL. Yes, he's played with all the best players of all time, but also he knows how to control superstars.
Yes.
He knows how to give just enough space that you can both feel comfortable but still play within a system.
I'm sure that Dust 2 game last night has just unlocked a new level for Jacob in terms of self-worth and confidence. And on top of that, then the rest of FaZe know that things are moving in the right direction. They can focus back on themselves because clearly Jacob's comfortable enough to succeed and to help them win games.
Nice tactic to find Kerrigan in the back of Big Garage. Gets a little scary outdoors.
I think outdoors is going to be a pain point for FaZe moving forward, right? It's huge shoes to fill with Rain. We saw him have to give up the position when Elige was a part of FaZe this year.
I mean, if this is going to be an upper take, it's going to be really, really hard to stop. We have Ujurks playing in the back of Big, the early rotation, the preemptive one here from FaZe. This is kind of the perfect move from Nip, I want to say.
Whoa, scary for Frozen there. Excuse me, sir.
You don't know what I just saw. We're saving.
Yeah, you don't want a piece of that. Lower players starting to go over towards Qikert. Is the retake even attempted?
No. 4v5, you could maybe punish some exits, but like, they decided to, you know, have the A site unmanned, or even if there's one guy there, they're not really stopping that. And again, it's just actually the perfect move for Nip. They turned one tactic into a free site. That might be a good name for a YouTube video.
What's that exactly? Want to share with the class? Walk it back. 9 alive at the end of this one.
Terrorists win.
Snappy made that one look easy.
I mean, not the first time they've tried to test that upper site. Just this time you catch Frozen in an awkward place where previously his Heaven impact was huge. Fine by FaZe. Rebuy 1. Get the CT side back online. Fast play outside here for the Ninjas. Wall of Smokes is already up, and they catch Twist on the front end of main. Trying to rotate over to support it is Kerrigan, but nade pressure, that looming threat of all the bodies. Twist just confirmed. And Kerrigan underneath Kaspersky.
Oh, he didn't notice that. It took him too long.
Uh-oh. Headshot up to the player on top, but Kaspersky survives. Great coverage from him. Allows for NIP to take over Qikert easily.
Wow, Jacob's getting really outdoorsy here. But I mean, there's no real recourse for a team that's already lost 2 and doesn't have a rotate downstairs. It's just another great situation for Nip. If they make noise, there's a chance there's a reaction, but if they don't, then there's no one that's going to come down to fight them. So just another perfect call here for Nip.
On plant, no contest.
Bomb has been planted.
It's a great round for Kaspersky from the top of main. Kerrigan, unfortunately, a bit slow to the reaction. Still hit the dink, but oh, what could have been. Uh-oh, Frozen. Ooh, I was going to say no save guaranteed. Ah, yeah, goes back and down to 12. That's the nade to finish.
Okay.
Bada boom. Brokey hangs on. FaZe Clan 2 guns up this time around as they concede 2 saves back to back. And NIP close the gap.
As they brought up on the desk, it's going to be about trying to control Yard versus Kaspersky. It's kind of unlikely to happen. They got to really work hard for these kills.
Fast door pressure, NIP, change of pace. A-Site's been theirs. Kaspersky trying to get out through the smoke. Plenty of bodies in position, still that top hut, never mind. Twist goes down with nothing as well.
That's a snappy rush.
Dude, this slam has paid off. And the chase is on at a shush. NIP taking control of the game now. You want to try to save, go ahead. This one was done in 20 seconds.
That's sweet. And yeah, all the money's gone. I mean, they had to reinvest just a little bit, but enough to keep FaZe's economy at 0. They've got these 2 guns. They can keep it in the next round. Don't think they're going to be buying behind this, however. Solid calls here for Nip, and, you know, you want to get excited about everything. We saw the comeback back on Inferno, but that was also a CT side followed by a CT side comeback. This is a little scarier, I think, for FaZe.
Terrorists win.
It's an excellent game plan unfolding here.
So awkward with the player beneath waiting for Hut instead. You can see the shock in his eyes when that swarm of NIP came flying out through Squeaky instead.
Well, you thought it was a different Molly as well that was landing on the other half of Hut, and just really sat in it. Everything worked perfectly in terms of the type of the attack, the flashes, where the Molly landed, where they thought the CTs would be. You could see they let them out of Squeaky, and then were standing beside each other. Oh, they are buying back into this. I guess between the op and the rifle, they want to make this work. And Jacob gets upgraded here to an M4, so it's actually looking pretty decent. Nip will fly into the lead if they pick up a round win here.
Just doesn't feel like Nip are going to let off the pace. Twist freed up, no longer playing jumbled up with the player on Hut either, so tucked into the vent. And also more Heaven support just in case there is that recommitment from NIP to take the upper floor again.
I think that FaZe are hoping for a quick upper exec. They started Brokey up in Heaven, and obviously Nip don't have the incentive to do that. They know they have more money this round. They can play into the final seconds of the clock. They just want to draw out some of the remaining utility. Now there's no damage grenades left for FaZe. They have these 2 smokes and 1 flash to work with.
NIP have all the power. You know that rush is kind of in your back pocket. You know you could pull it out at any moment. You see the timidness that it puts into FaZe's mind.
And all you
this
got to
round.
do is a sky flash, an opposite vent molly, and the CTs have no choice but to respond. I like this from FaZe though. They're trying to get aggressive instead.
Not letting NIP get comfortable. Oh, well timed from Frozen, but it's not clean, and it's 3 instant kills.
Ooh.
NIP just sitting inside of the lobby, damn near caught with their pants down.
You got to finish your food.
Playing around with their grenades, and instead, another domination in this upper site. NIP, this wasn't on their terms. This was them just reacting to a FaZe Clan push that net FaZe nothing.
And they didn't have grenades, so they had to do something like that. And ironically, you know, when there's too many people in lobby, that's actually a great time to go for a retake on it, because fighting back out of those angles, it can just get too cramped, too complicated too quickly. But they don't get the first kill. If they get the first kill, then it's a series of dominoes. But instead, well, it's a series of dominoes back. That's really easy for Nip. They don't get punished for switching grenades. All that happens is they come away with low health bars.
Terrorists win.
Oh, man.
Love that it's Snappy of all people too, and then Shush is able to get back into the door hold.
Then they just start firing at everything because they know it's a full lobby crunch.
Right. They knew there was something on the brink of occurring. So
unlike these last rounds, like FaZe were able to save when it didn't work out.
This time it's majority pistols. This would be a beautiful moment for NIP to just go back into that upper slam. It's fast, but it's a different direction. Down into the vent already. Oh, this T side is just outpacing.
They know what they want.
Oh, but Frozen with the deke shot. Doesn't manage a second kill. Poor Kerrigan down to a quarter health as well. Ujurk's down here on a vacant B bomb site, but feeling squeezed and unsure as to whether there's a threat behind him in single.
And they didn't drop vent because they're not sure if they could have. But this allowed Wrinkle to get downstairs to watch it, and Shush has the top.
Of course he does. Down goes Jacob, down goes man advantage. And they're already starting to peel away. FaZe forced to save.
Yeah, it's quick and decisive.
Wow.
And when you do that, then you have opportunities to like make mistakes. And even though a couple of kills go the other way, so much map control so quickly, and they just let Shush hang back as their insurance policy to make sure nothing else could go awry.
Damn, Shush. Top of the scoreboard there. Comfortable twice now, whether that was in the face of Twist's aggressive move last round or just playing it cool this time. Showing his value yet again from map to map. It's starting to feel like FaZe are in a bit of a free fall. Just can't keep up with this attack from the Ninjas. 5 rounds straight to the attack. We chalk it up to lesser guns. FaZe better be ready for another fast move from NIP, because I feel like so far it's been impossible to get a read on Snappy's attack. It has been so different round by round. Getting the dink on Shush though, that's gonna help. Twist will finish him with the nade.
They pull that smoke open and Ujurk's fought back, it looked like, and they get the vent sneak as well.
Wow, down they go again.
Frozen's like, what do I do now?
Oh, take a bullet to the head, that's what. Kaspersky insta-kill.
He needs a phone call to find out the timing here. He has no idea how quick they are, and they can't get that info over to him.
NIP are playing lightning fast Counter-Strike so far on this T side.
Yeah, they've just been a step ahead.
And as the lead grows, so does the tempo. No, FaZe haven't really thrown anything back in NIP's faces to punish them for this kind of an aggressive play, this all-in off of a decision. It's just beautiful that Snappy's decision of what we're gonna do has been different almost every single round. The pace of it all is about the same, but the destination and the pathing, it's fresh every time. I would not want to be FaZe trying to get a read as to what the hell is about to come next, trying to just save inside of their own spawns. And NIP, so much money. You've got Ujurk's max, 16,000. Brokey gets away with the AWP.
Yeah, missed the shot to save Twist.
Ninjas can play all the risks in the world.
Yeah, it was this. Okay, wow. It didn't even get blown open. Kerrigan was just jumping away. I think there must have been an outside flash that just had Kerrigan. I don't know why he was jumping there, but that's the only reason he got spotted. Maybe he fell off Big Garage or something.
I love that. Just
and
another
I think
new
like
idea.
The way that he's talking right there shows you that there's multiple branching paths that he could take in this T-half. He's already proved a lot of his ideas will work. So now it's not even, this is what we need to do to fix something. It's, here's what we could do. Let's just see if this works. There's probably 3 things that could go well right now. I'm gonna try to pick the best one. But you can sense that calmness in his voice. Any call that's let's go Mongols, I think it's going to be aggressive, Connor.
Yeah, I have a hunch. Sounds like Snappy. Shush, though, gets flashback. We haven't really seen any challenges towards ramp
Again,
at all.
they throw this first tier exec upstairs just to draw the utility.
Yep.
Mollies and the HEs and
Ramp's
the
free.
It's a fake ramp.
Brokey comes back.
Totally fell for it.
Down by Ujurks as it is NIP to manufacture this opening and then slide right through it. Smoke comes out from main, so Snappy tries to put the frag back on Kerrigan. That'll be 20 of his health gone. And it doesn't have to be ramp straight down to B. He can also get this leak out towards hell. That's exactly what Kerrigan's here to try to pick up. Next challenge. Oh, he gets them all!
He's crushed them.
The total clothesline here for Kerrigan.
Best individual moment from a member of FaZe so far on Nuke, and it belongs to Kerrigan, but it doesn't mean the round is FaZe Clan's. We get this answer back from Ujurks.
Man, his contributions have been coming in quietly every single round. 11-4 now.
Bomb is key. In what world do NIP get their hands back on the device?
I like the way the CTs are playing this to trade, but also you can't isolate these engagements. Snappy and Kerrigan, he goes down. The molly as well.
Twist is sitting here in between the two. Finds Snappy, easy pickup. Worried about Ujurks on the split. Goes a little wide and he'll clutch this. Not wasting Kerrigan's multi-kill spray down. It's a 2K close for Twists.
So they had a good idea at taking over the ramp. They wanted to continue with a ramp, with a heaven play, but they didn't get the pick off inside of Squeaky to catch someone rotating down. And I think they got kind of uncomfortable with the idea that, well, how are we going to take down stairs if we don't know if they've dropped secret and nobody's got to kill at Squeaky? They don't have it smoked. They're not really worried about it. There was no overreaction here for FaZe, and I think that's what won them the round.
It's not an idea that fails the Ninjas in Pajamas. Not the opening move into the ramp anyways. Felt like that caught FaZe off guard entirely.
It was maybe just deviating from the plan based on the circumstances, where 4v5, they could just, like, Brokey's the first rotate to help Frozen in every situation at ramp. He was at Turnpike, but he died first. So they know that Frozen's down there, most likely by himself. They kind of have vent control. They could have just taken it downstairs if they wanted to, but assumed that FaZe were going to react in some way. But they stayed patient upstairs.
Fast cross here. NIP, they don't even wait for that second smoke. I love that Wrinkle and Ujurks give it a test and then spam through, kill Kerrigan, right back to winning ways or NIP. But the answers, they keep coming for FaZe at least. Somebody somewhere is starting to step up. Kaspersky from the top rope outside main's got a teammate to pinch with. Him and Snappy combined for the double, and that is an open A site clear for the taking. The only thing that goes FaZe's way is Frozen's double downstairs.
Can I say they look a little bit like FaZe themselves with the way that they're playing?
Just slicing through. I mean, again, opening move, you know, the Mongols call last round. It might have been a round that goes to the FaZe Clan scoreboard, but it was another strong start. Had FaZe on their toes, and they needed a big pop-off moment to recover. Here's NIP back at it with just another convincing start to the round. And I don't think we've seen them challenge around the side of the first wall of smokes before the second one pops.
Yeah, it's like how they punished Frozen for playing off that, trying to block the coffin smoke on the B exact back on Inferno. A little earlier than you'd expect. And there might not be an objective reason on a specific round to make the play a little faster this time or whatever. But the important thing at the heart of it is just to change it up so that you can never get red, essentially. And that's what NIP have done such a good job of doing. FaZe are falling into so many of their traps. So defend against 8 T rounds here for NIP. We've got 2 Famuses and an MP9 on Brokey.
Another look towards ramp, set up by Shush. Oh, Wrinkle eating that flash, isn't able to commit fully, and Twist is down beneath him and a teammate. Finds him on the climb up. Twist locked in now, and Ujurks gets the recovery. Good shot out of the top of Silo. Snappy's gonna be dropped on that A floor. Kaspersky inside of the hut, taking a look towards site. Meanwhile, Frozen still taking steps beyond the ramp. Gets his head popped by Shush. And that is pressure on ramp now. Pressure on FaZe. 3v3 short. Health advantage FaZe. Kaspersky waits this out, and Jacob's gonna get the better of it.
Nice kill.
Good double kill for Jacob this round. He's had a rough half considering his recent performances. And right now, gonna take that into a 3rd kill. Drops bomb and really sets up FaZe to finish. Quad kill for Jacob. A 5th round for FaZe. 2 of the last 3 at the tail end of this CT side, but they have their work set out for them on the attack. The desk in the pregame said that it was going to be FaZe that had to find a solution to the entry success outer of the Ninjas in Pajamas, and we expected Kaspersky to be the driving force behind that. But 5-0 in opening duels was Ujurks in this game. And this is somebody from the bottom of the scoreboard on Inferno to now the tippity top and setting up Ninjas for what could be another close in this series. But we felt the same way back on Inferno.
Yeah, but that was CT side, right?
And FaZe showed us a little bit of magic.
It's going to be very hard for FaZe.
Very hard indeed. But they'll give it a try because they are FaZe after all. Kerrigan takes over control in Garage. NIP's attack just looks so different every round of that half. Oh!
That was a chance.
Sit down!
And now it's a chance for Nip.
Frozen just 180s. Shuts down that Beretta's flank. Shush inside of the lobby said, I'm hitting everything.
No, he fought so hard to get out, and it actually worked out in his favor, but both of them go down. 3 up for FaZe Clan, and small chances right there to just totally close that down. The dualie's not getting a kill.
Insane.
When do you see the dualies getting turned on? That
Frozen.
doesn't happen.
Frozen with the 180 Ferrari swing. Look at this.
That was insane.
I mean, that was a free kill for Kaspersky. He sprinted in and gave them the audio because he knew he had the timing. Can't believe he survives that. Suddenly, it's just a one-round game.
It is just a one. Now it's a one-round game. Dude, a pistol with this makes it real. Absolutely.
Wrinkle doesn't have a bind for graffiti. Yeah, neither does Valve. Been waiting a long time for one of those.
Maybe we should go for that other kind of graffiti since we're at the major.
Just sitting and waiting, right? In anticipation of NIP making some kind of a move. FaZe Clan got nowhere to be. Scout though. This is the danger.
Slow anti-egos are more dangerous.
Frozen. Oh, and Jacob now suddenly forced by here for Nip is looking perfect. Deagle shot pops up. That's Brokey down to 60. He can't get the frag back. I mean, 5 alive. Ninjas in Pajamas embarrass FaZe.
Dang. It's just, that shows the pistol didn't matter at all. That was full control. Yeah, going slow on a T-side anti-eco when a scout's there. Yeah, that is risky. That is really risky. And they will pay the iron price. That's that, you know, kiss your teeth, because the comeback was going to be hard enough. Now it's on another level. Oh, okay. Nice shot, Jacob.
Keep things interesting at least. Careful, because there's a Deagle in the back and then this Tech 9 up front. Yeah. Kaspersky kind of welcomes this play from Frozen, invites him to go for it, playing with him, and now giving that Galil over. No, doesn't reach for it. Snappy stuck in. Brokey hits his deke. Pistols have taken down 3 members of NIP already. Wrinkle can lean back at a distance here, but remember, he's low, right?
Wow, the jostling continues. Shush. Ooh, chance. Chance
like
for
this.
both of them, though. Who goes too far? Surely.
Oh, beautiful headshot onto Frozen.
So aware, man.
Shush gets the job done. It feels like if there was one member left of Ninjas, I want it to be Shush. High odds to recover this one. We go down to the 2v2 now. Brokey and Jacob trying to avoid Shush. They run over to the ramp and grab a gun. Shush comes through off of this. Oh, they watch, but they turned at the worst possible moment. Shush has got this one locked in with a 3K of his own.
He's a master of timing.
Great recovery. Stabilizes in the face of a real threat, but FaZe Clan, it's only the 3 frags off pistols.
It was a genuine, real chance right there. But a 2v4 recovery off the back of Wrinkle and Shush. And they're not really sweating either. Look how clean and easy this feels.
Nice rest!
Just a series of good moves. A maniacal laughter out of Frozen.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. sent down to the Glocks. And even the Glocks.
Wait a second, and the upgrade.
Hold on.
Imagine.
No, okay. Kaspersky's gun's empty though, so they're gonna keep that pressure up. They knew he was pinned in.
Uh-oh, careful.
Great chance for another recovery moment out of Nip. As long as Shush is alive, I believe they'll close this.
Yeah, fair enough.
He proved it in the last round.
He's like 2 guys.
Try to prove it again, but Kerrigan has slipped the net in this man advantage. Oh, Kerrigan, what are you up to?
He slipped the net with this Glock fade. He's going into heaven. Imagine. Imagine he has a moment from up here with this gun.
No one's watching.
What could he do, Connor, really?
Wrinkle's looking the wrong way.
No
2
way.
Glock shots to the side of the head.
It's got to be 3, though.
Yo!
Oh!
Comes through from Frozen. Shush doubles back out of main. Spray is horrible. Doesn't cut down anybody. Then that SMG gets another, and they didn't win the 4th buy with the Deagles, but they are on the brink of taking one off of the back of Glocks.
If Nip lose this game, it's going to be about mentality. All these rounds being so close, and them actually scoring back a victory.
5 Glocks to 3 upgraded M4s. Only FaZe Clan.
Oh my goodness.
Only FaZe. They did it.
That was actually 5 Glocks.
They did it.
That's
Glocks.
The stat is, it's like a 1 in 1,000 round.
Well, go buy a lottery ticket then. FaZe Clan 1 round closer to tying this up, and a huge shift.
Do they have anything at all?
I don't think so, dude. I saw 5 Glocks. Now again, grabbing the MP9 on the door.
Well, yeah, of course.
That helps.
Imagine you won around with 5 Glocks, you never got an upgrade.
Yeah, right?
What are you doing with the guys you killed?
Yeah, just letting them keep it.
Why does Brokey keep doing that? Going around his monitor? He's talking to Kinder? So they come into this after these upgrades, full buy, and they're rich. That is the most amount of momentum that you can steal in 1 round. And they got kills in all these previous. Why do Nip look so shaky right now?
Because they're up against FaZe Clan in a 2-0 game where they never thought they'd be.
The 1 comeback, a CT side comeback on Inferno, okay, sure. But if it's 2 comebacks in a row, Nip are going to be under the gun when it comes to choking. Nip are extremely good on this map. We're waiting for this half.
Yeah, let them know. Glocks for the name of the game. What a sudden boost to FaZe Clan's chances. Use this time, use this opportunity. That's it. I mean, that's an opportunity wrapped in gold.
It's an expensive round here for Nip. They got almost no utility to work with, no mollies. 1 kit in play. They're going to be so vulnerable to save off of 1, maybe 2 kills. They can wait and wait and wait, and then at some point in the round they have to do something together and aggressive. They can't actually sit back and expect to win this. They're really, really light on players upstairs for the moment. Oh, okay. Just going to reset that before any damage is dealt, right?
Had 3 stolen M4s. Off of the back of the Glocks. Feels like it's been a long time since I heard NIP chants at a Counter-Strike event.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to them for how well they're playing. It's just now a question of the mental side of things,
Sure.
I think. Yeah, like game plan. We're done talking about how good the Nip game plan is. We saw a fantastic half to kick this off.
I mean, it's just X factor, right? The ability to close the big moments under the pressure of FaZe Clan, underneath the pressure of the lights as well.
Yeah.
This is where NIP still have room to grow. This was always a project that was meant to get back to the top, and they are clearly working it. They found their angle, at least here in stage 2.
Again, the exact same buy comes through. Looking for a bit more from Kaspersky. And I hate to call him out on this round because he only has a deagle, but he top fragged every single time they played Nuke this major, he top fragged.
every single time.
That's why the desk were kind of highlighting his impact that they thought they'd find, right, on outer yard last half. Udrik's kind of stole the show. And Udrik's about to have his hands full again. Over towards ramp, gets dinked, peels one off the play, and dives down to the B side. He knows he can't stick around. Twists, finds timing on Snappy. That's the kill to equalize. And this isn't FaZe taking that
killing him? Oh, okay.
ramp damage and just charging downstairs. Oh, Twist!
Oh, he was too late.
Snaps it back around. Triple kill for Twist. All headshots all day.
That's the Canadian lurk right there.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, he dismantled all of outside on his own. And Wrinkle had the chance to make that only 1 death, and it ended up being 3. If NIP lose this game, it will be mental. Be sure-footed in each of your movements, NIP, because you had a chance to win this round. You've had chances to come back after losing the pistol, getting eco'd again. You lost to 5 Glocks. That doesn't happen when you're not scared.
Time to kill on each of those frags at a Twist was disgusting. Just so nonchalant inside of the main kill to the guy up in rafters. Let's watch it back. Snappy first, worried about the smoke push.
That's nuts.
Beautiful.
That was just disgusting, yeah. It's just
Gets
not
away with
favored.
19 health there as he turns back around onto Wrinkle.
Is anyone better at entering upper from Mini?
I don't know. I don't think so. Nobody looks as good doing it anyways. Fast push here with one of the M4s. I like this. Let Kaspersky off the leash a little. Him and Ujurks, just the 2 rifles coming into the round and already 5v4 NIP.
Last time they went down 4v5, they started to take a little bit too much time on an anti-eco and gave one back to NIP.
I was worried for a second that Udrix didn't have a fallback, just playing on the other side of smoke, but he tucks into the close wall instead. That'll force FaZe to come and get him if they want this. Wrinkles Deagle just kind of transitioning around, but leaving it up to the solo M4 over on ramp. It's a full committed position out of Udrix. He's been playing excellent here on Nuke, and he's going to have to do it again because there's no help coming. They set up fire and back turn to him. Doesn't manage a second kill, but Kaspersky's rifle will find a second. And so taking a look downstairs, we get that scramble out of the fence here for the Ninjas.
This is excellent here. Ninjas, I mean, this is damn near impossible to lose, but they haven't actually moved more than 1 player downstairs.
And it's just the USP of Snappy, right?
Yeah, they're going to really let him
there
plant in this spot. If they let him get clock, it's going to get extremely dangerous.
Second player dropped off Fen. Brokey's going to go for the plant. They swing the doors wide. Wrinkles AK looking for a victim, and he brought that gun downstairs. It's 3 rifles in the hands of Nim now. Jacob's been given a new position. Brokey's gone unnoticed into the dark corner. They start climbing over sight. It's the pistol down first. 3 to go. Brokey, headshot on Shush, but they find it with numbers. And off of the back of 2 M4s, Ninjas in pajamas, thanks to Kaspersky's aggressive move through the squeaky door, and Ujurks holding it off on towards ramp, will find double digits.
They also have him pushing up outside red as the cross smokes land, calling out that there's no one crossing. And that helps out a ton. This movement from Kaspersky is excellent. The 2 guys that had good guns were the focal point of the attack. An excellent setup, but I kind of want to see them prove themselves on a round like this.
Full guns. Wrinkles off.
FaZe are just getting away with a little too much where it looks suspicious.
2 slow plays versus less buys, and FaZe Clan lose them. It's what let Nip string 2 rounds together at the start of this half. It's what let Nip just win that most recent one. Kaspersky likes what he got away with last round, tries to tuck into the smoke here as Twist gets control of Secret. Kaspersky still lingering on a dangerous move.
Yeah, can you really copy and paste this play? Kaspersky's got to prove it to us right now.
Frozen's got a lot to hang on to, though. They're coming at him from both sides. Oh,
there
he gets the insta headshot. Goes to smoke off Kerrigan. Kerrigan's ahead of this. He's going to find Kaspersky with his back turn. Never mind.
Damn, he's too aware. He's spinning.
Perfect catch.
That puts him into the positive for the first time this game. Kaspersky's up.
Full focus. Timings to a T. Just putting that crosshair in position at the perfect moment to potentially springboard NIP's close here on Nuke. It's 5 players strong for the Ninjas. FaZe banking off this early control of Qikert that Twists found at the start of the round.
Now this is FaZe trying to conjure up some more mistakes. How are they playing with Brokey here on the top of T-roof at 30 seconds while they're crawling downstairs? We're getting into a moment where you almost can't go for this at all, and it's just 2 weird spots to save in.
Which is really kind of the strength of the Kaspersky lobby push. This has kept Brokey stuck up top with nothing to offer the round, and if he didn't have bomb, sure, maybe he lurks out late, but this is nothing for FaZe Clan.
It's not often you see a player get their mental back together towards the end of a game, especially in a second half, after a slow start that Kaspersky had, but here he is. Climbing up the board on CT side. Very well done for such a young player.
This turn on Kerrigan. Oh. Good intuition. Frozen knows that with lobby control went the round. Said this was going to be a tough fight. FaZe in the thick of it. Trying to climb over top. Wrinkle, missed chance for the outer fight. There's been a lot of aggressive opening moves coming out from NIP.
What a call.
This one does not work out of the gate, but the recovery already in place. Kaspersky catching Frozen again back-to-back rounds as FaZe's core moves elsewhere.
Yeah, they lose sort of one part of this split. Whichever maneuver they want to take at this point, they've kind of lost some wind. They'll leave Twist back and they start to wrap here, but they would love to have someone inside of lobby just to give them some more direction in this round.
Yeah, it's the right move. FaZe Clan timid for a second, but NIP really considering that this would have gone downstairs.
Actually moving so quickly into this idea to be up in heaven at a minute 10, and the CTs are gone. It's a great play here for FaZe. I mean, an unexpected tempo as well, and the reward, an open A site.
Everybody joins hands, takes up position. Worried about the lobby push, potentially, but not a part of this one. They're gonna leave Jacob up top, just the insurance policy. And those 2 players who opted to rotate downstairs realize they made the wrong move.
It puts them in a fine spot to save. It's NIP who are up rounds, but FaZe still showing their fangs.
Up rounds, up money. Let FaZe get this 9th one, and instead, Kaspersky just kind of gives it over.
Yeah. I feel like they need to take Twist, put him in Frozen's place right now, give him some relief, because Kaspersky just knows how to fight him so well, and just see if he can take that duel.
Yeah,
I think he's hungry for the head-to-head as well.
Back-to-back, Frozen down 2 rounds in a row with nothing.
And it's especially annoying when someone does the same thing versus you and gets away with it 2 times, walking into Squeaky behind enemy lines, Frozen by himself and getting the kill. Looks like this game's still a live wire.
Sure, still sitting on a stack of money, so NIP will have that to fall back on if the FaZe success continues. FaZe just sprinkling them in throughout this half. If only they had converted in round 14, this wouldn't feel as dangerous of a situation. 2 rounds they lose to less guns. Door off its hinges. A players occupied. Brokey ready for the push. Frozen insta-kill to Ujurks. Oh, Jacob holds his own.
Oh,
finds
this
a
is treacherous.
second. As that was NIP out of the gate to try to get into an aggressive lobby punch.
Uh-oh, off of that.
Good on FaZe, I think, to throw more than just Frozen, who's been in lobby quite often on his own. This time, everybody kerneled up over Troy to the trophy side. Jacob tucked in, lets them push Hut, and then scoops up 2 frags free.
I mean, they held perfectly for a lobby crunch.
The whole thing. Off of the back of attack pause as well. Both teams, I mean, same idea.
It's kind of the first time Snappy's getting called out. It feels like he's been kind of deciding which way the game goes throughout both of these maps. And now it's a little bit scary for Nip.
Again, Shush has that 6,000. An extra bit of cash here for Wrinkle, but this is a long time to a save. You know, when FaZe slow down in these moments versus Pistols, they've lost 2 rounds, but in a 5 versus 2, Nip nowhere to be found.
Yeah. It's almost as if they try to keep that pistoling energy into this round and go for that aggressive play. But a lot goes with it. I'm interested to see how the money plays out in this next round for Nip. These 2 saves are obviously going to be critical. They've done a lot with just a couple of guns, so.
Bomb has been planted.
A 10th round in quietly and a lot of time to think here for Nip.
As long as FaZe let them keep these guns, it's a full buy again. 5 rifles.
I mean, you see a team in the lead on CT side, you're never worried about them, but right now,
But that was banking on both these rifles moving forward. And FaZe Clan coming at it to deal with Snappy. They're going to clear him out. Force survive for FaZe Clan. Putting themselves in position in anticipation of that call from Snappy. The solution was put in place out of the gate for FaZe Clan, and each individual stepped it up. You scoop up all those kills as well. Again, somebody's going to have something. It would have been a full buy. What is the idea for the Ninjas now instead? This is Jacob kind of pouncing on them as their backs were turned over.
Like Polish Batman coming down from above.
There's limitations in that there's 2 Pharmacists on the field and lighter utility. That's what Nip bring to the table.
You don't
Could have
get
been
this-
M-Force.
You don't get this round, Nip. There's no guarantee that you're going to close in regulation. We can hear those pharmacists, so can FaZe.
Just trying to puff their chests up.
Man, I mean, putting pressure on ramp right now is perfect. A Pharmas here, like this angle can be great. Ujurks has been great, but he just has a Pharmas. You want to have an M4 in this spot, and I think they're going to call him out. They are coming up to Ujurks.
You also want support.
This is the right play, FaZe.
That's not what he has. This is Ujurks and Ujurks alone. To hell with the kill feed. What does the ramp hold offer? 1 kill and back in with a swing, full commitment. Only the 1 frag found, but it is a good amount of damage. That has to be said. Ujurks getting more than he should have out of that.
Well, he got his kill, and so did Kaspersky with his Pharmas, and now this op does the rest.
Frozen low, Brokey, 100 health. Could try to take this downstairs.
I mean, the rest of this round should be a formality. 2 players going downstairs. They don't have a smoke. They do have a good amount of utility, but the CTs have control side. Kaspersky, 73 health and a Pharmas, waiting to get the final call for his teammates to come down. At what point is it too much space given up?
Door swung. Oh, goes for a second plant. Just the tap this time. Kaspersky gives him the shoulder. They're going to set that on fire. Rotation comes down in through the vents. Brokey's going to take the fight.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're going to flash him in into the stairs. Blinded player. Good headshot to Kaspersky.
Start at 2-on-4.
It's getting pieced together here for the 11th to deny Nip that 12th round. Brokey in the corner. Fights on. It is headshots galore. A classic FaZe Clan 2v4.
Don't give them so much respect. In this half, Nip have lost to 5 blocks. They're losing a 2-on-4.
They themselves have won with less, but victims of it yet again.
In isolation, it's an error. When you put these rounds together, there are other questions to be asked about Nip at this moment.
Bottomed out bank accounts after that buy. FaZe have lost to a sketchy round like this. Cannot afford to do it now, but with the speed and the pace of which they're bringing to the table, total contrast to when it didn't go right.
And they learned from their mistakes last time. I mean, they quickly fanned towards outside. No scout here for Wrinkle to get in chip damage either.
take a ton of space instead of just getting blocked up inside of the lobby. What kind of a move can NIP even afford to make here? You've got 2 of their players on Kevlar. 4 upgraded pistols, nothing for Wrinkle. Just trying to pop 5-7 shots back through smokes, but you'll lose that spam fight every day of the week, so they have to go for control, and as they take over lobby, they'll find this for free at least. But in exchanging of position, FaZe still has plenty of time to come back at a site. And they'll leave this main entrance open as they then fall back into the silence. Questions for NIP. Did all of that outer presence turn into the secret play?
They both draw. I feel like that was heard from both of them. There's still this lobby push coming in right now, but they just superseded, I think, their expectation of wrapping to go downstairs. They've taken over lobby. You can have it, really.
2 players up in heaven to secure this. Kerrigan starting to get into a fisticuffs with Wrinkle. Don't want to give him that AK. Stuck in the corner for the reload. Jacob's collected his frag. Only Shush so far for the side of NIP to get anything. And so off the back of that 2 versus 4 comes FaZe Clan's 12th round win.
Wow, this is just remarkable. It's remarkable. It's scary and disappointing here for NIP. This was an amazing chance to close out in this stage, taking out FaZe Clan right here. We know if you rock this game back, we did a replay, and their mental was right. They could have closed. But that's why this is the major. And that's how FaZe have somehow found a lead in this game. They have the opportunity somehow to close in regulation. It might need to be another hero play out of Kaspersky in this half. I think, you know, you might get it out of Shush, you can get it out of you jerks. We have seen it out of Kaspersky, but there's been a lot of disappointing situations here on the CT side that I just feel are outside the game. Those slight timings. FaZe have been moving with conviction, never doubting themselves. NIP come into this round and have no kits. Wrinkle has 8 frags on his op. Oftentimes, nuke referenced as the litmus test for great oppers. Not really getting on the board. Kaspersky had a positive KD for mere moments. When he's top fragged in each of the last 3 nuke games at this major for NIP. And we have a totally empty ramp room as a risk. It's not even smoked here. They're gonna be able to use it for whatever they want. There won't even be an audio cue for them to use.
Oh, okay.
There's a pickoff outside.
Yeah,
this might actually push them down faster. 2 players already rotated down. U-Jerk's looking for a pickoff.
Yes, this is what they needed. Pieces in the right place. Another recovery off of the back foot. Is that what we are led to? This time it would be the 2v5. It's the same attempt downstairs. This time Jacob and not Frozen.
Wrinkle must hit this.
But I don't know if Jacob gives him another shot. Instead over towards the double doors.
He can plan for control side as long as they have this.
Oh, Wrinkle kills Brokey. Jacob, who has played lights out throughout FaZe Clan's struggles, has been a beacon of hope. And into this clutch, 1v2, has to go back and scoop up that bomb. The problem is it's over towards the ramp side, and the prying eyes of this opper in Wrinkle.
Don't fall for the shoulder peek.
2 kills to his name already, 15 to the clock. Jacob, it's right there! It's the headshot! Now he's got to scoop up that bomb, but he's playing against one of the coldest players in the scene. Shush on the doorway, goes for the bomb, plants it in the open. Shush swings, a chance, no wall bang. Plays with his food, Shush pushes us to OT.
Just barely they secure this and get to overtime. And actually, credit to NIP for this setup. No one inside of ramp, but they get their pickoff outside, and they have 2 lower already just to catch this in case FaZe wanted to go downstairs. What an attempt out of Jacob. But it doesn't totally feel like FaZe need a clutch so far this game.
Made damage early, deep into the lobby. That'll be tough for Jacob to stomach. Strong 2 players committed to the A floor. Snappy and Qikert with eyes outside, but FaZe not showing their hand just yet. They go through the motions of util, deep over the smoke as well. Brokey would love for Snappy to try to go wider out through hell, but Fire's gonna cause him to reposition. It's a nice angle for Qikert. Flash over, Twist is gonna take it into main.
Wait, what?
He bursts it.
He had to see that, surely. What is this?
Jacob finds a headshot simultaneously.
Another incision. Kaspersky up top. He's got to save the day.
Feeling pinched at the moment, surely. Waiting for that main swing. He gets his one. Damage onto Kerrigan as well. Jacob emerges. It's Kerrigan to come out of main. Raptors player dead. And a perfect pitch out of FaZe Clan. Wow. Qikert was given a chance. Another moment for an opening kill. A stat that he has dominated throughout regulation.
Did they flash big?
Twist falls down into him, and it just feels like he doesn't pull the trigger.
There's nothing else that he could be watching. Either he was blind or he was looking at something, but he is in the back. He's in a leash. He's in the back of Big Garage. You're waiting for this mini drop, and he doesn't take the... Oh, he does take the shot. He just gets instant headshotted.
Wow.
He just gets totally outdone. In a moment like that, you think you have an extra second to line up perfectly. He needed that spray to happen then. Twist, too sharp.
Hell of a headshot to get that sight under wraps, and then, we quickly switch over and catch Jacob finding his back sight.
OT is nice for NIP, but when we were back on Inferno, they didn't win a single round in extra time.
Oh, spotted out, doesn't pull the trigger.
Solid bomb as well on the cross. That'll
4
show up on the
here.
radar. They need to puncture these smokes.
Nothing.
No spams, no
At all.
smoke breaks at all.
They just don't have the utility for it.
They're not exercising the prophylaxis here to get downstairs. 2 players, they could be ready for that. Seeing the bomb cross, surely that gets corroborated.
Kaspersky sits down here alone. They're thinking maybe FaZe walk it back. I mean, they're already on the brink of this site. FaZe could just crank this dial. Oh! And Jacob with another headshot.
Don't test the aim god.
Kaspersky gets nailed to the side of single. Kerrigan can take his sweet time with this outer lurk.
That kill's too late. They have the whole site. The bomb's getting planted.
And FaZe Clan could be on the brink of another flawless overtime run.
You might not even try this if it wasn't overtime.
Why was there no urgency to NIP going downstairs?
Where's the calm, Wrinkle? Where's the shot? Where are the smoke breaks? Where's the pressure back? You saw the most important piece in the mini-map, and they were frozen like a deer in headlights, but that has been the game, hasn't it?
Snappy at least brings it back with 1, but he doesn't have anybody to work with. They have to go to the save.
It is so bad to die in that spot that late that you know the T's are going to probably win on time.
So, trying to keep majority alive, Shush will hang on alone in the ramp room. They didn't have frag grenades to open up the smokes, but they didn't even shoot them.
No molly on the cross, no spam damage on the cross. They pretended as if these smokes were walls, and they let one guy hold downstairs by himself.
And I feel like it's one thing to let it go for free and then maybe try to sneak a bunch of players downstairs, right?
I think he only saw one person, but because that one person had the bomb, unless he didn't notice that, then he could think it's just a lurker.
Right.
But if you know the bomb crossed, you know that it's not alone.
Oh, here comes the one time out of overtime out of the NIP squad. FaZe Clan in overtimes. Would you want it any other way?
Nobody wants to make the wrong decision on Nuke. Oh my goodness.
Jacob onto Kaspersky. You see how that
just
serves
an
as the
extra
trigger?
bounce.
Everybody just instantly pouncing on the B play, bombs down, mere seconds later, and everything else goes FaZe Clan's way.
It's such a short jump too. He's on a little bit of autopilot. Already he realizes he sees someone, but is in the motion of just constantly jumping to update information.
Kind of stuck in that loop.
Hey, versus Immortal, that would have been a safe peek.
Sure, not Jacob. Jacob, who has absolutely donned this FaZe Clan jersey so far in Budapest. You saw the way his entire team celebrated him yesterday on that Dust 2 game when he was coming alive in critical moments.
they really going to let this game happen to them?
From the T side.
Snappy, when they played so well, they were dictating everything. Every movement, every tactic was going their way. And now they're reacting a little bit. Eating whatever gets served up to them. As the walls close in on Nip, looking for just anything. One round here on CT side. Just for dignity. Oh, and they even lose this kill. Kaspersky down again. Shush has been surrounded.
Oh, he's trying to hang on, but Twist comes through, and it's just the perfect timing on each of these pieces, and the headshots don't stop flowing.
You can feel them going to lose. It's abysmal here for Nip. Another overtime, not a single round in this first half.
As the game's gone on, it feels like the connective tissue between the NIP pieces has just gotten further and further stretched to the breaking point now here in overtime. 3 perfect rounds out of FaZe Clan on the T side of overtime. Wrinkle's got no chance in hell. They are playing with him.
This is a free kill.
3-0 on the attack. 3 chances to progress into the next stage of the major to secure a top 16.
What an absolutely insane map and series already from Nip. Their hardest test so far, by far.
It's heartbreaking for the Ninjas because the quality of Counter-Strike has been awesome since the get-go. The utility that they brought to the table in Inferno, the game plan, the amount of variation on the T side, even within this nuke map.
Oh yeah.
Felt like NIP were playing the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen them at the perfect moment.
It's what
here
really,
in the last event of the year.
It's what only underscores the choke even more.
Sure.
The fact that they played so well
rub it in
all of these halves.
Let them know.
And that's going to be something they have to think about in this stage.
And yes, as this stage progresses, you know, a great first date, fantastic, secures you 3 chances. But up against FaZe Clan, sometimes it feels like you need more than just chance. You need a bit of luck. You need a bit of magic, because that's what FaZe Clan brings to the server every time. Snappy and Ujerks on the recovery in this 3v5. Frozen from the rafters. Tries to shut this down. Bomb on the other end of it, now forced into the clutch. Snappy has to deliver.
The brains of the operation putting this bomb down. 2 kills. He said he was playing like shit earlier in the chat. He can disprove all that right now. Save his team.
But Brokey's got him scoped up already.
What?
Snappy turns his back around, now in anticipation. But as long as Brokey keeps Snappy preoccupied, you know Kerrigan's gonna get closer to that bomb site. Brokey with the pistol, baits out the shots, draws Snappy ever closer. He is simply playing with him in his mind. And then the headshot comes out, and Kerrigan's sitting on top of this with the defuse kit. 5-second defuse, and Kerrigan's here to close it. The same guy that kept this team in this major with 0.4 seconds from surviving to thriving. We see something we've not witnessed since 2021. FaZe Clan 3-0 in a phase of the major that they were not even expected to see after their first outings.
Their debut facing against Nip, winning the rematch after one of the worst overpass performances you have ever seen. This team is a complete opposite to themselves just a week ago. Unreal for them to pull this off. And with the comebacks and with the map pool and the game plan from NIP, it shouldn't have been possible, but it was.
What a perfect test for FaZe Clan as well. You know, in this second stage, we've seen double digits against them in each and every map. But that's the kind of resilience that is at the core of FaZe Clan. And a core that was questioned with the absence of Rain. For the first time, they stepped to a major without him amongst their ranks. And Jacob now has enough of a highlight reel to say he belongs.
FaZe have done it, and they've made it to stage 3 in style from a, I would say, troublesome stage 1, being on the brink of elimination, trying to make your way through it, to a very different looking phase. So just tell me, how did you manage to change it? How did you manage to go through all of this?
I mean, I think there was adjustments in the way we played, coming into what in theory was an RMR. That felt like it, stage one, a lot of pressure, right, not being part of the major. So yeah, I think we played too slow. We played uninspiring CS. What everybody said about us was true. I think the adjustments was real when we came to this stage, taking control more of being explosive. And then we can slow down, like here we did on Nuke T side. We were very slow the last 3 weapon rounds and making sure we could do plays. So I think it was adjustment from my side, and obviously players played really good this stage as well, and obviously Jacob had huge impact throughout this stage.
I wanted to ask specifically about those adjustments that you were making. Clearly we all see that FaZe have grown throughout the whole tournament, but from you as a captain, what are some insights? It doesn't need to be in-game only, but for example, vibes in the practice room or how one talk to another. Is there something that you can clearly see is improving day by day and is therefore helping you to perform on the server?
I mean, when we arrived here to this tournament, we had a 3-hour team talk about DNA, how we want to be ourselves after a loss, after a win as a team. Obviously, stage 1, we had a lot of debriefing. A lot of emotion coming out, a lot of how we're playing off each other, right? But in a very nice and easy way to understand that what we are saying is emotions in the game, emotions after the game. But having a day or two to think how can we take these emotions and put it into the game, and I think that's what we did here in stage 2. Very explosive, accurate other players, making sure we have some late round players who can play the timing later in the game. So honesty and direct feedback is what have gotten us to this stage.
Looking at Jacob in particular, obviously he came under fire from the community, but we've seen this, at least in this stage, him stepping up, him showing himself, you hyping him up when he's pulling off these crazy moments. Are we going to start to see what you guys saw and the reason you picked him up? Can you see that he's evolving throughout these games and these tough scenarios?
I mean, for sure. I mean, to be honest, what we have saw on those 2 against Aurora is what we basically see every day when we play. We know his mechanics are good. Is he in awkward positions on some maps? Yes, of course. We have big players. He's not ready to be fully star player, to take control of the game, calling exactly what he wants to do. His English is not the best. He's still nervous. So putting him in this position where he can grow a bit more, and I think in 1 year or 2 you're gonna see a very, very, very strong player. But let's not put too much pressure on these talents. You know what Dong did. Everybody's expecting Dong stats, Dong things. But he's a wonder kid, right? And for me, Jacob is showing what pressure actually does to a player. He played very much free this game, token control what he wants to do. And let's see in the future. I know what he can do, and obviously a little proud onk over here when I see him perform like this.
And you did just tell me before this interview started, you this time didn't put FaZe on your pick'ems 3-0, so maybe you should just not do that?
Yeah, that's the way forward, I guess. We have never gone 3-0, it's a very long time ago. So yeah, definitely next stage, I'm not putting 3-0, but putting us through.
Putting you through, definitely. You've got that belief, you've got that confidence. There's a lot of people out here that are loving you as well, giving you a lot of support. The FaZe fans back home, any final words to them?
Thank you guys. FaZe up!
Believed. This morning when I woke up, I put a red shirt on because I knew FaZe was going through. 3-0, there you go. I like that very much. I enjoyed that map, and I loved when it went to OT. What did you think about it, Maui?
FaZe are still playoff long shots, but now we are forced to take them seriously. 3-0ing stage 2 was not in many people's predictions. I know that they could turn up. I know that they can ramp up into a tournament, but to go that high, that fast, off of what was, in my opinion, a almost despicable and embarrassing stage 1 is just unheard of.
Yeah, and also in the way they did it, because NIP, they had both of these maps. They had to pull insane moments out of a hat to actually even be in this position. And you know, when crunch time comes, you know, they are immaculate at pulling off the most insane things.
Let's talk about FaZe and how they were able to turn around in the second half, though, because when we hit that 7-5 scoreline, it kind of looked like NIP was taking this to a third map.
Yeah, I think, you know, NIP had full control. They were abusing that yard control. They put FaZe in really, really awkward positions. But then you could see, you know, small fakes, small kind of adjustments from Karrigan, put them in positions where they could freely go down lower, freely go out ramp. And they had a couple of rounds, they even got inner bomb site for free. So I think it was a really, really good kind of overtime calling from Kerrigan, and the CT side was really good.
That's what I was most impressed with. I feel like the way Kerrigan maneuvered people in the latter portion of their offense, where they were actually outmaneuvering NIP, catching NIP on their reactions, forcing them to make plays, and then just being completely ready for them. It felt textbook. And for a team that was barely getting over the line against a Red Canids team, 0.4 seconds away from losing to a Red Canids team, to then beating arguably the best nuke that we have seen from any team in the major in NIP. I think that it says that Neo, Kerrigan, whatever they did in the off time, or however Kerrigan is mid-rounding, it is paying off, and it's paying off with dividends.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think Kerrigan leveled up in the way they approach the T sides, and I think that the players has also gotten a little bit more disciplined. We don't see them as disjointed. They're not taking as many individual decisions. They're playing as a team, and it's paying off.
For sure. And I mean, let's talk about the Jacob conversation, because I mean, Banks and Stico had a chance to speak to Kerrigan there, and he said what you saw yesterday, what you saw today is what they're seeing all of the time. I do think his performance from yesterday and today has put him in a position where I think Scrawny said it. He belongs. There's something there, enough with the hate maybe.
We'll have a conversation towards the tail end of Jacob's career, whether or not he actually surpasses Rain, one of the players with the greatest longevity of any rifler we have seen, and obviously still continuing on his upcoming 100 Thieves project. So it was always going to be too big of shoes to fill in terms of the entire picture of what Rain was as a player on FaZe. But if you're asking me today, who's going to be the better player in 6 months, my money's on Jacob. I mean, his aim is so absurdly snappy. The way he's able to play through some of the, I'd say, modern CS2 executes, able to weave around utility, able to still get clean shots off with the thinnest of margins presented to him. It's stuff that I really have rarely ever seen Rain do. And in already Jacob's first 12 maps, 13 maps now, with FaZe Clan, he's put up already a 1.5 rating versus a top 10 team. Like, Rain, by the way, has only done that 3 times in CS2, so to already do it this early, Jacob's ceiling is really absurdly high, and I don't think we are quite ready for what they're going to look like when he's actually completely acclimated.
It's also the roles he's playing, right? He's playing really tough roles for this FaZe Clan team. You know, even on Dust 2, like playing the long anchor is not an easy job to do. Usually you will get traded, you will not be able to get that many multifrags. He's done it, you know, time and time again. He's put FaZe in a better position early on in the round, and they have closers. They have Twist, they have Frozen, you know, and Kerrigan with them, and with Brokey. They can close out the round if they get a man advantage.
There you have it. FaZe goes 3-0. They're making it to stage 3. You can hear the crowd behind me possibly chanting Kerrigan. Everyone is very excited. If I knew how to do the FaZe up thing,
you got
I would.
it. There it is.
It wasn't great.
Throw it up right there.
Yeah, this is why I can't continue. Freya's going to have to take over. She's the real professional. She'll see you in a bit.
Pass sides. I'm working. Post smoke shoots.
There's no gap, I have gap, nothing secret.
Can break,
Carefully.
Breaking.
Nothing secret.
Here, pick. Out. Door.
Main.
Come main.
Yeah.
Hot dead.
City blue, Finn, he's coming, city blue. City blue dead.
Nice.
Let's do the nades.
Outdoor.
I'm going down.
I'm gonna heaven now.
Yeah, he's not planting yet.
You can't convince.
Yeah, I'm going up.
I'm holding door all the time.
Yeah.
Can be hot.
Yeah. Searching right here.
Pin has door close. Show the ping.
Door. Hot.
He's in lobby. So close to Helvis.
90. Didn't hit him.
Nice!
I just been breaking the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
From MAT here for the demo review. I have a couple things that I want to ask you about this particular game. You played on Mirage against NRG. You played particularly well in pretty much all of those matchups. We are starting with a round 3. You are taking mid in the beginning of the round, right? And you, in the end, become a lurker. And I want to pick your brain a little bit on that role. That what do you do as a lurker? So still mid control is completely taken from you, like NRG are not even fighting you back.
So we were just trying to like take the mid fight to them. If they wanted to fight mid, we like accept it and we'd fight them. And here, most of our rounds kind of come from a split type. So it's like top con, in con, whatever it may be. But Sin told me that I should be like more aggro this round, or like so I need to be like more of an active lurk, and so that's kind of what I'm doing. I kind of jump spot to see if I can see anybody like coming through that smoke, like Sonic did, and I just didn't see him. I think my pre-aim is always something that's a little bit like iffy sometimes, so I think that's something I always need to work on. But I mean, after I get the first kill, I'm like, okay, like my job's pretty much done. It's
now
better
you
for
need
me
to
be like annoying, so I kind of just tuck. I hear bro running cat. I'm like, okay, and that's pretty much it for this round. I think in a perfect world, maybe I have better pre-aim, but I think I'd still make the same decision there just because of what was told to me from Sin. Like, I just need to make noise. Like, me dying isn't really the biggest deal, because if you like go back, like when I'm walking through that smoke, 2 teammates are like close ramp ready to go, pretty much off me, and then one guy's palace, like Mike's already walking out almost.
Round 8, probably gonna remember it.
B-pop.
B-pop. Exactly, that is B-pop. And you're doing a special role on B-pop, which is the first one to go out. This is so good what you're doing right now. Like the way that obviously you're getting a kill and then you're full blind. Obviously a team flash is unfortunate, but you're full blind and taking the whole space. Like you are unblinding next to the market or a kitchen, right? So
a bit of a thing, if you're entering B and a smoke comes from under window, normally it's going to be the B player sliding towards cat. So this call is actually supposed to be me throwing 2 flashes through. So I'm supposed to throw 2 entry flashes for myself.
Okay.
But I just canceled it. I just said I'm going, and then my supporters knew to just flash behind me while I'm going.
So the bounce of that smoke was the complete read of the situation where B player is going to be.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So at this point, we don't really know if it's a stack or not, and I don't really care if I die. So I'm just knife out, Mac 10 out, blind, just taking space. And once I get market control, this round's pretty much over.
Absolutely. Thank you for this demo review. It was really good, like kind of entry fragging masterclass of Mirage. Hoping to see some of this kind of performance in the stage 2 as well.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, thanks.
FaZe is already locked into the coveted 3-0 category. Now it's time to find out who else will join them. Against all the odds, Bait poised to do one better than they did in stage 1, but not if an informed Na'Vi have anything to do with it. My name is Biz, joined by Ted and Pimp to be rounding out this evening's action. I know, Ted, maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I love what I saw from Na'Vi in the best of ones. It finally looked like they were enjoying playing Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I feel like going into this stage, we were probably having the idea that this is just going to be the test, just to show us what type of level Na'Vi are entering the major, right? And map 1 was great. It was no contest pretty much against FlyQuest. Then you go into that Imperial game when it was probably a little bit concerning for some people, but Na'Vi were still able to win a 13-10 game in which they lose both pistol rounds in the best of 1, and we know how pivotal that is. So all in all, I feel like they have been playing good Counter-Strike, but it's all about being able to grab that 3-0, especially when the other best team of the stage, or as we put it, other best team of the stage of Aurora, couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, it's been a joy to see Na'Vi play so far. Part of me wants them to be tested today, because I don't think they were truly tested yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think they truly played a team that was able to pressure them to the limit. And I would love to see how Na'Vi reacts, because you're right, Freya. You know, maybe Kenzie Saw can be that guy who can, you know, apply a bit of pressure. At least he believes in it himself. Not so sure about that. But the point of the matter is that we don't know how fragile Na'Vi is right now. You said it yourself, they've been looking like a team for a long, long time who didn't necessarily enjoy playing with each other.
Yeah.
So what happens when someone applies pressure? My hope is that Bait can do it tonight, because I want to see whether or not Na'Vi is a team we can count on.
Lots of really interesting relationships, as Kenzie Saw highlighted in that match quote. We were talking about it before we came on air, Ted. The difference in terms of Bait from, 3-4 months ago versus now. Last time I really saw them play was at EPL. Things weren't going great, but there's been a lot of changes happening since.
Yeah, there has been, right? Alex becoming the in-game leader doesn't really only change the fact that he's the one making the calls and not MPO anymore. It actually changes a lot of the composition of the team inside of the server, right? Alex is getting a lot more mid-centric roles, a lot more active roles on the T side. MPO is pushed a little bit to the side so you can have your second big voice on the other side of the map. Kenzie Saw has been getting a lot more freedom. Essential's fitting into pretty much at this point all of the labor positions, and he's doing a good job. So yeah, a lot of things have changed for Bait. And coming back to what you were saying, Jacob, I feel like if there was a team to test Na'Vi right now, it would be Bait. This is the only team so far in the major that has played in 5 of the 7 maps they've played, all 24 rounds or more.
Yeah, and you'd hope that's going to be the case again today, at least for the entertainment value. I'm afraid it's not going to be. I'm afraid that Na'Vi have shown to be good enough so far. I think what I saw from some of the individuals yesterday as well, we speak of a Wonderful who's here to prove a point, who I made the case that is potentially playing for his life within Na'Vi. I'm pretty certain that if Na'Vi are not going to have a great major, if they don't make the playoff, then roster changes is on the horizon. And he's been one of the players that we've been pointing towards, saying you haven't really been fulfilling your role up to the abilities that we know you have. So for him to get off to a good start, for him to farm some confidence, I hope to see that continue, because there's no doubt that a Na'Vi in form and a Na'Vi playing their best brand of Counter-Strike is not a team made for stage 2. That's a team that has to go straight into stage 3 and could potentially be a playoff contender.
100%. Wonderful. The highest rated player to come out of day 1 of stage 2, and guess who was just behind him? That's Bit, and we love to see that coming out of Bit.
Yeah, I actually like the comment coming out of Kenzizor. I'm going to dominate Na'Vi, but not Bit, right? It's a little bit funny, but obviously those guys being young Ukrainian players, they have a lot of respect for Bit. This is one thing that I don't want to see on the server today. Bit was very proactive yesterday on the CT sides. He was getting involved, getting opening kills, getting multi-frags. This is one of the things that I want to see out of Bit. I want to see the wilderness in Kenzizor. I want to see him face off against Bit with no fear in his eyes.
You said that Bait have the potential to be pushing Na'Vi in this one, but you did cite off-air that the maps might be a little bit strugglesome for them. Do you like this pool coming in for Bait?
I mean, I think it's pretty expected that you're going to see a Mirage, and a lot of people are going to be looking at this and saying, well, why would you pick a Mirage against Na'Vi, right? That's the initial reaction. Bait have nowhere to go. That's the big issue. All the maps they like, Na'Vi like. All the maps they're comfortable on, Na'Vi are comfortable on. So I feel like going into this V2, we're never going to see a clear punishment pick out of either side. I feel like it's just about Bait saying, well, you know what? We know we're comfortable on these maps. We don't care who we're playing against. Let's try and just put on a good performance.
If anything, I love the first map coming into this matchup, especially considering that we have Na'Vi starting on the T side. We know what they did to FlyQuest yesterday on their CT side. I'm sure a couple of the commentators will remember that one. You know, absolutely dominating. Bit having a fantastic showing. Wonderful having a great showing. So I'm curious to see if the T side is equally good, because if that's the case, then Train can be one of the strongholds for the entirety of the tournament.
I don't want Chad to hear me say this, but could have been a 13-0.
Should have been.
Should have been a 13-0. Probably one of the reasons why we've all gone for Na'Vi. Was that a difficult prediction for you? What percentage are you saying Na'Vi?
I wouldn't say it's a difficult prediction. I'm still expecting the game to be close. And Bait have worked a lot on their issues with choking out close games, right? This is something that MPO was bringing up in some of the interviews with Stiko before, but I still feel like the difference should be big enough. I want to see Na'Vi get a comfortable win here.
Yeah, I honestly disagree in the sense that I don't think the game is going to be close. Yes, we can have a close map. I think overall, I want a game, and I believe we're going to get a game where at no point do I fear that Na'Vi are going to lose. Like, I feel like they are the better team. You said it pretty well yourself. They share the same map pool, and I think that's an issue for Bait, because Na'Vi, they're pretty much better on every single front, you know. And I also think they come in well prepared for this major. They are fully aware that they have to make a result at this major, and that doesn't happen in stage 2. So the sooner they can win right here, get to stage 3, get some time to practice and get ready for the big boys, the better. And I expect them to get the job done today.
Well, we've had time to have our say, but I'm more interested to hear what the teams think of one another ahead of this matchup.
Always the first day of the majors is a bit tricky because it's 2 best of 1.
Against Liquid, I'd say that was easy game for us. They decided to play our best map. Obviously, it's also their best map, but I think if you're like good team, like from top 10, you have to play not the best opponent map, which is out of top 10, and just do not give them chance to win you. And yeah, that was their mistake, I guess.
Our first game against FlyQuest. I mean, we were expecting them up. We knew what they want to play, what we want to play as well. It went pretty smooth.
It was a hard match, I'd say. I felt like a little bit of a panic. We could have won more rounds on city side. They like to play like chaotic style, you know. They always like try to fake something, and it's always like hard to play against teams like this than against teams who always like go together and only one side, you know.
I don't have this opportunity to play against Romanians since I joined Na'Vi, and it's always nice to beat them, at least in my opinion. But overall, I think it's very nice to have in any team at this scene, especially as major, other Romanians than me playing, trying to win, and overall I think he's doing also a really good job in FlyQuest.
I think the most important one was when Alex did the 3K, very important round.
The game against Impella was a bit hard. He also played very good. We had kind of zero preparation. We were expecting kind of another map. I think I was the only guy who was saying, I have a feeling that we're gonna play Mirage, and it was Mirage.
Navi, I don't think about this match. I can say that they always play good CS and they try to play meta CS, you know, and do always some new things. They always try to push new meta, yeah, and always interesting to watch how they play and obviously to play against them. I think we're gonna prepare kind of the same as today. I'm saying kinda only because it's gonna be best of 10, it's not gonna be best of 1. Just basically do whatever we do every time. We play the game, we review it, we see what went wrong, what went good, and just prepare the next game. We didn't prepare yet. We know how they play. It's easier to play against teams like this than to play against team like Fnatic, for example, because Fnatic play chaotic CS and Navi, like, you always know what they do. Maybe it's gonna be like a bit shorter day. We'll see, we'll see.
I'm very excited for this one. Ukrainian organizational derby, a powerful household name in Na'Vi. Few organizations with as rich a history, and this one from Ukraine. And now inspiration meets the inspired. Bait, 5 young Ukrainians stepping into the server and doing damage. They've impressed so far. We'll see how they fare versus Na'Vi. I loved seeing Kensizor saying, you know, I'll beat the rest, but I got a lot of respect for Bit.
Understandably so. There's also some links, MPL and Headtrick, time in the Na'Vi jersey on the other side of the server as we get this one underway. Now Na'Vi, we saw them absolutely stomp FlyQuest on this map, but they'll have to start on the T side this time round. A little bit tougher out the gates, but this one is looking like a B Lear. 2 players ready for this. MPO high ramp will snap into action off of the Senthiel.
There's that sound cue, and it confirms for the swing. NBL had a chance there. Wonderful's done well. Minimal damage inflicted, an opening kill found.
Lots seen there on the radar, so they already had Kensizor joining this inside setup, but it's also drawn Headtrick over as well. So that leaves in-game leader Aleksib on Yard. And the finish, well, Na'Vi could head through Pop and still go towards A if they'd like. Starting to probe through. The U2 on Wonderful and Aleksib is what you need to keep your eyes on. It's a possibility to throw the fake towards the B side and then have everybody come sliding out of Pop in towards Yard and get past Alex. So lining up those nades now. It does look very fakey.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a rotation that causes.
Everyone's already here.
Aleksib down the ramp. Here's a lick of the flame and a couple of shots heading his way. Long-range Glock, though, not overcommitting to these duels. The bomb slips out to an unguarded A site as Aleksib has sold this one fantastically. Always thought he could be an actor.
All right, well, they're going to give this retake a go. Alex in through the back lines. Kensizor connector. Senthiel through Pop and Headtrick. He's going to be the late piece to join Alex.
A lot of important 1v1's going to go down here, and there's one. Alex has popped ahead of Makaze on the way back in. Now, no kit, so this is already feeling like high pressure from Bait. Good catch from Bit. Grasses into Kensizor as he crawls. Alex doing damage, though, as he finds his second. Good tracking. Bit has done a masterful double.
Out of time, I think.
I think so, too. Light on time, Na'Vi. Headtrick's just running around. He knows the job is done. The round is won. And we'll try and preserve the Kev.
Okay, well, all the kills in that round to the Ukrainians on both sides of the server. Bit and Wonderful deliver as Headtrick gets away with his armor. And an extra frag. We likely see the Force come into the next. A good opportunity now to talk about the CT setup. Senthiel will be locking down that B site. Going to have a combination of Kensizor and MPL, 2 of their nice, sharp, aggressive pieces playing towards Pop and teammate. That leaves in-game leader Alex to pick up the slack over towards Ivy. And, of course, Headtrick on the AWP once they can bring it into play. He's actually going to go with a FAMAS, so...
I've seen enough. I think Bit's on.
Okay,
Bits, yeah.
all right. Well, 1 round, that's all you need.
That's it. That's all I needed.
Lots of team aim presence against the Force. Here comes the MP9s up close.
Yeah, I like this close Molotov thrown up by the T side. It stops those MP9s from being so far forward and pushing through the sandwich smoke. No flash required. Kensizor does find Ime. Still an advantage for Na'Vi. A lot of space to stretch their legs here as it seems like Bait have completely been locked out of this A bomb site early.
Senthiel on the flank again, but still, it's not the weapon for the job. He will get an opportunity against Makaze. Will peer back in. This is his responsibility to clear, and now the information's there, can backpedal out.
It's a little unorthodox. Tucked up in close. Happy to take that close engagement versus the MP9. Now finds a little more distance between him.
I just want to save here, Bait. I understand that you are close to this one to go for some jewels, but it's unlikely you get back into this round after Makaze's double out of main.
So as this one simmers forward, they will just be opting for the safe, seeing if they can catch an upgrade. But this will be a 2-0 start for Na'Vi.
That's such like a second round coded Molotov they've thrown as well, just towards the back of red. This just perfectly stops what they probably wanted to do, which was like clamp down, sandwich, and red at the same time.
Yeah, it's great getting to see Train evolve a little bit more, right? Only introduced, or reintroduced this year. Didn't get a lot of play within the first season, starting it a little bit more in the second, and somewhere that Na'Vi are finding comfort being their map choice against Bait. So this is a 2-0 start. They will get the opportunity to bring back in Famouses and the MP9. But I have really enjoyed getting to witness this season since Makazi has joined from the Academy roster, another player in the server who's come through that system to be the Bash brother alongside of Imma. Right, on this map, he has to put on the defaults, pressure towards Ivy. Imma gets to play main. You're going to have Aleksib alongside a Bit taking the box horse control, and they're wonderful on the AWP. But the two of them on certain maps where they get to partner up for aggressive moves, it helps out Imma a lot, takes away a lot of pressure on him.
You know, pressure. Kensizor's already going to be asking questions of Bart, but he's hit the shot. Bit does better, gets the double before Ascenthiel could get to him.
They should have a good idea that more players invested over towards brown walls, and yeah, you can see them mollying Pomp to help them get in, but not certain on all the numbers. So still diligent on the clears, players could be lingering.
Hetrick's push is going to put a timer on this. How long will you wait?
It's the biggest flank possible, isn't it? Unless you're going from Ivy the other way around. And he's still a little bit worried. Maybe thinking the bomb was down, has to go back and pick it up. But no, they are entrenched on the site now, and they want some space. I like this from Na'Vi, shows the comms are flowing.
Interesting. They want Ascenthiel. He's going to be looking at the right direction. And he's perfect for the first. It's an important trade provided by Wonderful. Opens up an avenue into B. They're considering it. And it does look like B will be the final resting place of that bomb.
Alex, does he go for the play? Yes, he
Looks
does.
like he could, and Imma's not looking the wrong way. Sidelined by the Famas.
Hedrick needs to start running.
Forced into the clutch. Buying time is Alex. Hedrick will join him. They have the numbers advantage, but Wonderful has the weaponry. An AK-47, that one-tap potential, doesn't connect onto the first burst. Closing the gap, running him down, does isolate. Didn't get too much damage inflicted. 8 bullets to work with for Wonderful. Tracking him, loud, trundling forward. Not going to be enough. Wonderful comes up clutch to keep Na'Vi's sheet clean.
Yeah, a couple of confidence boosters early for Wonderful. Pissed around Impact and now just to hold them at arm's length. So 3-0, but the guns will now be invested upon. So good to show some bite from Bait. I understand this is not the round conversion, but still keeping the pressure on Na'Vi in the early stages. Bait is a young squad, average age of 21. It's fresh-faced youngsters. For a lot of them, at least the core, it's only their second major. We'll dive more into that as we do get into the first gun round. AWP out for both snipers. Look at this Ivy pressure.
Ooh, this is a little unorthodox. Okay, early Ivy stroll. Lurk smoke keeps attention drawn.
And this is putting pressure on the in-game leader early.
Yeah, Alex has probably got to focus on his gun, focus on his play. Leaping through for one. Aggressive, but confirms multiple bodies Ivy. There's so much information attached to that play from Alex.
But look at the radar. Nobody can box them in towards the backlines in CT spawn. So Makazi doesn't know it, but he has an open runway. Hedrick monitors the smoke. This setup right now, they're not moving pieces, Bait. They're pretty static.
We got an AWP head-to-head. Who can react quicker? It's Hedrick. Further away from the smoke, nails it.
Bomb loose. Makazi needs to wait for Imma and Bit to insert themselves in the play. Or does he?
Yeah, it looks like Makaze wants to try and find a belated trade. Oh, Hedrick, did you jump spot for Makaze's shoulder there? It's actually Bit that will catch him. And Kensizor falls as well. Perfect execution from the two of them. Rip apart the A defense. Now it's Ascenthiel trying to claw his way back in. A 3 on his screen. He leaves with 10 HP. NPL will search. He'll see if he can get anything to start the conversation, to see if Ascenthiel will want to be interested. Never mind, he's lost his teammate. Just NPL now. Looks like he's got the drop on Bit. Peeking in though, and that AK primed and ready. First gun round slips down the Swanee, 4-0 for the NAVT side.
Okay, this is if you were Bait, you were hoping to limit them to about 4 rounds in the first half, and they've been able to get 4 straight. So at this point, Madden is going to take a tactical timeout and have a conversation. It allows Blade to get on the mic, but I'd just be saying, good stuff. Right, so far so good. Game plan's going exactly as we had hoped. It'll have to be another limpid investment right now, but you're just looking for these opportunities to try and keep the pressure on Na'Vi, right? Limit the finances, force in some rebuys. This is always going to be a tough way in. It is their map up next.
I mean, things are already going fantastically for Na'Vi. Still a furrowed brow for Blade, but you won the pistol, got the conversions, had a clutch already. Things are flowing. This was a good catch. This was where the advantage was seized only momentarily. Bait did have a 4v3, but it was Bit activating in unison with Im. A perfect replay package to highlight how the A side fell.
And you have to think about the Ivy pressure, right? So that plays and has echoes into future rounds. Normally out of teams, you're going to either go for a B play or an Ivy play early. Odds provided by our official betting partner as we continue this one. Harass nades towards Pop, light damage done, and they'll get the space ahead of the Flames.
Okay, well, they haven't won out this head-to-head before. Wonderful catches as Senfiel poking his nose, but backs are turned. There's an opportunity. Wonderful. In transition, still gets his eye to the scope. Brutal for Bait. That looked like he had the perfect opportunity, but Wonderful just too fast, too quick on the trigger.
Okay, well, they've shown Ivy presence, this time a lot of B presence, and this one will be swept under the rug very quickly. This is great form from Na'Vi, and this is what you're hoping to see. I think if anybody is reading a Blade interview and hearing the sentiment out of the camp, right, he is one who is very good at controlling the expectation. And if his teammates are reading that, look, the boss man not putting too much pressure, obviously, you want to win. But knowing what you're dealing with, knowing that you have Makazi in the roster for just this first season, and essentially retooling how you want to approach. It's not just a plug and play. They've actually reformatted some things. And
I just covered my ears. I didn't want to
well, we know where they're going now, don't we? But we've seen Na'Vi come into a major not as favorites before.
That's true.
And this is the only organization that has made it to every single major, number 23. Up against
that's longevity. That is an achievement. That is an accolade to be boasted.
Oh, for sure.
Something tells me they might try the B side this round.
Well, something tells me that Senthil has a low in his play because rotation looks like it might have to be MPL, and he's still lingering around E-Box at the moment. They're looking to set up the boost. Never mind, it'll be Alex, the in-game leader, to join him. The boost is up. They're setting up the B presence now.
Yeah, Hedrick's pushing Ivy, so it frees Alex up to be there.
Yeah, but the info is going to be too late. The rotation will be too far away. They're going to have to pipe in through Pop. They're going to be overrun right now.
Oh, even better. He's actually caught Makaze. Does that lead to second guessing?
It's a 2v4.
Here comes the util. Here comes the exec. Pressure from upper from Bit. Essential's tucked in. Alex has blocked them with the incendiary for an additional 5. It buys time for Kenzazor to come through. Needs the flash, needs the frag. Essential tracks nicely, gets his. Kenzazor chips in, Bit goes down. It's Wonderful that's keeping Na'Vi in this round.
They can still pivot. 50 seconds, have the bomb.
They lost him up.
Okay, now it's Wonderful in a 1v3. This one's tough.
Yeah, they're beating him to the punch. Look how quick NPL is here. Oh, not far off, you know. A quick flick, quick scope, not going to hit it. Onto the Glock for a headshot. Okay, what's going on? Now a missed shot from Hedrick. Wonderful is still alive. 2 HP and an opportunity for an ace clutch. There's no way. Hedrick's getting nervous. And he nearly had him on the cross back. 20 seconds, what'll it be? I can't quite believe that I believe.
Well, surely Essential's won this with the flank.
You'd think, right? Pops out of
As
pop.
soon as he starts planning the bomb, Essential has to spring to action.
It's a perfect plant, Chad. Hedrick stampeding, Essential's the unknown, and he's nailed the shot necessary to get Bait on the board. I have to say, not only have I seen signs of life from Bit, but it seems Wonderful is here to play today as well.
Yeah, 11 kills for him so far, racking him up, but that's Ivy presence there from Hedrick to get them the opener. The B bomb site did well, right? Smoke Molly defense, they were able to really stuff this choke point. That Molly coming in late segregates the fight. They were just set up on the low ramp, ready to take fights as players started to rotate out of con. Good output from Wonderful, gets the bomb down, and well, there wasn't going to be any issues in the buy department. That is guaranteed. So first round on the board. Need to start posting consecutive now for this CT side. They have everything they desire and more. They've gone for team main block smoke. Does that mean more Pop presence?
Seems like a priority for Bait on the
I think
CT
this is
side.
the same call right now out of Aleksib. And you really want to condition towards B. So yeah, it looks like they're going to run with the same move.
And it's the same start from Bait as far as Labour division. Alex will be joining Essential on this side. It looks like Essential's going to be playing the elevated position here. Very quiet. Kenzazor has nothing to report main.
Hedrick took some contact. Ivy drops his block smoke, and they're setting up the B execute. So this time, let's see if they can catch him on the timing. And if being in a 5v5.
Oh, beautiful angle from NPL. Gets boosted up and catches Bit Pop.
Okay, so a slightly different look, but still a 5v4 in favor for Bait. Ascencio, I like this.
Goes looking for answers, and he finds Aleksib. The Kalash finds him, though.
Good damage done. Alex tucks in back at the bomb. Now, do they still want to continue this? 50 seconds. Alex might even consider going for a timing push. We'll just park in towards oil for now. So having faith that they will rotate elsewhere, and that's the right call, at least for now.
Yeah, so Makaze's clearly been called back. Returning to main with only 35 seconds left, though. Trying to sell B. Util comes through. Headtrick's on his way. Kensizor also towards the Z connector. NPL positionally sound as he gets himself another, as Bait are looking to take a second round consecutive.
Okay, well, with only 20 seconds left, I think Wonderful's definitely going to be saving it. Oh, maybe Makaze wants to keep on fighting to do some damage. Wonderful's coming over.
They're going.
Okay.
I mean, should be the end of Makaze. NPL has had a fantastic round, and there's just no time for Wonderful to get anything done. Here we go. They got low. A little bit of an opportunity for a misstep from Bait.
Okay, those saves could have gone a long way. Wonderful would have been able to drop another gun.
Oh, yeah.
Makaze would have been able to get one of those, right? And there could have been a few more rifles in the mix. So we'll see how they want to operate forward. I just saw Imma buy and then sell back, but they've gone for this boost 2 rounds in a row. This time it pays off. Stuff from MPL. We know what type of output this guy can find. So not the full investment. A couple of Galils. I think they'll take the pace out of this, avoid the damage from the protocol utility. Next round, 2,400 loss bonus. That's why everyone's left himself with about 2K. Na'Vi could still grab some value. And again, the fact that you already have 5 rounds T-side at train, you're happy with that if you're Blade.
Have to admire the restraint. You talk about protocol util. They've been holding on to the majority of theirs. Kensizor's got a full belt.
Yeah, it seems like they understand what they're up against. Here comes the flash.
And not the frag. Kensizor will dip down. We'll block him with a minute to play.
So back to B. Head trick on a rifle with the Ascencio. Playing in the clouds towards the high ramp. Can they shut this one down and deny the plan?
I think a head trick's destined for glory. Loses control of the spray a bit there. Wonderful with able to bring him down. Quick reactions from Ascencio stops Makaze's block.
Should get the bomb in.
Finishing the job. Bomb planted. Extra $600 in a round loss for every single member of Na'Vi.
Okay, that's going to feel good for someone like Bit who overinvested there. So everyone will be able to buy it. No dramas. Wonderful will even get his AWP. Same can't be said for head trick. Unless he gets a drop, I think Alex should be able to hook him up in that department if they want to prioritize the AWP in his hands. Kensizor has been the highest rated player for Bait throughout their campaign so far, from stage 1 to stage 2. And he's the newest addition to the team, joining at the tail end of 2024. They'd overhauled their roster throughout 2024, and in 2025 they obviously make the major in Austin, making it all the way to stage 2, where they were eliminated by Lin Vision in a 2-2 game. So they're looking to do one better this time round, and they're going up against the big dogs, the big brother, especially of the region, Na'Vi. A name to be respected, one that these young faces would have been watching for many years.
Did you speak anything about this round?
And something as well worth mentioning is that perhaps for Bait, you know, reps are important. They've kind of warmed into this tournament. A loss in the first best of 1 of stage 1, and since then have just been on the up and up.
Grinders, right? These are the type of players that you see online just playing constant matches. So turning to LAN and then having to deliver this. The oldest player is 24. There's a couple of 19-year-olds in the mix. So see what they can deliver into this one.
Oh,
great
that's
shot.
a lovely opening. Just a flash of bits and a flash of flash. Aleksib running it down. The wonderful catches NPL as well. The job seems done as Aleksib flexes some mechanics.
He had 1 kill. Now he's got 3. Yeah. Those ones have impact.
And this one's worth a sick round, Chad. You already said they'd be happy and laughing with 5. Damn, and it starts with a head trick opener as well. Very short-lived success. The celebrations are cut short by Aleksib.
Well, now it's about saving. Makazi's lurked out of Ivy. It's Kenzor and Alex. They want to hold on to this. Makazi going around the world. He's calling it awfully clear. Not going to bother with CT spawn, thinking that they would be on the save. So can Makazi be the thorn in the side and grab another kill before this round is done and dusted? Finances are not good for bait. They could be worse, but they could also be better.
Oh, if he goes up. Oh, he's coming around the corner anyway. Heading for main, yeah, back to back, but not going to be checking. Oh, and that's the end of Alex.
Okay. The loss bonus comes through. Hey, Team of the Year 2024. Copenhagen Major winners. Looking to get back to that type of form. And some great shooting from Aleksib. Covering fire there from Wonderful as MPL. Desperately coming through the smoke to be that third prong. Ken still had 6K, so he's dropped the AWP again. Headtrick gets it once more. A little bit lighter on with Yuto. A couple of key pieces missing for this one, but still enough to fight forward. And starting 4 yards.
Kenzor taking full main. Straight out of the gate, deep smoke, that confirms it. Wonderful's getting run boosted here. Headtrick does tuck away from the flashbang. Different feeling to this round with the CT's such early control.
Well, they've had some good moves. Last round they had the players in the right place. Aleksib just happened.
Yeah.
Right? You had a 3-player B stack and they were heading with quite a few forces towards B. You just didn't deliver the necessary kills.
This is a necessary kill for Headtrick. Oh! What?
All right.
That is a little look at what Makaze does best, just cracking skulls. Sharp shooting onto the sniper. You can see that's pulled Alex away to address the gap. Makaze, oh, he's ready for you, and Alex goes down as clean as the first.
Look at a Sentinel P. What are you meant to do?
Yeah, right.
You're worried about everything.
So they could be, yep, in front of me, behind me.
That's 4 choke points.
Oh, gosh. Jeopardy for a Sentinel, and now they know where you are. Makaze's on the warpath. Not another one, surely. Yeah, Wonderful will secure it.
And save again.
Wow, this is such a well-structured T-side out of Na'Vi. I'm in awe.
You wonder if that's prep right there, right? Okay, if they go for this main control, does Headtrick like to play this angle? Just because Makaze, the way that he cleared that was a thing of beauty, and then the movement at the end to find, right, clearing out, knowing that he's meant to be playing for info, not just going wide.
Right.
So valuing his life, getting that info, and then being able to relay that information and remove that inside prong. It's a really solid Counter-Strike right now for Na'Vi as they do get their 7th. 2 rounds remaining within this first half of play.
You were talking to me over lunch, asking about where we put Na'Vi.
Well, this is the thing, right? You stomp FlyQuest, that's one thing, right? Okay, you start off your CT side, you're 12-0, that was great. And then you go up against the likes of Imperial in your second game, and it gets a little bit close. So you wonder, oh, is it nervy?
How good are Imperial?
Yeah, right? So you're asking all of those questions.
Didn't Imperial beat Fnatic today? Am I tripping?
They were up against them, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that happened.
It was on Dust too. I think you're right.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's hard to place them. Maybe Imperial are just gamers and Na'Vi are the real deal.
Well, I think there's no question that Na'Vi are one of the best teams in this stage. That is without a doubt.
It's just like how much is the gap between the stage 3 teams and Na'Vi?
I think everybody, including themselves, have an expectation that they are a stage 3 team who are starting in stage 2.
Right, absolutely.
Getting some warm-up, getting the reps in. Here's Imma, aggression now.
Ooh, I like it. It's up against MP9s, it's risky, and he's going to get spammed down. Great awareness from MPL. He'll catch him. Makaze's taken down Alex, so it doesn't matter if it's an AWP or a rifle. He does seem like he's destined to do something on the Ivy fight. And Aleksib will call his dogs off the search. Retooling now, leaving and parking Wonderful on the Ivy side.
This would be a really tough round to lose here if you're Beta after you get that opener. I understand that they don't have the best to buy, but they've actually given you some pace and you've gone 1 for 1. And considering you need something more than 3. So gravitating over towards B, Kenzor, MPL was investigating from Connector. It feels like they're reading the play quite well. As Yuto being lobbed out, and Makaze Sandwich smoke will keep question marks about what really lies in main. Hedrick playing new box, MPL back a bomb. Kenzizor, does he stay planted right now? Because it will be the B play. 40 seconds. Oh, never mind. Pivoting pop again.
It's going to be coming down to the wire time-wise. Hedrick, that first contact. How good is the clear from Aleksib? How good is the spray from Hedrick? Stabilizing for 3. Started off wonky, ends straight as an arrow.
All right, Hedrick, not the flashiest of aim on display there, but regardless, it's the result you were looking for. Mikaze tucks tail, opts for the save, and there you go, a 4th. It's hard to be getting too excited about that if you're bait, but if you're able to salvage the 5th round,
it's something.
You get the halftime break, you come back in, you win the pistol, then maybe you can start rolling with a little bit of a momentum. But right now, you would say that Na'Vi have done the job on this T side.
Would it be fair to kind of categorize the train pick from Na'Vi as somewhat of like an attempted weakness, targeting a weakness? It doesn't seem like it's a map that's had as much of a rep from bait. You know, I'm looking at their 3 months. Some maps have got 13. This one, Amiga 5.
I think there was definitely other places they could have gone in the map pool. So I thought this could be the 3rd and deciding map of the series.
Okay.
But it's also a map that, if you're feeling really comfortable on, and Blade loves his prep, Alex gets one back.
That's a nice one.
You might be able to identify a lot of key things, key tendencies that you're able to exploit.
This is more than we've seen before as far as bodies.
They don't even need to hang around. You can just leave one player here and just keep smoking it off.
Oh, they are probing. They are searching. Aleksib's done well onto Kenzizor, and confirmation of much more. Bit will catch a Senthiel, pulling out nades, and now look at him. He knows that's the A anchor, rather the B anchor, excuse me. NPL catches it with his nades out. Mikaze, oh, wonderful, wonderful, needs to turn around. The covering fire's not there. It's huge from NPL. It puts Bit into an uncomfortable 1v2. Uncertain as to where Alex is. Knows where NPL was. Starts to try and reposition. As time ticks, more and more options open up for where Bit could have gotten off to. Gets spotted actually, just on the jump up on the lip. Still, they don't find that lead. NPL! Huge round out of him. 3 kills. The Ukrainian upstarts doing well up against Na'Vi. It's 5 enough though.
Na'Vi kicking things off with the pistol. 5 straight rounds, but bait finding some form before it's too late. We're going to head to a break. Are they able to collect themselves to pick up the pistol? MPL once donning the Na'Vi jersey back in Paris at the Major, now up against them in a 2-0 game. Stage 3 awaits for the winner of this, and his 3K has kept the hopes and dreams alive for map number 1. 7-5 on the half, more than par for the course for Na'Vi, but something that Bait can work with. Let's get this one underway. Swap sides, we look like we're going fast and furious out main.
Couple of spam from Makaze. They're accelerating towards him on the new box. The flashes have caught him. Lovely start. The pathing was there. And so are the frags. Essential and Headtrick removing the double. On site, Imed does linger. Wonderful's pushing smoke. Held by Essential. He's done well there. Dips away after picking off Headtrick. Makes it into a 2v2. It's Alex, though, with a long-range Glock 5 versus USP. It isn't favorable. But the bomb ticking is every second off of that.
They got to fake it at least. Try and draw him out.
There's the tickle. Wonderful. Gets that head-to-head with Essential, and now it's Alex having to activate. Im is there, and the 10-second defuse will come through.
Okay, you can understand from Alex's perspective. Doesn't have the sightline on the bomb, doesn't know if they're sticking it, and they're actually running at him. So a little bit unfortunate in that situation. The bomb will go down, but Na'Vi are going to take it. Both pistols in this one. Wonderful 18 kills, having one of those games. He's a player who has been under a lot of fire. Wonderful. People wanting to see more output from the AWPer. But I will say there is very few AWPers in CS2 who can find elite level output. You got your Monesies of the world, maybe your Shiros, your Zywus. If you're not too far behind that list, I think you're doing all right. Oh,
yeah.
mate, let me not forget Molodoy.
Oh, yeah, no, in fact, he's taken the world by storm.
Okay, so bomb going down does facilitate 3 Galils, Mac 10 and a Tech 9. Ivy presence early.
Are they running? I see a Mac 10. No, he is going to be walking, but it looks like Aleksib's caught wind of it, or at least suspects something fishy afoot. Block smoke on top.
They pop through this. They could do with a flash.
I think he's kind of playing this corner to be anti, and it looks like they're going to call it off.
Okay, well, the pressure has at least drawn out some util, which you know is going to be lighter into the second round, right? They can't have all the rifles and all the nades. It's a choice between firepower and utility. So if that's what they were hoping for, they have been able to draw out a smoke early. There's still 3 on the board for Na'Vi to continue to block with as we take a look at this CT setup. It is just Bit, and he's actually playing for a lot of information. Oops. A missed smoke. If they were hoping for the lurky number, that one has not landed. Those are the unforced errors you cannot be making. Bit tucks in, Imma rotates over. Bit is playing.
Oh, full committed to that.
For full frags, yeah. That's what I was saying. The fact that he tucked in there, I love it. More info, and now he's out. Beautiful from Bit.
He's done very well. Feels uncomfortable if you're Bait, not only operating with a disadvantage, but that clock is ticking down. Looking at the pop side, it's Makaze playing E-Box, and he's got support from Wonderful as well. There's a more block util. Feels like they've got infinite incendiaries. That is the last of them, I promise. Makaze plays up close. Wonderful gets further forward to be that first port of call. They're running out of time, chat. Alex gets 1, 2 down in the feed. Favoring Bait. There's him, and with 3. No, just 2.5. Aleksib gets it done, though. Nothing for Alex. A little late to the party. He will take 2, but Aleksib just has to live, hide in the corner. Not enough time. Threatening.
Great damage, and I'm interested to see now what that means for the next round, because on the T side, in this type of situation, knowing that you've taken 4 of the 5 rifles, maybe you'd want to invest again. Now, yeah, take a timeout to have that conversation. Get the coach on the mic, because this is a big one. This is essentially where you decide, are we going all in and we lose it? We probably lose the map with it, or do we take the conservative approach? Now, the bigger issue is, sure, Alex has this Galil carried through, but his loss bonus is going to be in a tougher position going forward than everybody else's. So you got a double-edged sword with the choice that you're about to make. I don't envy the position they're in right now, even though they did do all of that damage. So you know that you've got Na'Vi's finances teetering. It's very enticing to want to buy, to knock it out, and then take control of the economy early. Then they'll go into a force buy that will be light on. Feels like they're going for the best of both worlds. So it works out quite nicely, especially if they get the bomb down. So Alex, with the loss bonus that was left over, it was 1k, excuse me, not the loss bonus, but the kills, the residual cash that he had. So he's going to get plus 2,900 on top of that. So we'll put him in Galil range. Oh, okay. Well, that wouldn't be the first time we've had that type of conversation.
Kenzor just goes swinging with that Tech 9, finding nothing but death.
Okay, and now these investments are a little bit in vain, aren't they? This round is done. Maybe an opportunity for Na'Vi to be able to reset. We have had these comm segments that we've checked in on. It's a bit of low HP, okay.
Wait.
I'll put it back in the bottle.
Yeah, actually.
Wonderful is low.
Makaze playing actively, and Essential may have caught wind of him there. They might peek from 2 different elevations, and he's just going to fall back, try and throw the smoke. They don't accelerate off of that.
And they don't need to. Still have time. Don't throw this one away. You've actually drawn yourself back into a winnable situation from what was at 3v5. Aleksib with an interesting push. Does he play to contain?
Oh, catches the headshot into Hedrick, and he spotted another.
And he's away.
That's the most important part. Not going to be forced and tucked and hard cleared. Now does get awkward once more.
That's really annoying from Aleksib. Great work from the in-game leader to put them in the power position. You see how much Wonderful is valuing. Just playing in con jiggling. Checking out front bomb and the sandwich cross. But they are out main, so do have some space to work with.
They want Makaze so bad, and a missed shot. Not easy to hit on the moving elevation of the stairs. Wonderful closes it down. Okay. I mean, that's got to be, what, 20 frags now?
21.
21 and counting from Wonderful.
10 higher than anybody else on his team. So he's having a game, and remember that clutch in the early stage of that first half as well. So there's been some shaky moments in the first couple of rounds of each half for Na'Vi. And that's likely why Aleksib, that we saw there in what was transcribed with the comms, saying, hey, everybody, relax, we still won the round. You're in a very strong position after your first half, after all. I know it's MR12 and the game can slip away quickly, but still. Oh, missed smoke, I believe, from Bait towards Yarn. That's another one that hasn't quite landed. You can see it there just in the middle of new box, not really covering camera, not covering sandwich.
Bit rough around the edges, perhaps, on this T-side util. Couple of unforced errors in that department.
Well, no harass pop, just this AWP on the line.
Kenzor's usually good for a jiggle or two, but this time actually just gets his boots blown off. Wonderful passes that reaction speed test.
Kenzor, where you going, mate? You have the bomb.
Ah, he's been alerted.
Yeah. Not only did you get legged, you were on your lones and pushing up Pop Dog with the bomb on your back. Now, the fact that you've taken that contact, Alex is going to throw this, right? And the idea behind this smoke is to make them think it still could be a yarn play, but they haven't really put any pressure over towards Ivy. This time the smoke lands. Wonderful takes another shot. But there's still 2 players on B to deal with this, and they're playing smoke molly defense. Look at both of them on the back. As soon as the user comes, then they drop their nades. Here it comes.
And you might lose them on the way in, burning through. Look at their health just rotting to the core. NPL important, removing Bit, and now Imes feels vulnerable. They're holding for you, and they will find you. NPL fakes him out, frags him down. A 3-on-4 advantage Bay with the bomb now planted. This is a must-win, must-convert to keep the conversation alive of a competitive train.
No kit.
Aleksib on the way in. There's Makaze, finds that elevation and removes NPL, anticipating the lurk out of Alex. He's timed it well. There is a kit down. This gets uncomfortable for Na'Vi. They're running light on time. Wonderful will pick up the kit. Here's the Alex flag, perfectly timed, catches them looking the wrong way. Makaze falls, and it's a bait round after all.
Okay, nice round indeed. I love that fake from MPL. He's in the site. He could have just punched in the digits, but wanted to draw out any rats that were in the system. Catches Imet, wanting to deny that. And that right there is them breaking through. A round now for their T side.
Crispy finish.
Oh, well, they forced in. A couple of MP9s, couple of 5.7s, and 1 M4. You can break the Mia bait, and this one could be worth 2.
Wonderful's going to set him up. Iman Makaze. Bit of a team flash on that one, not going to cost them. And that would have been audible. Oh, there's more actually, so plays on plays. And this flash, oh, it doesn't catch Kenzor. Still Aleksib finds him, but with Hedrick connecting on the AWP, reveals at least where another one was. Blocked on Ivy and retooling. Bomb maneuvering back. It's Makaze versus an AK on Essential. How has he won that? Huge from Makaze, better from Bit. Short-lived successes just after you get yourself on the board, get the ball rolling. It's immediately taken back by Na'Vi.
That was way back in, and Hedrick, you're dead. Oh, okay, maybe not. I spoke too soon. He should be dead.
He should be.
See how long he gets to live with this AWP. I don't think they'll allow him to hold on to it.
But then so should Makaze. I mean, I don't know how he's done that. Decent range, Essential with the weapon, doesn't matter. It's a powerful pistol, and Makaze is a powerful player. Definitely seems to be kind of, you know, he's settling in. It's a project to integrate a whole, you know, academy talent into a tier 1 roster.
But this is it, right? The expectation on these young faces to perform at the highest level of Counter-Strike in a stressful environment, it seems to be extremely high when everybody should be given a little bit of time to work in.
I have a name for that.
Is it Donk?
It's the Donk delusion.
Yeah, that. Oh, okay, that's a great term for it. I think Donk has kind of shattered everybody's level of expectation of what is realistically possible.
Yeah, for these rookies. I mean, I think he is entirely responsible, or majority responsible, for the expectations set on your Jacobs of the world, your Makazes.
That's fair. I like the framing, and they do let him hold on to the AWP. So something carried through with the ability to bring out 2 AKs, Galil, and likely something lighter.
He wasn't blind, he's right.
But you still won the round. And you get yourself up to 11. Just 2 more rounds required on your map choice. Nope, just making sure he remembers the strats.
It's just baffling to me how, like, all of these Na'Vi listenings, those little bits, it seems like they're, like, in a really intense, like, 11-11 scoreline.
Look, if you're Blade, you would happily not have to prep for extra games.
Yeah, yeah.
And not only that, show less of your playbook.
Of course. Especially when you know what you're going into. There's the shark-infested waters of stage 3 if you win. Bomb's going to walk through this. Aleksib's in that anti-flash angle.
Wonderful here as well.
Util. Is it going to be a flash through? Wonderful tucked on the deep corner. Anti, I love this setup.
Oh, they're reading this well.
They're just going to play the fade. So Aleksib B. Is he going to try and get that first contact? Oh, actually, they're going to throw nades from either side. So info, flash connects onto Kensizor. Here's the response. Not a great Molotov can path in front of it, though. Nade supporting great. Look at them, just team play on display. There's 2 rifles, a nade from a 3rd. Now they swing, and there they go. Essential in the meantime caught 1, but it's still falling apart at the seams. Essential's been spotted and executed. 12th on the board, multi-kill from Wonderful and Bit. Everyone playing their part. This is looking like a well-oiled machine, Chad. This Na'Vi, they are no slouch.
Yeah, some of the unforced errors of missed pieces of utility definitely don't help, but we do turn into Bates' map choice next, so you're hoping to see a better face for a competitive affair in this type of a game, especially just for the youngsters. But for Na'Vi, continues, as you're talking about here, to give some confidence going forward. And we've definitely seen some disparities in levels of play from stage to stage, but Wonderful right now he has come to lock that in. It's going to be hodgepodge for the final round. What can you afford? And what util is required for the call for this final round? Mac 10, Tech 9, 3 Galils. Only 1 T-side round to your name. You don't even have a rhythm. You might just try brute force. Have to extinguish, flash and go.
He's running. Im is dead. Big find. Bakasi can tumble as well. Just the one. Alex watching from the sidelines. And an advantage for Bait. Oh, only for a minute. NPL
Bit's already here. Bit's already here.
They're not ready for that. Oh, they're so comfortable. Na'Vi just run them down. Caution to the wind. You got 6 rounds to play with, but we are going to finish it right here and now, round 19. And there's Hedrick, the last piece to fall down. Na'Vi, that is a statement win. First map of the series goes their way in dominant fashion.
Yeah, Na'Vi hoping to speed run stage 2 of the StarLadder Budapest Major. Bait need to go have a quick chat and pick themselves up. This one ain't done yet, and they got more opportunities even if they lose today. But let's put your best foot forward as this series continues.
get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Dominant performance from the whole team yesterday. It was looking really good. But I want to ask you, it's your first major. You're a rookie coming into this. What's the feeling like overall? You've been to some of the biggest events in Counter-Strike, but how is it here when you finally made the major dream come true?
I mean, it's insane feeling. Major is like fully other emotion, I would say, than other tournaments. So it's insane to be here.
Insane to be here, and you're playing insane as well. The whole team is looking real good. Emma said something funny to me, that you guys were more having jokes and laughter and stuff outside of the server, that you're the funny one. Explain to me, what are you doing to give him so happy and laughing?
Albanian jokes.
He wasn't ready for the Albanian jokes.
No, he was not. No.
All right, and do you feel like you're now a player who can keep the good vibes, keep the good mood in the team? Because when I see you on the server, right, when I'm looking at the player cameras, you're a bit more quiet, a bit more reserved, but do you also bring the mood up?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring the mood and also in server to show up. So I'm trying to do both.
Trying to do both?
Yes.
is very important as well. And looking at this game, you're playing up against Bait. Does this feel like this would be a comfortable team for you? Do you have a good understanding and read on them? Obviously, they changed in-game leader recently, but are you well prepared?
I mean, we prepare, yes, we are well prepared. So let's see. I mean, I am familiar with their game, so let's see.
Familiar with your game, confident for a win?
Of course.
Always confident.
Of course, always.
All right, man. Thank you very much.
See you.
Guys, we have both left. I'll take. Nice! Хорош. Oh, stop fucking dying. Fuck, I was getting scared because no one is answering to this. No, I heard, but it was good actually. Good. So let's go.
Tough times for Bait, whereas it's full steam ahead for Na'Vi, ending as confidently as they started this map of Train. Ted, he did try to warn us this was going to be a tough one for Bait to swallow, and they just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, I feel like going into this game, it was difficult to have high expectations out of Bait, especially considering that they've been doing very badly in pistols, and they needed a good start on the CT side of Train if they were ever going to go toe-to-toe with such a well-playing Na'Vi. I mean, Jacob, me and you were having a conversation in the green room. In this state of Na'Vi on Train, this makes them a legitimate competitor, even against some of the best teams in the world, right? You're looking at maybe Furia, Falcons, Vitality is the only 3 teams that you could say 100% should be able to best Na'Vi on this map. And then you're going down the list. Even a team like Mouse would probably give Na'Vi a chance if they're playing like they were in this game.
Now, it's not a surprise Na'Vi is winning, it's how convincingly they're winning, you know.
Sure.
Because when you look at the results, even when they played the last StarLadder tournament, when they played some of the smaller tournaments out there, whenever they faced team beneath them, they would always struggle. They would always have to fight. They would always give you moments in the game where you think, ooh, are you going to lose to a team that is not supposed to be on your level? So far, they played 3 maps at the Major, and they've been steamrolling every single one of them. Train no exception.
I know this is a bit of an intangible, but even from just that voice comms clip we just got, it doesn't sound like the same frustrated Na'Vi that we've had. Yeah, they were actually having a little bit of a giggle. That is probably the first time this year that we've heard Na'Vi not getting frustrated.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely terrifying if you're Bait, right? Even when you win a round, when you watch it back and you realize, oh, those guys were laughing when we were winning rounds, it is pretty devastating. And I actually think we've got a round ready to look at. That was one of the situations in which Na'Vi, I think, showed in a great way how they were able to control the map. So we see Makaze taking a little bit of a fight in towards Ivy, probably a fight he shouldn't be winning against the Opera, to be completely honest, but he's still able to make it look very easy. Then they pause for like 20-25 seconds, they wait for Bait to get uncomfortable, they go looking in towards CT, they lose another one, and that kill here is just a great example of how composed Na'Vi were throughout this entire game, Jacob, right? Even the player that spots out Essential, they know he's alone on the B-bomb side, they still wait to swarm him and peek him at the same time from different angles. So that just showed how composed Na'Vi were and how well they were able to just outmaneuver Bait in the first half.
The cool thing about that round, as you said, you know, the way they spread out, how composed they are, and then Essential, you know, standing on the inner bomb side, he could have died from 4 different directions. It didn't matter who were going to kill him, someone was to. So I feel like you're right. I feel like Na'Vi were controlling, they were dominating the T side, got off to a 5-0 start, then a bit of an answer back for Bait, winning 3 in a row, and you think to yourself, ooh, maybe we get a half right here, but then you have a great round here in round 10, the round before, round 9 as well, spread out, you know, completely dismantled the defense of Bait, and from that moment and onwards, again, it was just a question of whether or not they were going to win 13-6, 13-8, or 13-11. Na'Vi were the better team.
Wonderful, continuing the impressive form that he showed in day number 1 of stage 2 as well. And this is what we love to see. Literally from the very get-go, he was looking incredibly confident.
Yeah, it was, right? Even if you're looking at round number 3, this is where Wonderful gets a 1 versus 2 clutch. It kind of felt like it just put him in the right mood, right? And from that point on, every single time Bait were trying to be aggressive, going towards upper ramp, time some pushes in towards pop. Wonderful was just ready. I mean, look at that. He's just dropping, quick scoping, killing people left, right, and center, blinded, unblinded. He's just doing whatever he wants on the server. You can clearly tell that he was having fun on Train.
Yeah, it's good to see, right? And it's the Wonderful that we've been, I guess, almost begging to see. I love the fact that we get the highlight package from him as well, showing a lot of AWP kills. There has been this conversation around him that sometimes he's prone to pick up the rifle, maybe a bit too much, you know, when they're playing close games. They don't always have the economy for it, and Wonderful is just more impactful when he has the AWP in the hand. And Na'Vi is a more dangerous team when they have an AWP player who can make the difference on the server.
So what was lacking then in terms of bait and maybe some preparation for this version of Na'Vi that we were seeing today?
I mean, there was a couple of things. Obviously, when you're going up against Na'Vi and their state currently on train, which is pretty strong, you gotta be hoping to start off the halves well. And bait, since the start of this tournament, are 1-5 in pistol rounds, or since the start of this stage. So pistol rounds have not really been going their way. And then on the other hand, you look at Kenzizor, who's been the highest rated player for this team in a while, and he's been the biggest star since the start of this event. Well, he finished the game with 7 frags and 14 deaths. So this is just not great. When you have some of your better players not being able to perform, get comfortable, and they're just getting denied, everything that they try just gets countered, it's not easy to play.
No, not at all. And you even had Hetrick having a decent showing, you know. We saw him finding moments in the game where he was trying to drag them back into it, and he's supposed to be the biggest difference maker, I guess, within bait, especially on a map like Train with the AWP in hand. So I gotta be completely honest, right? I don't really want to blame bait for not putting up more of a fight. I think it's a reality check. I think this is the difference between the two teams. And, you know, often we find ourselves criticizing one team or another. Here we got what we expected. We got a well-playing Na'Vi. We got a bait that is, you know, have been playing decent so far, but they're not a match for Na'Vi right now. And I think that was illustrated here in Train, which, by the way, is also a Na'Vi's map pick, so it's not big of a surprise.
Yeah, maybe we should just recenter ourselves, look at map 2, and maybe also have some concerns for bait going into this one.
Yeah, I feel like concerns you could always have, because obviously, as we said in the first segment, picking a Mirage against Na'Vi has never been a good idea, no matter the state of the team. But I feel like this is what bait should have gone for, right? When you're playing up against a team like Na'Vi, you don't really have a comfortable pick, so you might as well go with something that you like. And the good news for the side of bait is that their Mirages have actually looked pretty decent so far this event. There has been a couple 13-11s, but they're still winning these games. And then when you look at the side of Na'Vi, Mirage is not really what it used to be for Na'Vi last year when they won the major in Copenhagen, right? It's not still their best map in the pool. And also, in terms of Kenzizor, I mean, he's been their highest rated player on this map for the last 1 month. He's averaging a 152 rating on Mirage, which is quite high, but he will need to try and reset after that train.
I'm afraid he's going to need a 160 rating if you want to beat Na'Vi on this map. I like the point you bring up, you know, the Na'Vi and the exploration of the map pool, because I agree, Mirage has not been the fort that it used to be. You know, it used to be an Aleksib classic. You could always count on his T sides, how he would always focus on mid control, how he would be very great at changing up the pace from, you know, outer spawn calls into mid control, into fast B execute, you name it. They had the full package. I would love to see Na'Vi show us right now that they have also prepared for Mirage, because the more I see them play right now, you can clearly see the individuals are fired up. Bit is having a great showing, Wonderful is having a fantastic tournament. Now is the map pool also better? As the deep enough, you know, you already said it before, right? You're comparing them to teams like Furia, you're comparing them to Falcons, you're comparing them to some of the favorites to win the entire thing. So if Na'Vi can show us that Mirage is also a fault for them now, then maybe we do need to have a conversation about them being in the playoff and maybe even going further than that.
Yeah, and I feel like there's even more bad news for the side of bait as well going into Mirage. Literally yesterday, Wonderful played his best ever map at a major on Mirage against Imperial, and that was a game in which Na'Vi lost both pistol rounds, but they were still able to win 13-10. And Wonderful just dropped a 199 casual rating on a 26 and 15.
Ouch.
So if you're having that type of a performance out of him, it's not going to be easy for Hetrick to be his counterpart.
No, and there was, you know, having a fantastic deagle round that turned around the game, having some great impact with the rifle, and not even necessarily having to pick up the AWP. So I think there's more in store when it comes to Wonderful and Mirage.
Odds heavily favoring Na'Vi as well, and for good reason. But, you know, Ted, give me a silver lining. Give me a string to pull on bait, starting T-side. What do they need to do to disrupt the Na'Vi
Good luck.
defense?
I feel like unlock MPL and Kenzizor to some extent. MPL, since the start of his career, when he was on Na'Vi Junior, has always been a good Mirage player on the T side. He's very good at taking that pace in his space in towards middle. Kenzizor, I feel like, is a very good addition to the mix. I know it's been difficult for MPL to kind of allow Kenzizor to get some of that space on the T side and readjust, but Mirage is still one of the maps on which NPL is the king on the T side for the side of bait. So if he has a good game, maybe they could have an opportunity to make it a little bit closer. I'm still struggling to find any reason behind them winning the map.
Listen, I know what I'm going to get from Wonderful. I know what I get from Aleksib. I definitely know what I get from Bit. One player that I'm not necessarily sure what I get from is Makasi. So test Makasi. See if you can isolate him in certain duels, apply pressure to where he's defending, and then maybe there's a bit of an opening, because he's still, to me, the big question mark. Is he fully integrated into Na'Vi now, and does he find the impact needed in order to be a difference maker for them? I'm not sure yet, and we could find out now.
Well, this is the time that we get an answer to that question. Can Na'Vi make it through to stage 3 in 2 maps?
Yeah, stage 3 is just one Mirage away for Na'Vi. The desk doubting whether a bait can take this the distance. Chad, do you have any sort of hope for them?
Not with that pistol stat at 1 for 5 within the stage. They were 5 for 5 in stage 1. But that could change right here, right now. 2 on Mirage would start tipping the scales.
Yeah, and we've seen Bait in stage 1 on this map. Kenzizor put the whole team on his back. May need a little standout individual performance to get those juices flowing. You can see the setup here is strong. Makazi on the short side is to be tested. It's Alex that gets warded away. Long smoke, wonderful up close. Makazi's losing vision. Oh, but he's not missing a beat. Aleksib with 2. Makazi a chip in. Aleksib brought down now by Headtrick. They have access to the site. Headtrick drops in, boots on the ground. Long range Glock duel, not comfortable. Backing away. Bullets are connecting those silenced USP, just picking them apart. And that's another one for the lost column in their pistol stats. Stage 2 has not been kind to them.
No, and a lot of nuggets to take away from that death segment with Ted, Pimp, and Freya there. Obviously talking about wonderful performance on this map. Wonderful is the highest rated player of stage 2 so far. Bit is number 2. So obviously when you're blowing teams out of the water like FlyQuest, it's definitely going to make the stat line look a whole lot better. But you have to play well to blow teams out of the water in the way you did.
But I just took a look, and the highest rating was that train right there against Bait. A 2-point something from Wonderful on the first map of this series.
Well, in that first map, both pistols, you had 2 clutches go in your favor, nothing for Bait.
Sure.
Opening kills, there was only 1 frag the difference, so that's not an indicator. But the pistols and the clutches definitely are as we find ourselves into the eco.
So I've seen people doing this jump spot now. Is this just because people got so good at hitting that deagle headshot on the jump across to the right? Back in my day, it used to be more of a whole arcing rainbow jump, you know?
I think it depends on the type of buy that you're going up against, but depending on what type of jump spot you want to go for. Obviously, the players who are going a little bit too high with the arc, they're going to be punished by AWPers, even some really good riflers, all the deagles on rounds like this.
He gets enough info there. Makazi surely going to farm himself up a couple here. Wow. A couple of headshots from those Glocks. Makes him a little nervous, but nothing too scary. It's scary now. Kenzizor, how has he got 2 of them? Now scoops up a farmhouse. They want to try and fight Imet. Backup's on its way, gets cut down. It's very, very expensive. How has it come down to this? A 1 versus 1 closed out by Wonderful, but that is one hell of a financial burden.
All right, let's bring everybody back down to earth for a second. That's exactly what happened to start both halves of the last map. The first, 3 to 4 rounds were relatively close, where lighter buys. Now, I know that was an eco.
Yeah.
Right? Those ones are a little bit different, but still, these rounds where Na'Vi feel like they should have, a massive advantage, they're giving away a few too many guns.
You know Blade's
They bicker a little bit, and then they course correct. So let's see if that continues.
I think Blade's going to follow StarLadder's book, just put it in slow-mo. Make him watch that whole round in 0.25. Imet, oh my god, early fight, and he's kind of committed, chap. He needs the kill, and he's found it. Now support swings in, and Headtrick removes it. Another required. Aleksib quickly takes the place of Makazi and wins it out. Imet could burn down. Missed Molotov, though, so he lives on. It's bit traded out by Alex, but the bodies just keep on dropping in favor of Na'Vi.
Oh, these have been some high-octane rounds, but Na'Vi, their first rifle run was clear. They wanted to biff in middle, and biff they do. Put another one in the column, and that is rapid.
That's really fast. That was the first gun, just gone.
Yeah, and you could see everybody was drawn towards the mid-fight, so understanding they don't want to allow any map control to be established from Bait on a default. So regardless of how many you give away to the Glocks, when you win a round like that, they're back down to pistols. 3 rounds, no plants. Top cat, window, insta, but over towards A with the execute. Bit is the A anchor. Emma will be able to support from Con, wonderful from window. Wow. And that is a well-placed nade as here they come.
Yeah, Kenzizor's got to try and make it work with the 50
Defensive
HP.
smoke.
Defensive smoke and a defensive frag.
Oh, come on in.
Yeah, the water's warm for him, gets 2. Could lead to a plant, I suppose, if you're looking for a silver lining to your half investment. Looks like they're going to be tasked with that now. Headtrick's the one with the bomb on his back.
He'd love to just get it down. You haven't got a plant yet.
He's faking it out.
Oh, misthrown nade. Now you won't get a chance to plant.
Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. Aleksib finishes the job. I've seen this a couple of times with Bait in particular. They are quite hesitant to just get the extra cash. And that's Coach Madden going, yeah, maybe we should have planted.
Well, they can buy regardless, but no Headtrick AWP.
Just extra cash is nice.
Oh,
you know?
It is. We all like more money.
Yeah.
More of everything isn't more, but more money definitely is.
A universal of truth. You're in a 2v4, no one's immediately shooting at you. Just have a go.
Okay, well, Wonderful will get his AWP. Kazi makes the move.
Lovely to see a short player with the smooth moves, and Aleksib does start off with some rather telegraphed positioning. He started with a wall bang, throws that smoke off. They might try and punish him here. Yeah, they are. They're walking through. They know it's going to be likely short-centric from that trajectory. Oh, Aleksib catches one. A second from Aleksib. Impeccable output to start off Mirage. Now the bomb will make its way in. Imet arrives market to try and lend a hand. Bomb being planted. MPL gets it in. He's got a lot of util. He's going to try and dump it a little. Flash catches Makaze. So does the spam through the smoke. NPL makes it a 3-on-3. Oh, Alex is flanking wonderful. This is opportunistic. Beautiful find. Up to Imet for the double. Couldn't do it. Bit the late arrival. The A-anchor looking to close on B. Knows where Alex was. Throws out a good molly as well. That incendiary really limits what Alex can do here. It's not planted for him. It doesn't matter. Alex hits the headshot first and Bait get on the board.
Okay, Bit could have just sat that there and Alex would have had to have ran it in with where that bomb was planted, but Bit wanted to get it done with the bullets. And that right there is going to cost them the round, so 4-1. Yeah, this timing, you think, okay, they pipped him, but no, Aleksib, cognizant, gets the first onto Kenzazor, who throughout the campaign at the major so far has been the highest rated player on the T side in Mirage. We've witnessed it with our own eyes.
Nice.
And you hope that's the first of many. Na'Vi can buy back in, but there's an emission. Aleksib just going to operate with a 5-7. Again, they really want to gravitate towards mid Na'Vi, right? You see some teams, they'll give over the mid space. Na'Vi want to fight. They don't want to let you set up your default. They don't want to give you the space.
I mean, you saw that first gun round, right? Everyone were happy to fight. It worked out wonderfully in their favor. This one isn't going to go that way. On the fade of the smoke. Wonderful, yeah, he catches wind of Kenzazor. An opening death. Bait have to stomach a 4-on-5 disadvantage.
Well, Wonderful had the most opening kills on Train, a total of 5, adding more to the tally here.
Two smokes invested to seal that mid-control.
Boost up for Aleksib, so he gets to play close range with the 5-7, and the bomb is heading his way. They've been able to get some short space. MPL back in through underpass to join Hedrick and Ascenthiel. Aleksib should be good for at least one. Oh, that smoke's a little bit deep.
Ooh. It's going to be a weird one, but if they run through it, Aleksib's there to greet them. Ascenthiel's done well. Takes that 5-7 out, and now Makazi's just trying to play to live, play to delay. And dead to the orb. Nice from Hedrick. Posted up and punishes.
So break the money.
It certainly should. That's if Bit doesn't play for it. Wonderful's got the orb. It feels like something he wants to save. And yeah, I think Na'Vi think twice about going for it.
Okay.
Despite Bit's desires.
And Wonderful's opener. So that right there is a great round for Bait to be able to pull back into contention. MPL already silently on this hunt. He might be quicker than they're expecting. As long as Wonderful holds onto the AWP, but look how quick MPL is.
Yeah, he's not expecting this one.
Well, there'll be a bleed after this.
Yeah. See ya. No AWP for Wonderful. That was the most prized possession of the save, so he's done very well with his proactive hunt.
Yeah, if you have the AWP in the AK, it really opens up a lot of options. Right, you obviously don't have to play your standard positions every round. They could have moved Bit anywhere with that AK to try and find them an opener. He'll still be able to do so, but now that Wonderful's all, right, you could have put Wonderful ticket, you could have played like a heavy B setup, set Wonderful up with a B boost, get him to probe deep towards the halls. That smoke was misthrown though, right? It was, I said deep, from Aleksib's perspective, shallow.
Yes.
Right, so deep for the T is actually giving them more to path through and be able to explode out.
And what's funny is if it had been deep, you'd have said Aleksib's guaranteed to get one.
Well, the odds provided by our official betting partner, and understandably so, favouring Na'Vi. But we will see them now have to take the eco with the saved AK. So Bit is going to start up towards the vent room.
He does absolutely nothing. So should be a comfortable one to make it just a one-round game.
Oh, okay. Makazi not ready for that at all. Makes sense. The orb in vent room on its own as... they'll just be able to continue to sweep these ones under the rug. A dink here for Ascenthiel. He might go down. Defensive molly. Going to run through it, and he's handled that with poison grace. Great stuff there. Confidence building now. 4-3, one-round gap. And this is looking more like it. Important as well for Aleksib to have those signals, right? You can definitely look around and you can see what your teammates have, but if your teammates all just here, M4's no AWP, you understand what type of setups are going to be available, right? Because you could run different setups with the AWP. Wonderful's going to be a bit more limited in his approach within this one, and Blade wants to get on the mic with an early tactical timeout.
I prepared a fun fact for you today, Chad.
Oh, it's your turn on the fun facts.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, it feels like this match is very Ukrainian themed.
Okay, it
and
is
I can go deeper.
Okay.
I can go deeper. The bait logo. Have you ever taken a closer look at that? That little hook in the 8?
Yes.
Well, you know, the organization was founded by one of the most legendary names in Dota by the name of Dendy.
Oh, I know the man.
A Ukrainian. Well, he founded the org, but he's also best known for playing the hero Pudge, whose signature move is throwing the hook on a chain. It's all linked. It's all interwoven. And I think that's pretty fun.
No, it is a fun fact.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I already knew that fact, but I thought there's some people at home who didn't, right?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of people who are probably not too familiar with that. Well, right now, it's just bit on A, and they are whirring into an A split quite quickly.
They are.
Wonderful's pushed away from this. If they slink up Con...
Bit's playing retake A. Well, he won't be a part of it, and neither will Wonderful. Mikaze clawing him back, straight into the round. Mid is clear, he says with a smile on his face, now starting to progress for that plant. Still no plant, actually. Where's Hedrick? Taking his sweet time, just coming up the ramp now. Imet onto CT as well. Mikaze, Imet actually hits up onto Kenzazor, enables Mikaze to charge further forward. A little smoke dribbled forward to enable a push.
Bomb will go down.
Okay, how do they play this? Essential trying to find another angle, but it costs him his life. It's Hedrick in the clutch. Aleksib further forward than he may have liked. Not considering it whatsoever, going to get side-swiped. Aleksib picks it up. Mikaze quickly rectifies the problem there. Massive find with a double in mid.
Okay, well, that is great from Mikaze, right? Obviously, young man getting the job done.
Like, the site collapsed, and it doesn't look like it's too much of a sweat on the brow.
No, Bit was mid-site, so he's relatively committed to Jules in that position. He's fortunate there that Mikaze bowed them out.
Oh, I thought he was tuck ticket. Okay, so he was actually trying to take the fight early. Wondered how he went down early. Yeah, triple kill indeed. Very nonchalant about it. And Pimp was asking, you know, maybe you should test Mikaze. I'd suggest you maybe you don't. You don't want to awaken him. High impact triple.
Still got the money to buy back in.
That's a dream start. An AWP starts Palace, and with no smoke, he catches the stairs player immediately.
And that should activate MPL, knowing that the con player is down. So you might be able to find an easier way through, especially once your teammates start to identify Mikaze's position, Wonderful's position.
He spotted MPL there.
Oh, he's forced forward by the bottle of flame. Bomb still down towards T-spawn. The finish, not clear yet.
But the Finn, fragging up a storm. 9 and 5 for Aleksib as it starts. Trying to claw their way back into this disadvantaged position. They did it in the previous, of course, saw plenty of that on train. But for Bait, this is one of those ones where you have to be able to play it by the book. Convert this opportunity gifted to you by Hedrick's opening. Looks like Bit is going to be stubborn about this con fight. He's managed to remove the first. It's a big ask onto the second. MPL will trade out.
Aleksib's the Joker here.
Yeah, they might overlook him. Nameplate Counter-Strike dictates he's on B. Little do they know, he resides. There were 2 backs on his absolutely nothing. Agonizing for Aleksib.
Oh, he got fortunate with the lineup in a previous round. This time,
quite the opposite.
And that'll be the 4th for Bait, as Wonderful is going to attempt the save right now. They're going to attempt to track him down. Hedrick already scampering towards action through T-spawn. MPL over towards middle, and Ascenthia will be staying with the bomb. So at the moment, it looks like Wonderful might get to retain this, but still, plenty of time left before that bomb goes off. Hedrick's not moving a muscle, so it looks good in the hood for Wonderful to retain this. 1900 lost into the next. Maybe Blade will want to take another timeout just to discuss this situation. Wonderful will be able to drop an M4.
You know, I'm curious as to whether or not we've got an equal division of support. It feels like Na'Vi should have the edge here, but I'll just do a quick temperature check. Budapest, who thinks this is going to a third map? Oh, okay, yeah, it's all Na'Vi.
Well, you tried.
I tried.
You
I tried.
But you got what you were looking for. You know, you dipped your toe in the water and you understand.
Okay, it's Na'Vi-centric. A lot of love for Na'Vi in the building today.
Okay, so just going to take some partial investments behind the saved AWP as Blade flicks through his notes. 2,400 into the next, we'll be able to get the full buy. Didn't want to drop an M4 and upgrade in some MP9s. Understandable. Na'Vi like to do things in a bit more of a traditional sense. But it doesn't mean this round isn't winnable. How can Wonderful insert himself in the conversation?
Oh,
So it's
it's
towards
very
A, now
active.
moving back towards Con. Knows he needs to keep moving. Oh, head spotted.
Yep. Ooh, they were playing to try and punish that, but MPL gets his gun out in time. He's not ready for a second. Maybe Mikaze could do some parkour. Not necessary. Wonderful's done the job for them. That's a very long range for a 5'7" to try and trifle with him. Oh, he's dead. He's surely a dead man. What do? You just burn down or you run it out, and Alex tracks you. Well-placed incendiary, or rather Molotov.
Well, surely you think you should just be able to put this one in now.
You would think that, but Wonderful has remained dynamic. Potential for more hijinks from the sniper.
Alex might get caught here.
And he has been.
Oh,
Aleksib, a couple of screamers back to back. Bit picks up the pieces. They're into B though. Wonderful in a good position, knocks off the boots of Kensizor once more. That's the kill that seals the round. Essential removes the threat.
Okay, is Bit going to come over, or does he want to hold on to that AK-47? He's relatively quick on the flank, so might just give it a look. Absolute best case, there is a kit on Wonderful's corpse over towards short.
Oh, and he's just heard them juggling that AWP away. Held by head trick though. Yes. So it's actually Kensizor, excuse me. I just saw the AWP and assumed Kensizor kept hold of it for a moment longer and utilizes it to close.
Well, they've timed things up now, and this is still with the woes on the pistols, right? So at the moment they were, what, 1 and 6? They were 1 and 5 before coming into this, and they unable to get the conversion on their map choice. We'll see how bad it really gets when we swap sides, but we've still got 2 more rounds.
I found it funny that Mikaze waited a couple of seconds before moving, as if like, what, he's like teleported or something?
Maybe just hoping that they glance away.
Yeah.
Opens a window.
Respect.
Bit of a change right now coming out of bait. Oh,
and a change coming out of Wonderful. Straight pick.
Well, they are heading over towards B for this execute. Do they still follow through with this after being down a man?
Let's see, they will. Aleksib gets a little ahead of it, actually. That's a really well-timed smoke. They're coming through it.
Yeah, they have to go.
And Mikaze, he's revealed his setup. Nice flick up. Aleksib finishes off the job. That's a big one back. Essential caught down by Mikaze. His kill's coming in 2s right now. Will that second be his? Yes, it will. Removes MPL. The job is done. The B site defended, and a 6th on the board for CT side Mirage.
Okay, so I think Na'Vi are really going to want to eke out one more before the halftime break. 6-6 is fine, but I think at the moment you'd be really pushing for the 7th if you're Blade. Good opener from Wonderful.
Yeah, sometimes you don't even need your teammate to break the smoke. You just pull the trigger and nail it. Oh, how is he ready for the bench headshot angle? Mikaze did well there.
Okay, so again, Alex...
Okay.
Alex in-game leader goes middle, sells the control. The rest of them are grouped up for the execute. See, you two are being juggled right now for MPL to be able to lob them in. Alex will come over and join this. He's Bit on the site. Again, that support network of Wonderful and Imma not too far away, jungle and window. Bit has the ability to drop out of defensive smoke. Imma also has U2. If there's a smoke wall, Imma could break it open as they start to path in.
Okay, now Bit's going to be communicating they're coming.
There's
and
the
that's that defensive smoke. Palace. Oh, he controls the spray. He's done well to get 1. They're going to plant in that. Thank you very much, Bit. He lines them up. Denied by Imma. Perfect, precise spray. Denies the plant, makes things very awkward for Bait. They're going to have to play for kills now.
These smokes are fading.
Yeah, they are. They're open, exposed. MPL knows he's got to be active, and so does Imma. Catches him on the close wall. Such good awareness. Na'Vi, a dominating string of rounds to close it out. Doubled to end it with 7.
Again, it's about the pistols. They grab it, they get the conversion. It's off to a hot start with a couple of wobbles. Na'Vi are just 1/2 away from locking themselves in from where they belong at stage 3. Na'Vi have had a 2025 that is below their standards. A roster change, and now they bring in Merkazi, major rookie, straight into stage 2, looking to book their spot in stage 3. Now, I say below their standards. They've still made the playoffs of prestige events like Katowice, Cologne, the Blast TV Austin Major, and looking to keep that form going here in Budapest. So it hasn't been a great year, but it could be worse.
I had my doubts, man. It was like last place exit in Chengdu, China, and now you're, coming into the major. That's your event before the major.
Well, form is king, right? So understandable. But a boot camp and eyes on the prize. The majors is where you want to put on your best form.
Yeah,
right now, Bait want to pick up a pistol because they haven't been showing any of those.
Yeah, you're right. This would just be their second pistol in the second stage. Feels like a necessity.
And you're playing retake, eh?
Yeah, okay. Well,
at least you got the smoke in the kit.
Yeah. Captain Alex has got you covered. That's if he doesn't lose it. Looks like Merkazi wants to take it away from him. He's got support of Head Trick and even a third. It's Enthiel coming on in. Okay, lots of bodies. Lots of bodies. A team kill from him. He's going to have to back away. Costs him his life. A man advantage in a smoke kit. Bit's got to hit some shots. He does so nicely. Taps away at Kensizor once more, gonna go swinging. Held, nice adjustment. It's Bit and wonderful getting that job done. Again, just struggling to pick up a pistol of Bait.
And Na'Vi even helped you out there with the TK. So 4 from 4 in the pistol department. And we all know what that means is we'll get this one again in the highlights. Just to, they don't look too pressured in these situations. Obviously, a bit close towards Qikert, it looks a bit sketchier, but for wonderful at range, Aleksib the same. And MPO trying to keep those frustrations bottled. You don't have a head-to-head against Na'Vi. This is the first time you're locking horns with them. And you knew it was going to be tough. The interview that we had, or I guess the crosscuts, right? Oh, there we go, we're going to team out middle. Should be a farm fest. Hold up. Nothing to worry about, it's just the starters. They were saying that playing against a team like Na'Vi...
Ay caramba.
Gentlemen.
Oh, why is this happening?
But
why do my eyes have to watch?
This is look. This is the 4th time this has happened. All right.
Okay, Blade is going to make them watch that one in slow motion.
Well, yeah. What's been the problem with this series so far, guys? We've struggled in the early stages against the lighter buys. This is a full eco again.
Bit really has got it all to do. A round conversion like this, I mean, who needs a pistol when you can win a full eco?
Well, it's going to be the timing right now.
Is Hedrick going to catch him before he gets to con?
I don't think so. Bit
oh, sorry, he's going short.
Unless
yeah, okay.
he hits the brakes, and it doesn't look like he's going to do that. I think his MPL will be able to come through B-Abs. Bit is aware that that's a possibility. Hedrick's not moving a muscle. He's worrying about con right now. So they were trying to cut him off at the pass, but Bit's been able to get the bomb, been able to find the path of least resistance up short, and he should be able to plant. And now at this point, even has a smoke to block off one of these choke points.
Yeah, it gets infinitely more difficult now. And
Hedrick's still searching A. The pennies just dropped now. They only know it's B at this moment. So no kid, Qikert. Oh, dear.
Okay, he hears them. Confirmation of their approach. He brings the fight.
Oh!
Hedrick's there for the trade!
Okay. Well, that defuse will come through, and maybe I should have been worried. Those rocky starts, you can only get away with it so many times now. Bait, it's not the pistol, but it might be better.
That was like 2 Galil whiffs into a Mac 10 whiff. I mean, the Galil spray is funky. No one's denying. It's a funky spray.
You can't be losing to a full eco like this.
Oh.
You wonder if it's really going to cost them, but still, in review, your main focus is going to be on these early stages. And the fact that he doesn't get the line up there.
It's not an over-celebration. You did just win a full eco.
There's still a lot of hard work to be done. This does draw them back in just a 2-round gap and sets them up nicely. But if you can win this force, then you can celebrate that eco win. Scout, Galil, pistol upgrades, window smoke, top cat comes in, all very standard right now.
Looks like they're going to try and boost. NPL is their target. And NPL goes down with empty hands in that mid-window position. Nate doesn't do too much. Makaze down to 73, but that's the opening they were looking for. Na'Vi's playbook shifting now for the finish.
Yeah, immediate reroute, but Hedrick and Alex, they've partnered up and they're going to go for a 2-man palace push, so they might be able to catch Bit here.
Yeah, it does look like a collision course is set. A missed window smoke not going to cost them too much. Alex in this forward position. I think Bit is going to be pre-firing corners. Maybe he spotted one of Hedrick, but...
Does that change the call, though? Because presence in Palace has been noted. If anything, now Imma joins Bit. Alex is more forward.
Oh, it's about the trade here. In that? Oh, he can't react. A lovely spray. A double kill from Alex should secure them access to a round and to a broken finance of Na'Vi. Unless that scout hits another shot, he does tag up Hedrick on triple, makes things very vulnerable. He's susceptible to the wall bang. Aleksib escorted forward by that scout. Makaze lingers in middle. It's Aleksib next to play. And Hedrick does swing on now. Messy spray. Push through the smoke, though. Alex is coming through that palace smoke. Aleksib will finish what the scout started. There's Alex. 10 seconds as the CT smoke is thrown from the grave. Hang on. It falls to Essential. Does he want to wait for the denial? Covers there. Bomb goes down. A 1v2 for Essential. Running out of ammo and health. 5 bullets up against 2 members of Na'Vi. Losing against the full eco, but maybe redeeming themselves into this one. Essential just doesn't have the health. Doesn't have any hope. Na'Vi bounce back immediately.
And now you can see why MPL wasn't celebrating. He knows every round is going to be tough. Na'Vi finding the solutions. Imma with the boost gets the opener. Alex with the double, but it doesn't spell trouble. It's the late round, 10 seconds. Na'Vi pull it off.
Those last couple of kills, they came in such a flurry. We didn't see them all from the POVs, but it just felt like it fell over.
Well, throughout that, I think Makaze was keeping Kenzizor busy in middle, right? Around short. So there was one player out of the play. Just the fact that they were able to get so much space, right? It's just too sketchy there from Hedrick. That should have been a kill onto Aleksib every day of the week.
I wonder how much that wonderful scout tag had him playing a little bit more scared, a bit more cagey. So this was that opening kill. Lovely boost. MPL walks into the fight. And wonderful hit that shot. We missed that one initially. Great catch onto Alex. Under dark. Wonderful with a Deagle switch as well to finish the job.
All right, well, they can get the AWP out at least. A couple of MP9s and a FAMAS. Triple mid smoke. This is B split out the rip, essentially.
Look how quick him is. Yeah, so quick that Kenzizor caught off guard a little by the MP9. Now off kilter. Essential, however, overlooked. You think jump spot's worked out. Bounces his head. Bit Lovely mechanics on display there. The B-side falls. Hedrick's got to save that orb.
Yeah, I like that poise there from Na'Vi. So Hedrick gets the kill, they know it's there, and then they throw the Yuta before they start leering too far forward. So well handled. And that'll be that. That's 10th round secure.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the way Bit did that jump spot there.
This is really great form from Na'Vi, right? Obviously, people are going to go through and look at the opponents that they played against, but you're not the ones responsible for the draw. You can only play who's in front of you. And again, making light work of FlyQuest. That was 13-2. Sure, they were put through their paces a little bit more so by Imperial.
It's a nice rifle upgrade if you can get your hands on it.
Oh, and gonna actually do a little bit of denial right now in terms of damage. Na'Vi are trying to scamper back through short. They've got a little bit of extra time. I don't think Emma's going to be getting away. And he's resigned to his fate, but at least Bit and Aleksib do. So just 3 more rounds.
Kind of fight you'd have expected the MP9 to kind of win out there.
Just think the pace was so quick, right? And that connector smoke coming in as the 3rd piece, it was on a little bit of a time delay compared to the standard piece of utility, but odds for our official betting partner have completely blown out.
Yeah, practically 10-1, brutal.
Well, this spy's better than the last.
Certainly.
That's where some saves will get you.
Yeah, and that AK-47, wonderful gifted over. Maybe it will have some ramifications.
They're giving over mid-control. They're not trying to fight them at the top mid elbow or the mid-box.
Now NPL's worried about the boost.
You see, Kenzo, we've actually covered off a couple of his Mirage games, playing to catch them as they jump up bench. So they're letting Na'Vi go through their protocols, take the space, and there's a heavy lean of bodies in middle that could be going into another B split. The AWP is in the wrong place to defend against this. Kenzizor now tucks back in the sight. This is unorthodox.
It's rare you see a CT occupy that corner. Oh, Hedrick saw everything. He knows it's going to be B-centric. Kenzizor on high alert.
NPL's here.
Yeah, NPL does manage to use that AK well. Kenzizor now reveals himself in that corner, overlooked by Aleksib. Gets a second as well. Amez opened up the avenue towards A, but it's not going to work out. The bomb's on B. Makaze. Oh, he had to kill Kenzizor. Low HP, but it doesn't matter. He stabilizes, nails the headshot, and that is an AWP kill from Hedrick to secure a 7th for Bait.
Great job from Kenzizor. 3 kills in that round. He's up to 11 kills now.
That's an important round to win, Bait, to keep the conversation alive of a 3rd map.
Yeah, and now we need to take stock of Na'Vi's finances. That only being the 1,400 loss bonus coming through. They can actually just take the full eco and buy into the next, so that's quite nice. Well, not nice that you have to eco, but nice that you don't have to go for the force, then into an eco, then into a buy. Just to see them siphon out util in a round like this, so we can all take a moment.
I mean, Na'Vi, they know what it's like to kind of lose against an eco. Maybe they learn what it's like to win one.
What did FaZe a little bit earlier today with their victory over NIP. From troubled waters to 3-0 in stage 2.
Maybe Carrigan knows what he's talking about.
Getting those reps in. MIBR versus Liquid still rages on the B stream for elimination. We sent home FlyQuest. We're sending home one of those two aforementioned names over the next map or two of Counter-Strike. Then we have 2 more days of play for stage 2 as towards the blender of A they go. Alex gets in-game lead attacks, I would hope. There's 1, 2, oh no, not quite. MPL will snatches that, and now he's under trouble. The balcony, Piers on out. Does grab his second. So again, a manageable gap.
Yeah.
bit more creative with the chants here, I'll be honest. I heard some NIP chants earlier today.
We just met a couple of very voiceless NIP fans.
They might be the gentlemen getting away with it. Good turnout. Obviously, it's the weekend. We turn into Monday tomorrow. Here we go, back out with the guns. 3 Galils, excuse me. So obviously, U2 heavy. Need to be able to call through the motions. This time, Bait actually want to fight for mid-control.
Yeah, they do, and MPL goes swinging through that con smoke. No one home.
Aleksib gets out of there. Well, there's always a chance players have still been able to scale past. You didn't get full information if you were Bait. That's why MPL drops that defensive con smoke. Emma will be the late piece of all of this. It's quite tidy with the lurks. It's going to be a 1-3. It's going to be the waterfall out of Palace. Now, the problem on the A side is Ascenthiel's weapon. Highlighted here, it's an MP9. So he might be good for the first, but depending on the pathing... Oh, here they come, erupting.
Yeah, okay, ahead of the smokes, and Ascenthiel making that MP9 work. He nearly took down a second onto Bit. Just 20 HP left as Alex gets caught on the edge of the smoke. It's a big find from Wonderful. Yeah, Imma does catch Kenzizor, trying to activate to lend a hand on A. This constructed chaos from Na'Vi, effective NPL.
Between the flames.
There's no safe haven for him. The angle not far off on the spam. Doesn't quite manage to find Wonderful, and they will not be finding a 9th round here.
Imma gets a great timing there as they're just starting to scamper over to help the site. Catches the player jumping off a cat, beautiful. As just hoping to hold on to this is Hedrick. You see what I mean about Ascenthiel? Like, it's a good position 4-1, and he did exactly what was required of him, but unless your teammates chip in, you're in a world of hurt, as Hedrick is now 2. Gonna lob out the nades to try and keep a hold of this.
They really want him.
Well, Imma's behind him. Using everything, including this Sing, to hold on to this M4. Pretty important save. He can drop an M4 now. That will go into the hands of MPL, and everybody else can buy themselves. So actually very valuable. True.
You're right.
Devil Walk won major.
Yeah.
Nico 0. 12 years today, Devil Walk in the Fnatic jersey. Won the very first CSGO major back in Jönköping. Dropped his trousers.
He did. That's something you and him have in common.
The big issue I see for Bait at this juncture is you don't have any loss bonus going forward, right? You're towards the bottom of the barrel. So if you lose this, your next round is only going to come in with 1900 and you're against 12.
So what I'm hearing is that they have to go on a bit of a run here.
Yes. It's going to need to be multiple rounds right now. And sure, obviously with the scoreline so deep, that's obvious. But just in the sense of to give themselves any opportunities with the weapons in hand, it'll get away from them quick. Okay, this is interesting. Blade's taking a timeout off the back of their timeout.
I figured.
So an extra 30 seconds. And I love it from Blade. He's always very direct. Aleksib, it's important. Listen. Right? We've heard from him before. I beg you, right? So
I beg.
Blade wants to be direct. If he's got a point, he needs to get it across.
Always so curious to be able to hear, you know, a full Blade timeout. You get little bits, don't you? But you never get to hear the full shebang.
I think he'll take a lot of it to the grave with him, so you can ask.
He'll be clutching his strat book.
It never leaves his hands. Okay, well, attack timeouts taken back-to-back. Adjustments on adjustments. As they headed towards the A execute now. Kenzizor, missed window. Is that intentional to keep players' eyes focused on middle?
I think it might be.
Either way, Kenzizor's the joker.
Okay, Ascenthiel, too much on his screen. Where's the tracking? There's the double. Kenzizor and Ascenthiel, they can't match the output of Bit. Strafes into the side, 3K to try and break the spirits, break the hearts of Bay. They're burning 100-0. Alex gets trapped, a perfect spread. Hedrick in the clutch misses his chance. That was his chance. It would have removed Bit, would have made it a 1v1. Would have changed the whole dynamic, but no. One missed opportunity and Bit does not squander his, leaping into the site. The pathing so supreme. Ignores the initial spray, doesn't focus on that one frag, and instead finds all three to break through. You talked about how important this was for conversion for Bait. I mean, we're going to see just how punished they are as they concede the 12th.
Yeah, whatever they have right now, which is about $300 per player, plus 1,900. So you're talking 5-7s. Not a whole lot to bring into this, and you have to hope that Hedrick's able to open up the account. Alex has the most kills at 16. The bottom end's 11, so it's not like anybody's a slouch.
Aleksib, listen, I beg you. You have to miss the window smoke. I'm telling you.
It could very well be, right? This is the thing. I don't like, so we have to run with it.
We have to.
Yeah.
Like, there is a world where that was the call. It did lead to these fights for Bit. And that late arrival there of MPL goes down. The last couple of bullets of the mag, that is impressive. And there's a reason, you know, Kensizor brings up Bit in the pre-game statements. He admires this player.
They've gone with MP9, so firepower as opposed to utility. They have to take the fight.
In the for 2. Okay, that's kind of it, isn't it?
Yeah, pack this one up.
Na'Vi, their stage awaits. Stage 3 team playing in stage 2. That's at least how they feel. That's how they've been categorized. And they've kind of proven it with this comfortable 3-0 run. People talk about best of ones and being unpredictable, not for Na'Vi. They sail through those and here in the best of 3, keeping it efficient. Just a 2-map series. Burst from the long-range MP9, finds Aleksib. Kensizor, the last piece to fall over, and Na'Vi have done it.
Yeah, fitting Makazi, major rookie, first attempt for him for the World Championship, and he's going to book his ticket in stage 3, joining the likes of Furia, Falcons, Vitality, Mouse, the Mongol Spirit, G2, Pain, and now FaZe. Na'Vi joined that mix, and as you mentioned, it was efficient. Didn't drop a map, getting some reps in. They'll be warmed up for stage 3 as they now get a couple of days off to continue to work this major machine into motion. Na'Vi, every single major, they want to stay as a team in contention. Sure, this year has not been the best Counter-Strike, but we saw what they did in Copenhagen 2024. Can you really count out Blade and Aleksib in the big moments? Well, this year, those prestige events, they've made the playoffs. That's what they're looking for.
And for Bait, another chance tomorrow.
And 2 more opportunities in the best of 3s. Remember, Austin, stage 1 to stage 2, eliminated by Lin Vision. They want to avoid that fate this time round.
Na'Vi have done it. They are through to stage 3 and in a convincing fashion. Blade, I just want to ask for you, given obviously having a boot camp before this major, getting yourselves ready, were you that confident that you would have the opportunity to go through like this and look so good while doing it?
Yeah, I think the main thing on this stage is on major is to survive like day 1 and to see how your bootcamp preparation goes like through, like kind of like you need to see what things will work, what will not work. And yeah, I think if you're not 0-2, you have more best of 3s from 2-0. Like as soon as we were 2-0, I understood that it's good chances to go 3-0 because all teams who are in this stage we can beat. Like for example, Aurora, we had very good head-to-head, right? And other teams also are beatable.
Does it though give you a lot more confidence going to stage 3 that like the team is playing well together? We're seeing the teamwork come back into action maybe the way you wanted and expected it to go?
Yes. Every time win gives you a confidence, and but we know that stage 3 is much stronger and we need more preparation to come up with something new because they also study and so on and so on.
I wanted to ask again, specifically back to this Mirage. game plan looked good and everything was executing kind of perfectly, but then I've seen like 3 or 4 consecutive rounds back to back where players just kind of lost it individually. And I want to ask you, how worried were you? Because all of a sudden things might not work out as you have planned.
Yeah, I was quite worried because some situations, something that usually I expect us to win because we have pretty strong individuals, we have strong firepower. So I'm sometimes like surprised. Like Eco, we lost Eco actually on T side, for example. Like even this mistake can cost you like game in next stage.
Yeah. And about the preparation coming into the 3rd stage, I want to ask you about that difference. How different and well prepared you have to be to beat those stage 3 teams compared to stage 2 teams? I know the level is going to be up, but from your coach's perspective, how much difficult it is?
It's very difficult. The strongest teams with more sharp, like designed ideas, more synergy, more experience, more firepower, like more. It's hunter, like game instinct, you know. Yeah. This is very crucial, and the important thing that we know those teams. We played a lot of them, so we are that kind of team that already experienced enough to create like good game plans for this team. So it's always kind of different. Even Carrigan said like in stage 1, teams were playing completely different that he's used to, basically. And now like we kind of finished stage 2. And on stage 3, we just need to reset. We know who they are. So we already know like how to play versus them. For example, we played Fury in Malta. It was close match, like Spirit, Vitality, like very strong opponents.
For you, Blade, as well, I want to look at the teamwork and communication you're seeing, because that normally is what brings you through, right? It's not just the individual one player being the star in it. So far in stage 2, would you say it's on track of what you wanted, and is it enough for stage 3?
I like the dynamics, let's say, like the vibes and the things we try to work on constantly. Now it's under the lights. Like we already know like more precise what is wrong, and we can always remind it. And we can also see that people trying to fix this during live matches. So it's good, yeah.
Very good, very positive. Anything you want to say to the Na'Vi fans out there, everyone watching at home supporting?
Is there any fans here?
There are definitely some Na'Vi fans.
Yes, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for support. Thank you for coming here, watching from home. Always appreciate the support. We love you.
There we go, guys. Make some noise for Blade and Na'Vi!
Na'Vi locked and loaded into stage 3, and in flawless fashion at that, not dropping a map throughout the duration of stage 2 here in Budapest, which is kind of what I was hoping to see from Na'Vi. Let's be honest, Alex put it very nicely. It's what we would expect to be a stage 3 team having to start off in stage 2. Blade is very aware the tougher competition will be coming in a few days' time.
I think we have to give Na'Vi an awful lot of credit for that, you know, making it clean, winning all their games, never really leaving any doubt whatsoever that, as you said, Fred, they're supposed to be in stage 3 and they're supposed to be one of the contenders to be part of the playoff as well. Especially when you look around, you know, we had Aurora disappointing so far, we had FaZe in stage 1 doing the absolute best, you know, in order not to make it. So to see a favorite coming in as one of the favorites and actually deliver from the get-go, that's nice. We haven't seen a lot of that during this major.
No, we really haven't, right? And it's a bit of a breath of fresh air in a way, right? Because we had those expectations, as you pointed out of Aurora, maybe FaZe in stage 1. But I feel like what Blade said on the stage was actually very crucial. He recognizes the fact that those teams and the teams coming out of stage 1 just play different Counter-Strike in comparison to the best, right? So under certain circumstances, it could actually be difficult for some of the top dogs to adapt. Obviously, those lesser teams have more tape on you. They can prepare a little bit better. So the fact that Na'Vi are still able to come into a game like this, and even though they did lose a full-on eco in the second half against Bait, still make it look like a pretty convincing win is pretty impressive, what you would expect out of them.
100%. Na'Vi restoring some order here in the chaotic halls of being Budapest. Wonderful as well, with absolutely record-breaking form as well. You highlighted it, Ted, not only breaking his own record from yesterday, but adding another stamp today.
He's done it 3 times. He's played 5 maps of Counter-Strike. No, actually 4 maps of Counter-Strike in this major, and he's broken his own record for the best map he's played at a major 3 times already. This is mental. This is the best form out of Wonderful we've seen in a long time.
That's what you get when you're on the cutting board, you know. That's what you get when you're playing for a contract, you're playing for your life. And I love the fact that Wonderful is stepping up. It's great to see him play that well. And I think you said it, Freya, as well, the body language coming out of Na'Vi as well. That's what I like the most. One thing is winning, another one is seeing them smiling, enjoying themselves, having a good time, hearing Blade for the first time in quite some time, also, you know, saying positive things about his lineup. So it makes me happy. I think Na'Vi have been missed on the top scene. It's been a rocky season for them, to put it honestly. That's also why they start in stage 2 and doesn't start in stage 3. But to see them happy and well playing, that's kind of nice.
And that's the thing, right? It's relieving to see the pressure go in one of 2 directions. It could make you crumble. It could make those frustrations and those little issues from the team become even more apparent. But I feel like it's gone the opposite way, thankfully, for Na'Vi this time around.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a very good dynamic that they have going on. The fact that Ime goes out in an interview right before the start of the tournament and says that obviously what Makazi's been bringing to the table is helping the overall atmosphere of the team, and then Blade saying something similar. It just makes you a little bit hopeful for this project.
Well, we've talked a lot about the team comms, so I think it's time that we check in with them. We've got round 13 ready to play.
I'm sitting with you. I can flash deep. Flash deep. 2 tank. Yes. I can flash. Go with him. Flash. Flashing. Dodge. Oh. Tank. 2 tank. I'm holding. And a right side. 2 tank. Then 1 more CT right side. 2 more. Pushing. Tank default position. Fuck. I'm Tetris, guys. 2, 3 CT. They're doing kills. Take it. I'm picking CT. Take it. Jungle take it. 2. CT last. Nice. Good job. Wait, I will pick from front. One more ticket. I ticket. And 1 con. That's con. Ticket last. Planting. Come. City out. You hit him. Care left side triple. Picking. I need to reload. Right. Wait. I'm rolling right. Still left. He can be left. Hold left. I have a right. You can pick together. Nice, boy. Nice. Come on.
Certainly positive vibes coming out of the Na'Vi camp, but I do want to put the show on the other foot to Bait just briefly, because of course Ted not eliminated just yet, but we saw one of the many pistol rounds they lost within this series, within stage 2 as well. Yeah. I mean, it would be stating the obvious to say they need to turn that around for the next game.
Yeah, they need to work on it, because at this point they're on the right track for us to start calling them the Ukrainian Falcons, right? They just can't win a pistol round to save their life. They're 1-7 in pistol rounds in this stage. And I know this game in general, even if they had won the pistol rounds, it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome, but it definitely is one of the things that are quite obviously a problem for Bait, and they're on the table and they just need to try and sort it out going into some of their next games.
Without a doubt, you know, because you can say what you want about Bait. For them to be in a 2-0 position the first time around was great, but I'm not sure necessarily they're favorites in too many of the games they're heading into, and if they were to be a favorite, it'll be by a small margin. So you're talking here, against Na'Vi, probably wouldn't have changed much, but in a game where it's 50-50, then that could be the difference maker.
What do you think of Bait moving forward? You don't know the matchups officially just yet. We can all theorize, but do you think they still have a chance to make it?
I feel like they do. I think at many points, so they have brainwashed me to the extent that I actually believe more in them when they're in a losing position than when they're in a winning position.
Right? Like legacy in a sense,
yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. Because when you see them be 0-2, 1-2, they're the type of team to be able to grind their way back out of a tough spot. But this is the first time that Bait have been able to put themselves in a 2-0. They play a game against Na'Vi. They lose that. That shouldn't be too much of a tilter in my opinion, because they do realize that they just played against the best team probably in this stage.
Yes.
Going forward though, they're not going to get easy matchups per se. As you pointed out, we don't really know the official bracket yet, but it doesn't really feel like there is a lot of easy teams to be playing in that 2-1 unless you get, I don't know, an Imperial maybe they could be favored against, but there's a lot of games that should be 50-50. So yeah, for Bait, I'm a little bit concerned because they are a team that has showed improvements in the mental game, but they're still struggling sometimes.
I don't want to jinx it, Jacob, but it does does remind me a little bit of back in Austin, impressing in stage 1, getting into stage 2, getting the leg up, and then it kind of all just crumbling in front of our very eyes.
I mean, yes, I see where you're coming from, but I also think them having that experience is going to help them this time around. You know, that's something that they had to go through, obviously, learn from and grow from. So I do think they're in a better situation now to deal with that and handle that. I also do think the level of the opposition that we've seen so far, you're looking at an Astralis struggling massively. You're looking at a Liquid who just played double overtime against MIBR to stay alive, you know, and go 1-2. Even if they were to face any of those teams, either in a 2-1 game or in a 2-2 game when we get into that, I still see Bait as a better and more well-rounded team right now than some of the other ones out here. So I think the experience you're talking about most likely are going to help them in a potential 2-2 scenario if they can't win tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. As you pointed out, I think a lot of the teams that are in a similar position actually have some quite obvious issues that they need to work on. It's not like Bait had massive issues in that game. Right, you can talk about the pistol rounds, but we're talking more about issues within the team perform over months. That's not the case with Bait. So today they were just not good enough to beat Navi. That's the end of the story. And going into some of the other games, if it is a bit of a 50-50, I'd actually say I'd favor them against a lot of the teams that on paper should be a little bit better than them.
Do you want to touch upon the Liquid MIBR fiasco? I know we were all keeping our second eye very, very loosely
Just the fact that you
on
call
that
it a
game.
fiasco, right?
Yeah.
I know Jacob enjoyed that one a lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Liquid stayed alive and they won the first map quite convincingly. Yeah, but that's fair. They win the game 2-0. You know, all them HLTV readers, they go Liquid 1-2-0, easy peasy. You know, so you can have your glass half full, half empty. I think Liquid are going to grow better from game to game. But I'll be honest with you as well. What we saw yesterday was a disaster. That was one of the worst performances I've seen from a team with that much quality. And today against MIBR didn't really give me more confidence in Liquid. Let's put it that way.
No, it doesn't. It kind of feels like they're just surviving right now, right? It doesn't feel like they're on the right track to actually fix a lot of the things. Obviously, Elige had one great map, but if you're looking at Liquid, can you really just rely on the Elige to get you throughout this entire stage? I'm not really convinced.
In terms of Na'Vi progressing forward to stage 3, where we have the big dogs of the CS scene, your Vitalities, your Mausers, your Falcons, your Furias as well. I love that Blade set up on that stage. You know, we played Furia at ESL Pro League. It was a very tight matchup.
Sure.
That was a while ago. That was before Furia won a litany of trophies and became currently the #1 VRS team in the world. Do you think they stand a chance versus some of those big names?
I haven't seen anything yet in that regard, no, and I'm glad you posed the question, because I also do want to remind people, as much as we speak about Na'Vi having a strugglesome season, they did go into the final at Thunderpick, I believe it was, where they went up 2-0 versus Furia and then lost 3 maps in a row. They also did do well at the Star Series events in Budapest a couple of months ago, where they ended up winning it. So Na'Vi's issue has never been beating teams below them. It's always been beating teams above them. So essentially, yes, we've seen them play well here in Stage 2. We've seen them beat FlyQuest, Imperial, and Bait. But realistically speaking, they were supposed to. So it's not like we learned anything new from Na'Vi. We know they're good enough to beat those teams. Are they good enough to beat the Furias, the Maus, the Falcons of the world? I haven't seen that in the second part of the season. So I don't think I'm any smarter in that regard yet.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. I think Na'Vi so far have shown that they're a great gatekeeper to all the teams that are outside of the top 10. But then when it comes down to the top 5 teams, maybe had they won that final in the Thunderpick World Championship against Furia, we could have been saying other words right now, but they lost it, even though they had a 2-0 lead. And I feel like one of the issues for them throughout this entire season has been maybe the lack of depth in the map pool against the top teams, right? And obviously, as Blade pointed out, he knows that those teams from Stage 3 are watching Na'Vi right now. They're watching the demos, they know they have a good train. What happens if that train is not on the table or if they lose it? That's the big question.
I think it's a good point. You know, map pool-wise, Na'Vi have been struggling. I think more so the mentality as well. And I think that's the one thing we have learned so far. They seem happy. They seem energized. You know, and I know winning solves everything, and it's always fun winning. But I feel like whenever we see Na'Vi struggle throughout this season, it's always come down to that, you know, 1 or 2 rounds where they break their back, you know, where the mentality goes out of the team, or where they stop playing, or they start arguing, or start desk smashing, etc., etc. So if they've ironed out those problems, then I think they're a step closer to potentially, you know, knock on the door to the likes of Furia instead of being just the gatekeepers, which they have been.
I mean, they do have, what, 3 days of off time, of just practice remaining. What was it? They had a 10-day boot camp coming into this, which obviously has worked incredibly well for them. So having that little bit of wiggle room, I think that is going to really help them moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And also there was another little detail in what Blade was just saying on the stage, right? He said that they're more aware of what their issues are, right? And I'm going to hit you with a bit of a cliche, but 50% of fixing a problem is realizing what the problem is and being honest to yourself about it. So I feel like they're on the right path. When Blade comes out and says, we know what the problems are and we're working on them, that kind of fills me with hope, because we know he's pretty realistic. We know that he even has had some moments when they even win a game and he goes out and he says, we didn't really play that well. So the fact that he sees some progress and he's honest about it, actually, I believe him.
You know what Blade is happy about? Blade is happy about the fact that they haven't shown too many maps either. They played Train twice, they played Mirage now as well. They've kind of hidden a lot of the stuff. So yeah, if you're Falcons, you're watching at home, you're Vitality, well, you know what's coming for you at Train, and that's a very sharp Na'Vi, but you don't really know what to expect on the other maps that is in the map pool right now. And I think Blade is super happy by the fact they went 3-0 because they don't have to show anything.
Should we talk about some of the matchups tomorrow? I've just got them in. Sorry for reading off of my phone. We got Fnatic versus Passion UA. We got Aurora versus Astralis, and we have Liquid versus Tai Lu. Any particularly standout matchups from those are the elimination games, obviously. So anybody, you know, you want to hedge your bets?
I mean, there's
someone Danish, maybe.
Yeah, Aurora Astralis is interesting. I mean, that's. I guess we have to wave goodbye to Astralis tomorrow then.
The Danes saying goodbye to Astralis? You shock me, Jake.
I haven't seen. I'll be honest. I don't know if I can. I'll swear. I haven't seen shit from Astralis so far in this tournament that has made me believe in them going far. Aurora's been disappointing, you know. So it is a game that could be competitive, but I'd be highly surprised if Aurora doesn't survive.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora have shown us that they are a little bit volatile, but they're usually that type of a team that just makes it as hard as possible for themselves, and then they end up winning when it's all on the table, right? So I feel like tomorrow is not going to be an easy day, obviously, for Astralis. Another game that I think is very interesting is that Bait and 3D Max. We were just talking about how games are not going to start becoming easier for the side of Bait. Well, now you need to play against 3D Max that had a really slow start in day one in their opening game, but ever since have looked pretty solid. So this is definitely not going to be an easy best of 3 for Bait.
Obviously, those are the advancement games. We've got Paravision versus NIP before that, and then Imperial versus M80 is our 5:30 game. That's really exciting.
You're telling me M80 or Imperial will make it to stage 3?
Wow.
Vinny all the way, baby.
Yeah, nah. I think M80 are the favorite setting into that. I've been impressed with Imperial. You know, I think nobody expected him to make it to stage 2, and nobody expected him to make it to stage 3. But M80 and Imperial, I feel like that's a golden opportunity. Because I'll also say this: whoever lose that game and go into the 2-2 reign, you know, where you could potentially face Liquid, a Tai Lu, Aurora. Well, Astralis doesn't matter, but that's going to be a tougher matchup.
I thought you were going to end on a positive note, but of course you twist it back round to the negative. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us. Day 2 of Stage 2 here at the StarLadder Budapest Major. We'll see you at the slightly later time of 3 p.m. European if you're joining us tomorrow.